got my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Now what's your bag for if you want it, claim it. Get on top and team it. But I'll keep on breathing. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient. Nothing, I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
Hello, everyone. How are we doing? Fashionably late, I see. This is actually early for me on all counts. I did an accurate timer, okay? I did 15 minutes, and I did not go over it excessively. And when is the last time I went to stream I almost said went to bed. Went to bed at 8:30 p.m. like never. Went to stream at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. This is already very unusual, okay? Let's see. How are we doing? Is today's stream going to go until 3 a.m. today? I'm doing this thing where I don't stream exclusively for insomniacs. I think I'm going to try this out, you guys. We'll see how it goes. So things have been happening. An Iran war is going on. A war in Iran that was not declared by Congress. So naturally, we have to get to the most important part of this, which is that the First Lady of New York, the wife of Zohar Mamdani, Rami Duwaji, I think is her name, said the N-word or something like 10 years ago. Maybe even like over 10 years ago. We have to talk about this first. Just kidding. Actually, what we're talking about first is Trump's statement on Iranian leaders earlier today. Good stuff. Let's get into it.
Because they're going to make a deal. They're going to make a deal. They did something yesterday that was amazing, actually. They gave us a present, and the present arrived today. And it was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money. And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant prize. And they gave it to us, and they said they were going to give it. So that meant one thing to me: we're dealing with the right people.
Is that nuclear related?
No, it wasn't nuclear related. It was oil and gas related. And it was a very nice thing they did. But what it showed me is that we're dealing with the right people. Because, you don't know, because the leadership was...
So he ominously said, they gave us a present. Oil and gas type present? Any guesses as to what this could be? I mean, we know he takes Qatari jets that are used. That Qatari jet that he took was not even like a new jet. It was like a $400 million jet, but it was a used jet. He liked that. I'm pretty sure Iran has gifted Israel a couple of missiles lately. What do we think? What could it be? Did he get everything on his Christmas wish list? Will this be the thing that ends the war? Don't know. Hopefully. Oil fields? Tanker full of sludge? Tankers going through? Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? But my opposition party, thankfully, has come up with just the perfect messaging to oppose this. So our boy Ken Klippenstein posted this. In private meeting, Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the minority leader, has summarized the Democratic line of attack against Mr. Trump and his Republican allies as the 3 C's: chaos, costs, and corruption, saying the war touches on all 3. Representative Hakeem Jeffries of New York, the House minority leader, has encouraged his members to prosecute the case against Republicans and the war with his own alternative slogan. Get ready for this. Accountability and affordability. What a master. He even found a way to shoehorn in affordability. So, guy who does not understand why that slogan's popular, why it resonates with voters, is thinking that this is going to be the way to finally take all of this aggrievement that is currently directed towards the party that occupies all 3 branches of the government and curry it in the favor of the Democrats, right? Surely this will work. Surely if you just say the word affordability, then it's like casting a spell. You can't go wrong. If you just say the thing, then voters will be like, oh, there must be for affordability. How do I know? They said affordability. And I was curious, like, where did this come from? And like what the context was beyond just that. I mean, like, there's plenty of context to criticize that on its own. But this was published on March 21st, so this was 3 days ago now. High gas prices driven up by the Iran war loom over the midterms. As they entered this midterm year, many Democratic and Republican politicians agreed on one central campaign theme. This would be an election about affordability, with both parties battling over who best addressed the high costs of housing, childcare, groceries, healthcare, utilities, and gas. But President Trump's decision to attack Iran has complicated the equation and left Republicans pushing a different message. Please ignore the price at the pump. From Congress to the campaign trail, Republican leaders, elected officials, and candidates are promising that the increase in energy prices will be temporary, asking voters to bear short-term pain to their pocketbooks for what they promise will be long-term gains for their country. So you, dear voter, you, average, disgusting prole, just shut up and be happy, or don't worry about the fact that it now costs like over $75 to fill up your tank. That oil is like, $300 a barrel or something like that. Don't even sweat it. Don't worry about it. Don't think about that, because we're winning. This is us winning. What we're paying at the gas pump is a small price to pay in order to save millions of lives in the future. Think about all of the millions of lives you're saving while you hand over your debit card to the person at the gas station for pump 6 or whatever, and just tell them, like, just put $90 on it just to be safe, and just like crossing your fingers that you get some of that back. Representative Buddy Carter, awesome name, who is running for the Republican nomination for Senate in Georgia, where gas prices have increased nearly 40% over the past month, said in an interview on conservative television, "This is a painful experience at the pump right now, but that's going to stabilize. Would be nice to know when or why or how. How is that going to happen? Why is that? Are you going to help that? Are you going to push for that? Because what you just said is that we're saving, it's a small price to pay. Really small, so." The strategy that echoes that of the Biden admin, whose top officials promised the rise in inflation after the COVID-19 pandemic would be transitory, and then spent years blaming culprits from President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia. It's weird that they put the V there. I wasn't expecting it. To the Federal Reserve for continued high prices. The Putin thing probably is not a good strategy. The Federal Reserve thing, I don't know that voters really want to be told it's the Fed's fault, but there's probably more truth to that. "I thought there was a chance it could be much worse," Mr. Trump told reporters gathered in the Oval Office on Thursday as oil prices spiked and stock markets gyrated. "It's not bad, and it's going to be over with pretty soon. Every day we get closer to ending this. But also we've won already. But also it's going to be over soon. Also, we're not even at war." Such comments mark a notable reversal from just a month ago, when Mr. Trump touted falling gas prices as the centerpiece of his economic success. What's so insane about this is that he was this close to extracting terms for an Iran deal that would have been better than even the JCPOA was able to get. And where are we now? Strait of Hormuz closed. Didn't get that Iran deal, even though, again, it would have been pretty, he would have had bragging rights for life over that if he had been able to do that, which he could. It was right there, and he decided not to do that. And he could have just ended on the operation. What was the other one? They all have such stupid names, where we totally obliterated the nuclear facilities that magically came back or whatever. Prosperity Guardian, I think. I can't fucking remember all of these stupid jingoistic names, but that one, 12-Day War, could have touted that as a victory. Can't do that now. As the war enters a fourth week, some Republican strategists are privately worrying that high gas prices will undercut their economic message for the midterms, which is so funny because it's like, why are you... Republicans just lie for sport to the American people on literally everything about their platform, from what they intend to deliver to just everything. Blame Democrats. Why are they worried when the overwhelming majority of your base is fine with this war? You don't have any issue lying to the American public. Why are gas prices? Why is that going to stop you from lying and just saying that it's the Democrats' fault? Still, with the election more than 7 months away, costs could decline and foreign policy could fade as a concern among voters. Yeah, I mean, people here have amnesia, so if they can get this over with, right? Maybe just everyone will forget about this. How much patience voters will give the admin to prosecute a war with no clear end in sight is unclear. Democrats have pounced, seeing an opportunity to drive their economic message for the midterms while also tying Mr. Trump to an unpopular overseas conflict. I love when billionaires that are sitting on mountains of cash tell Americans who can't afford to pay their rent and their mortgage at the end of the month to just wait it out, said Representative Jason Crow of Colorado, a former Army Ranger and the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee's candidate recruitment co-chair. Holy fuck, what a mouthful. And the alliteration going on here, stunning. We are sick and tired of an endless cycle of conflict, dumping trillions of dollars into regime change and nation-building efforts in the Middle East, all of which have failed, he said. In private meetings, Senator Chuck Schumer of New York, the minority leader, has summarized the Democratic line of attack against Mr. Trump and his Republican allies as the 3 C's. Okay, this is where I came in. Chaos, costs, and corruption, saying the war touches on all three. The war that Senator Chuck Schumer over here wanted. Like, yeah, he might go out there and save face and say, like, yeah, I don't support any of this. He clearly does. Right before it was, he declined to bring forth the war powers resolution, even though it was already being publicly reported at the end of February that Trump intended to do this. And then he was like, give me a reason. Just give me a reason, then I'll support it. Representative Hakeem Jeffries of New York, the House Minority Leader, has encouraged his members to prosecute the case against Republicans and the war with his own alliterative slogan, accountability and affordability. The party's congressional committees and affiliated super PACs have attacked Republicans in battleground districts over high gas prices, tying the increased costs to their support of Mr. Trump and the war. House Democratic leaders have encouraged lawmakers to hold events in their district on the theme of healthcare, not warfare. I mean, that's nice if they would center healthcare in the national discussion again for once. Which is the 16th anniversary of the ACA becoming law. I hope to God this is not what they intend to celebrate, unless it's going to be paired with, it didn't go far enough, we need to expand it. As Democrats press those attacks in television ads and online messaging, Republicans are supporting the war as necessary for national security, but many are largely trying to avoid discussion of higher costs at home. The GOP's two major campaign committees have ceded messaging about the war to the White House, instead focusing on hitting Democrats on issues like border security and funding the government. In Congress, Senate Republicans spent much of this past week pushing a strict voter identification bill demanded by President Trump that is unlikely to pass. House Republicans passed legislation to deport non-citizens who assault federal law enforcement dogs and immediately attacked Democrats who voted against it. Such a random, so specific. Law enforcement dogs? Why? What was the reason for this? An act to amend the Immigration Nationality Act to provide that an alien who has been convicted of harming animals used in law enforcement is inadmissible and deportable and for other purposes. So it's just another reason to deport somebody, and I guess, like, that is bizarre. Okay. In recent days, the White House has floated a slew of policies aimed at bringing down gas prices, including reversing years of sanctions on Iran for oil that was already being shipped. Oh yeah. That's the other thing. We're declaring victory. And Trump, again, who could have had better JCPOA terms, not launched this war unilaterally, could have totally avoided that. Now also, we've lifted sanctions on them, and we're winning. We're winning doing this. It also relaxed a maritime law that restricts the way oil is transported, but experts doubt those efforts will have a meaningful impact on prices consumers see at the pump, which are now inching towards $4 per gallon across the country. It's so fucking insane. Like, you're constantly, by you, I mean like the royal Americans are constantly told, see, the reason why we have to be this interventionist is because if you're not, you're rewarding terrorism. But we reversed these sanctions after Iran bombed Israel and U.S. bases. So you reported that. So apparently all they needed to be doing was this shit. They needed to have been more aggressive last summer, and they could have had their sanctions lifted potentially. Because that's the reason why they gave up everything. That's the reason why they were willing to have those terms for the JCPOA, was to get those sanctions lifted so their economy wasn't so fucking crippled. Representative Zach Nunn, a combat veteran who is running for re-election in a swing district, so many veterans, near Des Moines, Iowa, acknowledged the high price of gas, but said voters in his district support the admin's national security goals. The folks I hear from aren't asking us to look the other way on a regime that's been killing America. Yeah, of course, dude. The people you surround yourself with tell you exactly what you want to hear and confirm your pre-existing biases and the positions you've already staked out. Crazy. That's been killing Americans and threatening the world with a nuclear weapon. He said they want this mission done right, done fast, and they want their costs to come down. Done fast. They want it done right and done fast. Yeah. This is, Bush touches down, the whole mission accomplished thing. That happened only like a few weeks, if not maybe a few months after the initial invasion. So even if they tried to do some big ceremonial, like, oh, we're done with this, it's not over. It doesn't mean it's over. Still, while the U.S. economy remains resilient, many families are struggling with mounting debt, dwindling savings, and a weaker labor market, and rising fuel prices also drive up the costs of everyday goods. A price spike in gas highlights the real reason I think the Republicans are in trouble for the midterms, which is Trump had one job, and that was cost of living, said He had one job, said Rob Stutzman, a Republican operative based in California. Again, like, it's so funny. Like, this is the one cost of living thing that they can't hide, because the big beautiful bill is literally just an upward transfer of wealth. It's ridiculously unpopular. It's probably some of the most, if not the most unpopular legislation that has ever passed in the U.S. Congress in history. When you actually poll voters, it has there were multiple polls that found it had single digit support among Americans. That's how unpopular the big beautiful bill was. Medicare cuts galore, all of the expansions of DHS, Border Patrol, ICE, like just an insane bill. And, but this will be the thing that does him in because people interface with it so much. A Republican operative based in California where high gas prices are a perennial electoral issue. He and Republicans have not been able to deliver on that. They were never going to be able to deliver on that. Already, there are signs that the war is costing Mr. Trump's support among the independent, Latino, and working class voters who boosted him to victory in 2024. While surveys show that he still has the staunch support of Republicans, particularly those who identify as part of his MAGA movement, a majority of Democrats and independents oppose U.S. military action in Iran. A handful, and like, I guess we're supposed to, I would love to presuppose that, like, because people are saying, oh, I don't like this, that means like it'll be one of their top priorities at the voting box. But again, a lot can happen in multiple months, so we'll see. A handful of right-wing I almost said right-wing influencers. Handful of right-wing Republicans. What is a non-right-wing Republican? Why would they even? That's so redundant. Including, well, like, there's no such thing as like a left-wing Democrat. There's not Democrats that are really like anti-capitalist. Like even Bernie is not like super meaningfully, and he's an independent, but like are not meaningfully like anti-capitalist. I guess AOC like identifies as a socialist or whatever. You don't really hear her talking about that much these days. But what is it not? There's no non-right-wing Republicans. That is totally compatible and is the definition of being a Republican in this country. Including well-known MAGA influencers and politicians, have raised concerns that Mr. Trump will alienate his supporters and cause a disastrous election for Republicans in the midterms. It's like, dude, wars get presidents reelected all the time, so even if they're unpopular. I am tired of the industrial war complex getting all of our hard-earned tax dollars, Representative Lauren Boebert of Colorado told CNN on Thursday. I have folks in Colorado who can't afford to live. We need America First policies right now. Throughout the second term, Mr. Trump has repeatedly attempted to sell unpopular policies by asking Americans to bear personal economic pain for what he believes will help the country. When he imposed sweeping tariffs, he promised that the higher costs for goods and groceries would be worth the price of rebalancing global trade. And after Republicans passed Mr. Trump's sprawling domestic policy bill in July, they pushed back on concerns that the law helped the wealthy while raising healthcare costs for working class people by telling voters that the policies would result in expansive economic growth for the country. So by lying to voters. And because it's not immediately clear when you're being like kicked off this program or you suddenly don't qualify for it anymore that like, oh, the Republican Party, they're to blame for that. They could get away with those lies, but they really can't get away with like the gas price things. It's like people who have never heard of the Strait of Hormuz before, never heard of Iran, like don't know what an Ayatollah is, like suddenly like don't know. They think Diego Garcia is a person. They suddenly are very familiar with these things because they're Googling why are gas prices so expensive all of a sudden. On Tuesday, Vice President J.D. Vance told supporters gathered at a manufacturing plant in Auburn Hills, Michigan, that higher gas prices would not last forever, and neither would the war. I mean, nothing really lasts forever, so this is not really an untrue statement, is it? He's not actually lying here. It's not actually a logical contradiction that, like, they could conceivably come down. They can't last. One, that's all relative. What a high gas price is. 40% increase. Like, what does that even mean, right? But last forever, I mean, has to come down at some point, right? We promise that when this conflict comes to a close, when this operation draws to a close, like again, conflict, operation, the semantic gymnastics that they have to do to pretend it's anything but a war. We're going to see those energy prices come back down to reality, he said. So he told voters, we're living in a state of unreality right now. Only in this unreality are you thinking to blame Republicans, only in this very moment. But luckily, that's all going to change when this non-war that we're not prosecuting, but we're also winning, ends. Other Republicans have used language that Democrats believe will allow them to cast their opponents as unconcerned with costs, even if the war does come to an end in coming weeks. And like the idea that like those prices will just plummet. Why? Americans are paying for it now. You think that these gas prices, like these executives, once they see like, 40% increase, people still paying for it because it's an inelastic good, basically, unless you like live in New York or something and you don't have a car. You think they're going to be eager to like bring those prices down really quick? Clearly, people will pay for it. Maybe you could take one less trip to Starbucks so that gas goes a little further. Oh my God. I didn't think it was more insulting. I didn't even know that you could possibly come up with a way to top blaming poor people for being poor on like, can you have less like maybe it's because you don't budget well enough. It's not the fact that you just don't have enough money, and it's not about how you cut it up. It's just like you don't have enough money, period. Stop, maybe you don't need that smartphone, have less Starbucks, don't get a latte or whatever. No. Don't drive there so much. Then you'll have money. Michelle Tafoya, a Republican candidate for U.S. Senate in Minnesota, said in a radio interview this week. Okay, I mean, cool. Very cool. See, this is great. So she said this in a radio interview. Who the fuck is listening to radio interviews in 2026? The year of our Lord, 2026? Boomers. You know who doesn't really drive that much, even though they shouldn't drive, period? But boomers. Boomers don't really drive that much. Old people. So the old people that are listening to this shit, she knows that, these youngins need to just stop complaining because Iran can't have a nuke and they need to tighten their belts like I had to. Only they never had to back when I was a boy or a girl or whatever, and just suck it up because we need to defeat Islamic terrorism. Yeah, like they hear that and it hits good with them. And a lot of boomers do vote, and they do vote for Republicans. But then it gets, you forget that that's like public. Anybody could hear that. And then it gets printed in the New York Times, and then other people learn, oh, you said that. You think their opponent's not going to learn that they said that on even if you said it on a radio, like it's not going to stay contained. So it might work for that audience. It probably will work for that audience because again, those people use their cars like twice a week, if that. It's not the same for like young people. Let's just try to be patriots about this. Presidents of both parties have looked to gas prices as a rough measure of national economic sentiment. Ron Klain, who served as chief of staff for President Joseph R. Biden Jr., was so concerned that he checked gas prices every day, pointing out in social media posts when they dipped. Oy. But the war has added an even more unpredictable element. As Mr. Crow put it, citing an old military maxim, the enemy always has a vote. The private document from Navigator Research, a liberal polling firm that has been circulating among House Democrats, encouraged them to focus less on criticizing Mr. Trump's wartime partnership with Israel and no, a liberal polling firm finds that don't talk about Israel. Color me shocked. And the New York Times blasting this, like putting this on the masthead. Can't believe it. Well, no way. Dude, that's like, it is comical. It is comical reading news. Like, I can't. I'm actually turning red because that is just fucking hilarious. It's actually, only a liberal polling firm could cobble together the statistics to find that even though Israel is facing like ridiculous, like unprecedented, never before seen levels of unpopularity with the American public, with Democrats in particular, they found the one polling firm that can find some actuary that's able to just like look at everything and be like, don't talk about it though. Don't talk about Israel. Don't criticize Israel. Don't say any. Don't stop talking about that. And his failure to get congressional approval for the assault on Iran and more on economic issues. Got it. Okay. So don't talk about this really, really unpopular war. It definitely didn't work for Republicans when they milked Benghazi for I don't know how many years. Yeah, doesn't work. Don't even bother talking about that. Come the midterms. Don't need to. Who cares? Just focus on, just say the word affordability over and over and over, and then people will just vote for you. It's like an incantation. The top testing messages were arguments that Mr. Trump was raising gas prices and spending billions while ignoring cost of living concerns. And also, I'm sorry, we just have to go back just a little bit. It is an economic issue. The gas prices thing, that's literally a direct result of this war of choice. Why would you not talk about that for one? I mean, I'd be curious to see the methodology for this because data can humble you. Like, I am open to the idea that like this is something that maybe wouldn't hit right with the American public or independents. I'm just like, I just cannot believe it. It's insane. The idea that would be unpopular messaging. And that like, you can't talk about both of these things. I don't understand this like either or. He wants the budget. We're spending like $1 billion a day on this. And we're in like what, week 3, week 4? We're supposed to be done by now with this war. There's no end in sight. They never got congressional approval. It's completely illegal. And he wants even more money. He wants what's the request? How much more money does Trump want for the war? That's on top of the big, beautiful bill. They want $200 billion. Center for American Progress reports. By the end of the week, the Trump admin's war in Iran will likely have cost $25 billion. How is this not an economic message again? Liberal polling firm. What was that? Navigator Research. What the fuck? Did no one bother to come up with some sort of coherent way to like connect these two things? The budget for the Department of War, of the war that we're not in, it's going to be like over $1 trillion. It's going to be insane. Though daily costs have to... No. At the end of February, President Donald Trump chose to initiate a war against Iran. Now in its fourth week, the war has already claimed the lives of more than 1,000 Iranian civilians, including 200 children. We started off by like double tapping a kid's school. And 13 U.S. service members. This reckless... and these are like the last people I feel sorry for. But sure, bring this up that this is not, there's even a better stat that they could point to. 200 are being reported, 200 American military personnel are wounded. So this reckless and immoral war, which has driven gasoline prices up roughly a third to an average of $3.98 in the United States, cost $11.3 billion in the first 6 days alone. Though daily costs have declined as the U.S. has undertaken a slow tempo of operations and begun utilizing less expensive munitions than in the first days of the war, it still comes at a hefty price tag. Based on a combination of official cost tallies and estimates from the Center for Strategic and International Studies, the Iran war's cost has likely surpassed $20 billion already and will likely surpass $25 billion by the end of the week. Reporting indicates that the White House is likely seeking supplemental appropriations that would provide more than $200 billion in additional funding, a request that cannot be justified on budgetary grounds. While the cost of the war is funded through the Pentagon's budget, and that money could not have been legally spent on domestic social programs, the spending nonetheless, this doesn't even matter. The way that people understand how, like, money flows throughout the economy, you could totally make the case that, yeah, they will spend, there's no amount of money that they won't spend on killing people abroad and telling you that, like, you have to for national security reasons, just lying to you. It doesn't matter that, like, you can't shift the money around that way. It should just shock the conscience and bother people. And it does. The spending nonetheless reflects a choice both Congress and the president made in allocating the country. Sorry, I'm just laughing at, like, the choice that, like, Congress made, but, like, Congress didn't make a choice to launch this war. I guess they subsequently made a choice when all those Republicans and then, like, 4 Democrats voted no on the War Powers Resolution. But... President made in allocating the country's limited resources. This trade-off is particularly salient as Congress considers the president's upcoming request. Before Congress chooses to provide $200 billion in new funding for the U.S. Department of Defense, aka Department of War, it should seriously consider other ways that funding could be used, including improving people's lives. Why would you want to waste money doing that? The top testing issues, back to the New York Times article, messaging were arguments that Mr. Trump was raising gas prices and spending billions while ignoring cost of living concerns, increasing the price of healthcare, and again, he's raising... Why can't you talk about the war? They don't want them talking about Israel. Why? Like, it's not coming out of nowhere. Connect it to the foreign policy thing. But no, they want to be able to do this shit or something. Increasing the price of healthcare and cutting food assistance programs. Josh Turek, a Democratic legislator running for Senate in Iowa, says the issue is resonating in his state. 3 soldiers from Iowa have been killed in the conflict, and shipping distributions are driving fertilizer prices to near record highs before the spring planting season. All the doors that I've knocked, all the places that I've gone, I've never heard a single Iowan tell me that they want another forever war, Mr. Turek said. What they're concerned about is just its affordability. It's the economy, stupid. They'll be home by Christmas. Can't afford it. We can't afford single payer because we're doing this bullshit, right? Special military operation, so I hear. I've started shoplifting to make up for the cost of living. Please say you're joking right now. In my chat. What's unpatriotic about asking why we're in a stupid, pointless war? Because it means you don't support the troops. If you don't. Very let them eat cake. I wonder what happened to the person who allegedly said that. Watch them be in the Senate by the end of the year. That's what's going to happen to them. My rent went up 14% this year. I mean, you probably know my thoughts on landlords. Price leadership. Giving inflation is transitory cope. Yeah, this is like, I don't even think tariffs came up once in this, right? Okay, just one time. Maybe they'll bring up the tariffs or whatever, but this is like pointing to the war and showing he's like sending Americans off to die is like, to me, a better message than even like the tariffs, but I do think that should be brought up. Oh my lord. Stunning stuff. Let's see. What else? Oh, on other news, at how your tax dollars are hard at work. Worms in food, poor medical care, lights on 24/7. Families tell of life in Texas detention center. So in concentration camps. So this is an older article that I saw. This was reported February 28th. It's about a month ago. But someone pointed out that this stunning number, I think is it 3,000? They want me to use commas. Detained, maybe? Like how many kids they detained? Let's see. Yeah, here we are. Ramping up family detentions. When the Obama admin opened Dilley in 2014, nearly all families detained there had recently crossed the border from Mexico. Detentions at the facility were scaled back by the Biden admin in 2024 before it was closed 3 years later. It says, editor's note, the story includes discussion of suicide or unaliving. Since being reopened by President Donald Trump's admin last spring, life inside Dilley, a compound of trailers and other prefabricated buildings, has been shaped by 3 decisive changes. The number of detained families has risen sharply since last fall. The government is holding many children beyond the 20-day limit set by long-standing court order. President Trump ignoring court order? No way. And many detainees have lived in the U.S. for several years with roots in neighborhoods, workplaces, and schools, according to lawyers and other observers. But why let them be free when you could keep them in a cage? Just imagine that you're a child and you're taken out of your surroundings, said Philip Schrag, a Georgetown University law professor and author of Baby Jails, The Fight to End Incarceration of Refugee Children in America. Suddenly, you're in a complete strange environment with the doors locked and guards in uniforms roaming around, said Schrag, who counseled Dilley detainees as a volunteer lawyer during the Obama admin. ICE booked more than 3,800 children into detention during the first 9 months of the new Trump admin, according to an Associated Press analysis of data from the University of California's Berkeley's Deportation Data Project. Let me repeat that. ICE booked more than 3,800 children into detention during the first 9 months of the new Trump admin. They're just detaining kids. On an average day, more than 220 children were held, most of those detained longer than 24 hours sent to Dilley. More than half of Dilley detainees during that period were children. Nearly 2/3 of children detained by ICE were eventually deported. And almost 1 in 10 left the country when their parents accepted voluntary departure, according to an AP analysis of the latest comprehensive data. About a quarter were released in the U.S., requiring their parents to check in regularly with ICE as their legal cases proceed. At which point they face potentially unspeakable abuse, death in some cases even, or just, you just know that even though you're doing the legal thing, you're complying, you're showing up, they could still deport you, abuse you, decide whatever they want to do with you. The number of detainees at Dilley has risen sharply since the period covered by the data, nearly tripling between last fall and late January to more than 1,300, according to relevant research, which analyzes immigration enforcement data. We've started to use 100 days as a benchmark for prioritizing cases because so many children are exceeding 20 days, said Leisha Welch, the chief legal director at Children's Rights, who visits Dilley regularly to ensure compliance. In a visit this month, Welsh, said she counted more than 30 children who had been held for over 100 days. The increased detention of children comes as the Trump admin has gutted a Department of Homeland Security office responsible for oversight of conditions inside Dilley and other facilities. Wow, surely that was a bug and not a feature. It's a particular concern that family detention is being increased, said Dr. Pamela McPherson, a child and adolescent psychiatrist contracted by DHS from 2014 until last year to inspect and investigate conditions at Dilley's and other ICE facilities holding children. See, in the first Trump admin, they did the child separation policy. That marked when Trump's favorability, which was already low, declined significantly and never recovered. So if you're wondering, why are they willing to put ICE on the streets, call slander Renee Good and Alex Preddy and other people killed by ICE as domestic terrorists? Why will they do that? But why won't they just separate the families? Because they know that would also be really, really unpopular. And it's so funny that they're scared to touch that. So they'll do this, where they at least are making the correct assessment that it's out of sight, out of mind. I follow the news closely. I didn't see this until a month after it was reported. And so what do you think the average person is their understanding of what we're doing to immigrants and non-residents, legal residents and undocumented people as far as like where we're putting them. Just who's providing that check and balance now? Representative Tony Gonzalez, who represents the congressional district where Dilley is located, said multiple visits have convinced him criticism of the center is unfair. He said he's been impressed by Dilley's facilities and the professionalism and dedication of the staff. Hey, those DACA guards they wake up every day and they really just put their all into what they're doing. They're not doing policy, they're just fulfilling a duty, said Gonzalez, a Republican. Bunker Cat 36, thank you so much for the subscription. Really, really appreciate it. DHS did not respond to detailed questions about Dilley. Never read an article. I think I read I could probably count this one hand alone suffices to when I think back to like articles where Trump admin was reached out for comment and they actually replied. DHS did not respond to detailed questions about Dilley submitted by the AP, but both DHS and ICE sharply refuted allegations of poor care and conditions there. There we go. The Dilley facility is a family residential center. Concentration camp's another word for a concentration camp. Designed specifically to house family units in a safe, structured, and appropriate environment. ICE Director Todd M. Lyons said in a statement this week. Services include medical screenings, infant care packages, as well as classrooms and recreational spaces, ICE said. Okay, but you're not doing that out of the kindness of your heart. Like, they're required by law to do this. Because, again, they don't want to separate. They want to keep families together. But when you keep families together and when you house kids, that suddenly triggers a bunch of responsibilities that the state has takes on the burden of providing to people that are in these concentration camps. They have to have pediatricians on site. They have to have teachers. They have to have all of these different resources for infants. They have to have formula. They have to have diapers. They have to have, yes, they're being detained and obviously numerous rights deprivations are going on here. But all of that has to be paid for by American taxpayers. It costs about $200 per person to do that. On average. So just a family of 4 is over $1,000 a day just to house for one day. There's thousands of people in these centers. So even if you're an uncaring asshole that doesn't mind the detention, that doesn't mind kids being in concentration camps, people being jailed, even held and detained even though they have committed no crime or is a misdemeanor at best, even if you're okay with all of that, is so fucking expensive and so ridiculously inefficient. You could not possibly come up with a more inefficient way to do this. But concerns about Dilley, and also, can't help but point it out, the admin that has all the money in the world, public mandate, all 3 branches, they can't even get mass deportations in this country done. And they're telling Americans that the war is going to be over. The war that's not a war, going to be over any day now. If you can't even do mass deportations domestically, what confidence should anyone have that that war is ending anytime soon? But concerns about Dilley are personal for these families and this 1-year-old child and just awful, 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 awful stuff. You're mentioning feelings and morals. All I hear is ka-ching. I mean... That's all of these, the Big Beautiful Bill and all of these private public partnerships, the costs that you can find, that's it's $200 per day now. Wait until after, they've entered into partnerships to expand these programs. Those prices are going up because they know that there's a bunch of money up for grabs because hundreds of millions of dollars have been allocated to this, if not billions. Hello, does anyone in your circle talk about white people going extinct or not having a country to themselves whatsoever? What is the white nationalist chatter looking like? I think you just need to look in a mirror and then you can know what the white nationalist chatter looks like. It's yourself. Because no, I don't really talk about that. I'm not really concerned about white people going extinct or whatever. But if you want, you can join the Discord and we can talk about it and you can tell me all about your ridiculous paranoias of white people going away, even though I'm sure wherever you're located, I'm positive if you open your front door, it's white people as far as the eye can see, and it's still not enough for you. Oh yeah, this was random. I didn't even know this guy had cancer. But Leonid Radvinsky, Leonid? I don't know if this is pronounced with an R. Dude invented OnlyFans. Owner of OnlyFans dies at age 43. It was reported a couple of days ago. owner of OnlyFans, has died of cancer at the age of 43, the company announced on Monday. We're deeply saddened to announce the death of Leo Radvinsky. Leo passed away peacefully after a long battle with cancer, said a spokesperson for the company, best known for his subscriptions to pornographic content creators. His family have requested privacy at this difficult time. Radvinsky, a Ukrainian-American billionaire with a net worth of about $3.8 billion as of May 2025, acquired FedEx International Limited, OnlyFans' parent company, in 2018. He served as the company's director and majority shareholder. Born in Odessa, he grew up in Chicago and studied economics at Northwestern University. According to the Wall Street Journal, he began running pornography sites as a teenager. Isn't Radvinsky married to Crystal Ball? Crystal Ball's not married to a billionaire. She's married to Kat Kulinski. And even I know she had a first husband. I don't think her first husband was this guy. I think I'd know that. In recent months, Radvinsky had engaged in talks to sell a 60% stake in OnlyFans in a sale that would have valued the company at about $8 billion, according to OnlyFans. Radvinsky has moved to his ownership to a trust in 2024. OnlyFans, founded in 2016 and best known for porn. I didn't realize it's like only been around since 2016. I feel like it's been a cultural fixture for so much longer than that. But I guess that just goes to show like the impact on it. And best known for pornographic materials, which is so funny because like, I don't know where, I will never be able to find it. And I'm not going to like populate my Google thing since I'm signed in with these searches. But if you look up OnlyFans advertisements and like what the company actually created, you would never know it was OnlyFans. Like you were watching an OnlyFans advertisement until the very end, because they tried to spend, like they've always tried to market it not as like an adult website, but like Patreon. And I specifically remember this advertisement that I saw had like somebody surfing in it, and it was like, oh, like start your project and then get your only your fans like watching it or whatever. It's like, yeah, people are using OnlyFans so you can get exclusive behind the scenes like surfer content from people, or like, you know, like people funding their creative ventures. Like that is not what OnlyFans is used for. Allowing adult film actors and sex workers to make money from posting content on the subscription-based platform. The company typically takes a 20% cut of payments, leaving the remaining 80% for creators, which resulted in dividends of hundreds of millions of dollars for Radvinsky. The UK-based company grew in popularity during the pandemic and has established itself as but it was big before then. I knew about it before then. Established itself as a way to generate a significant income online. In addition to superstar adult content creators, its creators also include Olympians and teachers who said their day jobs failed to pay them enough to make ends meet. What Olympians? The International Olympic Committee did not express concern about the situation. When asked by the Associated Press about athletes turning to OnlyFans, IOC spokesman Mark Adams said, "I would assume that athletes, like all citizens, are allowed to do what they can." Not my problem if these Olympic athletes are broke. That's a YP, not an MP, because he doesn't really care. He has like swimmers and stuff. Damn. Watching as sponsorships dry up and facing mounting costs, Jack Lauer was among the pantheon of Olympic athletes using the often controversial platform to get to the games or simply survive. After medaling at the Tokyo Olympics in 2021, Laffer, who is it Lauer or Laffer, who scored another bronze in Paris last week for the UK, said he was waiting for funding that never materialized. His account, costing $10 a month for his subscription, says he posts safe for work content in Speedos, briefs, and boxers. A recent post from the Olympics got more than 1,400 likes. Jesus. For me, it's been an absolute lifeline. I guess I should be saying this in a British accent. He said before he was whisked away mid-interview by a British team official, underscoring the sensitivity of the issue. Okay, they're like, stop talking about that. If you want him to stop talking about it, pay him more money, and then he will. He won't have to do it. Teachers, yeah, okay. But like, this is also misleading though, because a lot of people, if you're not like famous already, the site has like no discoverability features. So if you're not already an established creator on some other platform, whether it be Instagram, Twitter, Twitch, whatever it is, and you can't funnel people to it, you're not going to make that much money at all. Who said their day jobs failed to pay them enough to make ends meet. OnlyFans has said it is focused on empowering women, oh my god, and content creators to post sexually explicit content in a safe online environment. Though OnlyFans has tried to expand beyond sexually explicit content, pornographic material remains its best known product. In 2021, it briefly announced that it would ban, I remember this, it would ban sexually explicit content before quickly reversing course, and some creators on the websites promote I don't know why they would do this. You were immediately going to be ceding it to like a Fansly or like a market competitor. before quickly reversing course, and some creators on the website promote various interests such as photography, fitness, and makeup. Rudvinsky's company was not without controversy as well. A 2024 Reuters investigation reported on women who said they had been sexually enslaved to make money from the site. Terrifying. I'm sure that happens. No doubt, no doubt. I heard Britney Spears recently made an OF, but I don't believe it. I thought Britney Spears was recently arrested. I remember everybody getting mad at Bella Thorne. She was like a Disney kid or something like that. They said she was like gentrifying OnlyFans. If anybody remembers this discourse from several years ago, because like celebrities started joining and they were just posting like thirst traps. But people obviously with what they associate OnlyFans with had the expectation that, oh, they're going to post like more salacious material. They didn't. And so all of these people issued chargebacks. And I think that may have been one of the reasons why they tried to reverse it briefly and then they unreversed it. Let's see. Let's see. Before we get into more really fun analysis of the Iran war, you've got, I saw this. So everyone's favorite neoliberal centrist think tank, Third Way, also known as Turd Way, tried to argue this. We're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hasan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. John Cohen and at Lily Cohen write in Wall Street Journal Opinion. The Wolf, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. You've been subscribed for 10 months. I really, really appreciate it. Hassan Vad. This is so insane. It's so funny to watch people try to go after like anti-Zionists and like, you know, anti-Semitism on the left. Okay. And I say that in the way that I do, not because anti-Semitism doesn't exist on the left. It can exist anywhere. It's not, you know, there's nothing that being on the left or being anti-capitalist precludes you from being engaging in a particular type of bigotry or being a bigot yourself. Nothing incompatible there. I think it's far less likely, but it's not impossible, right? But you're over here worried about, you know, anti-Zionism, pretending like you're worried about anti-Semitism. Meanwhile, actual neo-Nazis, actual Nazis are gaining ground very, very quickly in the United States. Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Joe Kent, I think he's an anti-Semite. All of these, Nick Fuentes, all of these people, just like, but you're focused on this. So even if you manage, like, why this is your priority is like, it would only be your priority if what you cared about was not actually anti-Semitism, but anti-Zionism, which is so flagrantly fucking obvious in all of these cases. Anytime there's like concern trolling surrounding this. Actually kind of want to read this article. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. But John Favreau, Pod Save America, in this op-ed at Third Way tweet actually argues that Epstein class is an age-old trope pushed by Jew haters on the left. So you saying the word Epstein class, term that's been was coined by Ro Khanna, but uttered by John Ossoff, who is himself Jewish and a Democrat. Apparently that was him engaging in anti-Semitism. Like the new hair color. Thank you. Very, very real. Very permanent. Dem should be for the working class, not the Epstein class. I plead guilty to coining the phrase. These are wealthy and powerful individuals who use their networks and flaunt and well to flaunt the law. There are successful and rich people who have patriotic duty to abide by the law and give back. They are economic patriots, but those who abuse the law must be held accountable. Like, there are people that read this so uncharitably and with such a dark assessment, they actually think that what he's getting at is like a Jewish cabal and not the economic elites and billionaires that like run this country. And like just completely ignoring and sidestepping reality, pretty much, like trying to ignore the context that is reality, that our president, whose names are all over the fucking Epstein files, Donald Trump, I can't even think of another notable friend that Donald Trump has had, really, other, like with the exception of a few operatives that he was like affiliated with, other than Jeffrey Epstein. It seems like Trump was friends with like no one except Jeffrey Epstein at one point, you know? I know this is really unpopular, but I actually think Joe Kent and Tucker aren't on an anti-Semitic crusade right now. It's anti-Israel, legitimately. Not saying they both don't have those. How are you going to say that they're not really on an anti-Semitic crusade, but but you're saying, like, not saying they both don't have that? Aren't you kind of, like, negating your initial stance? But at least even Jon Favreau is like, this is stupid. This is like, he's not saying, I'll say it. This is dangerous for Jews. Stop it. Stop equating them. Stop equating Judaism and Jewish people with this shit. That is what's actually dangerous to be doing. Let's see. And I did want to see, he also talked about AIPAC spending. Hold on. Jon Favreau, I mean.
Moment will be the Democratic nominee for Senate.
So this was 4 days ago. Trump pushes $200 billion war plan as backlash grows, talking about the war. Then they talk about Tulsi Gabbard and Markwayne Mullins. Explosive hearings on the Hill. AIPAC's impact on Tuesday's Democratic primaries in Illinois. I saw a chatter in YouTube chat asking if I'd gone over it. I guess I'm going over it now. And Trump's latest money-making venture, his gold coin. Okay, where they talk about AIPAC spending. And let's see what the verdict is. Are you an anti-Semite if you point out that AIPAC has a ridiculous amount of influence in primary elections in the general election?
But the big story of the night was the role that pro-Israel advocacy group AIPAC played in several House primaries, where affiliated super PACs with AIPAC spent $22 million. At least $7 million of that $22 million was spent just in the 9th District primary, where Evanston Mayor Daniel Biss beat out progressive activist and longtime Crooked contributor Kat Abugazaleh. The catch is AIPAC directed most of their spending in that race against Biss, even though he had
Abugazaleh. I always want to say Abugazaleh.
As an Israeli mother and has refused to call what's happened in Gaza a genocide. But because he advocated for conditioning aid to Israel, AIPAC spent $7 million to defeat him, and they failed. And their candidate in the Illinois 7th lost as well, though AIPAC-backed House candidates Donna Miller and Melissa Bean won their primaries, so AIPAC went 2-2. In his victory speech, Biss called out...
And they were pulling out all the stops because they know that their brand has become poison because more and more Americans, especially post-October 7th, post-genocide, are now aware that, I didn't realize that there was this group that its explicit goal is to work tirelessly on behalf of another country that we're allied with and just uncritically back them no matter what. I didn't realize that everybody takes money from them, and there seems to be a Democratic and Republican consensus, foreign policy consensus that has been forged in large part, but certainly not the only reason why. It's one in like an entire matrix of reasons as to why that is the case. There is that consensus. That's influenced significantly by AIPAC. Now that voters are waking up to this, they have to come up with new strategies to get this money into these elections without it being sullied by the AIPAC brand. And what they've come up with is creating these shell super PACs that they push a bunch of money into. And they name them other things like Chicago Women's Strong PAC or whatever. And they just put the money in there and give it to the candidate that way. So there's degrees of separation and hope that nobody looks into the filings and actually checks the footnotes to see like where that money even came from for those super PACs, so that the candidates that they're pushing for are not sullied by this.
Group by name and criticized it, quote, supporting the idea that we can't accept nuance in the U.S.-Israel relationship. Other Democrats outside of Illinois are also reevaluating their relationship with the organization. Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego, a 2028 hopeful, told Politico this week that he wouldn't take any AIPAC money and called settler violence in the West Bank, quote, disgusting.
It is disgusting, but that is one of these, I'm always disappointed by it because these are like the safe criticisms that you can make of Israel. I wanted to, it's not a criticism, but like calling for a two-state solution. Netanyahu bad, war crimes bad. We need a ceasefire. We need the hostages to come home. They've already come home. Settlers bad. I'm not for a settlement expansion. So those are the safe positions. Now what gets laundered into that is no AIPAC. I won't take AIPAC money. But notice that they're not saying I won't take pro-Israel money. Notice that they're just going over to J Street. Daniel Biss in his literally thanked J Street in his victory speech after he beat Kat in the Illinois primary. He said, fuck AIPAC. And then like a couple of sentences later, he's like, couldn't have done this without J Street. It's the same thing. It is all in service of a pro-Israel agenda. It's not enough for them to swear off the AIPAC money. They need to swear off money from the Israel lobby.
What do you make of the role AIPAC played in Illinois?
On calling Israel an apartheid state already. No way. The guy who would, like Newsom is such a slimy motherfucker, man. The things that man will say and do to get power and to get elected. That dude would, like, pimp out his daughter if it meant he could get, like, this much closer to a higher public office. I truly believe that.
And just the role they're playing in Democratic primaries overall. I know you have a great piece about this in the message box today. Is it today?
Today. It came out today, Thursday. Yesterday.
Honestly, I read it this morning and I felt like it was already yesterday. God, it's been a long day. Anyway,
it's
great piece.
Today is Jack's 5th birthday, so we have been
happy birthday, Jack.
Yes, he woke up at about 5:20 this morning, which was awesome. He was very excited, but he also woke up at 5 yesterday because he thought yesterday was his birthday. So it's been a very busy day in our house. And if you want that message box or any other ones, you can subscribe at crooked.com/yeswedan for a 20% discount. End of organic plug. I think that what happened in the 9th District of Illinois is just the classic example of how asinine and counterproductive AIPAC's political strategy has been. Because Daniel Biss would have been a potential ally, not a ardent supporter of everything AIPAC stands for, but someone that they can engage with in good faith.
Doesn't matter. Not enough. Must uncritically back Israel. Any restrictions is too much. Any restrictions is like asking to put any restrictions on what the Israeli government wants to. That in and of itself is anti-Semitism.
Instead, they spent millions of dollars trying to defeat him. And now they've created an adversary. And you're seeing that across the board. And the problem for AIPAC is going in races. They don't run any ad. Now, the important thing to know here is they don't run any ads about the U.S.-Israeli relationship. They only run ads about other things. In New Jersey, when they were trying to defeat Tom Malinowski and accidentally elected the progressive opponent instead, they spent $2 million attacking him on ICE funding. In this race, when they switched their funding to
that's the other thing, but they don't only just use these shell packs or whatever. They also have realized that it's no longer like a bad thing that a candidate is not like super, just like uncritically like pro-Israel. So, or like, oh, they don't care about Israel enough. Like voters don't give a fuck about that. They never really did. But like, that's not going to be like a thing that you can point out as like a bad thing anymore. So instead, they're like, the word Israel like never comes up in these attack ads that they're funding.
Beat Kat. They try to suppress her vote at the end to make.
Who owns AIPAC? I don't know that PACs have owners. Like they have like boards and like founders. But I don't know that there's like a singular owner. It's not a nonprofit, but they're these like special interest groups or whatever usually like have boards and like heads of them. And people just donate. They like facilitate like taking money.
Maybe help Laura find their chosen candidate. They, through a group that was called like Elect Chicago Women, they ran ads accusing her of being a fake progressive. And so they operate with these shadowy groups running ads that have nothing to do with their stated
Soros owns AIPAC
as an organization to handpick Democrats. And that has polarized Democrats against them and hurt their cause. There will be less people in Congress less Democrats in Congress willing to deal with AIPAC because of the way they are acting in these primaries. And the thing is that they refuse to acknowledge the reality of how Democrats' perception, and really the country's perception of Israel has changed. There's been a dramatic shift among Democrats who approve of the U.S.-Israeli relationship, a dramatic shift among Americans who, whether they sympathize more with Israelis or the Palestinians. People attribute that to being a dramatic shift, being primarily about a shift among Democrats, but it's not. It is, like, yes, that is true. It is mostly among Democrats, but
it is the most dramatic among Democrats, but it's with independents, it's with conservatives as well, not to the same extent nearly, but all Americans you're seeing these polls change.
But even the number of independents who approve of the U.S.-Israeli relationship is down 19 points since the aftermath of October 7th. Among Republicans, it's down 9 points. And so you can't go in there and try to bludgeon people into 100% support of your agenda. And like the way that they have operated is like very bad for their cause. It is
up until now, right? It was working until now. It was working when it was not something that was at the front of people's minds, or they realized like what AIPAC did or what it stood for or what it was.
Stretching, sort of exploiting every loophole in campaign finance, and is essentially they're operating just in a way that Democrats should want to have nothing to do with them. Like it is such bad faith, cynical politics. And what makes it even worse is it's bad faith, cynical politics that is executed with abject incompetence, which as a former political operative does bother me as well.
Here's the problem with it.
What a nerd. That like to stake your criticism on that, but okay. It's not the other thing that they don't bring up that should make you angry is that it's like conservatives and like Republicans that are putting money into AIPAC that then funnel it into these Democratic races, because it's not enough for them to fund Republican races. They spend a ton of money. If not, I wouldn't even be surprised if it's probably the overwhelming majority of their money, like a super majority of their money, on Democratic races and influencing Democrats, because Republicans with all the fucking evangelicals are like way more likely to just kind of naturally align with the interests of AIPAC. But they want to be able to choose their opposition as well.
AIPAC. AIPAC wants you to think they are a pro-Jewish organization. They want you to think they...
Did you realize the Pod Save guys were actually based? You know, I have not... Critical Rad Theory, shut up. I have not declared them as based just yet. But I have noticed that Jon Favreau... I don't think... I'm not saying this to imply it's cynical or anything like that. He has made some pivots and embraced some criticisms of the Democratic Party that I just never thought I'd see him make. So I'm not willing to say that he's based or whatever, but I am liking what I'm seeing more and more coming from him, because he is willing to call out the excesses of the centrist Democrats and actually hold them to account and say, this is not only like, not only do I disagree with this, but like, it's stupid, it's bad politics, like there's merits to these progressive criticisms.
They're a pro-Israel organization. In reality, AIPAC is an organization that promotes Benjamin Netanyahu's government in Israel. AIPAC is an organization that supports spending our tax dollars to fund the Israeli military with no conditions. AIPAC is an organization that supports the Iran war that we have just spent most of the pod talking about, how badly it's going, how dangerous it is, how many lives it's taken, how much money it's costing. AIPAC is an organization that supports Israel fighting in Lebanon, which is starting to look like the war they fought in Gaza, which has led to thousands and thousands.
See, this is why I can't say they're based, because I'm like, war. What, there's no war in Gaza. There's a genocide in Gaza. There's not actually a war going on in Gaza. It's small stuff like that I don't regularly watch Pod Save, but I do be keeping an eye on Republicans and liberals, and this is, you know, who I like to keep an eye on. And so they say stuff like that, and I'm like, you're so close. You're so close.
And thousands of civilians dying, most of them children. That is what AIPAC supports. There's the policies AIPAC supports. If AIPAC truly believed that those policies are popular.
Who rated me? Oh shoot!
Then it would spend its considerable.
Sorry, I don't know why I'm not getting notifications for like raids or like alerts right now. But thank you so much for the raid, Bunker Cat 36. Really, really appreciate it.
Sources making
that was a long ass time ago. Okay, I barely saw it. Okay, I feel like I don't care if it's late. I'm gonna shut them out now.
Case to voters in support of those policies. The ads that AIPAC ran would be about the policies that AIPAC supports and the policies it demands the people who run for office that it supports also.
Wait, if they're going to be what?
Policies. The ads that endorses making the case are popular. If AIPAC truly believed that those policies are popular.
No, the policies could be popular and it's still not the best use of your money necessarily to spend it all talking about your policy agenda, because that is just really not usually what determines where people are going to put their vote, to be honest.
Then it would spend its considerable resources making the case to voters in support of those policies. The ads that AIPAC ran would be about the policies that AIPAC supports and the policies it demands the people who run for office that it supports.
If it were being intellectually honest, right? Like they would do that, but it's not a person. It's like this entity. It's like this monster that doesn't exist. Like all, you know, super PACs or whatever, like they have an agenda and they just go about it not in the most intellectually honest way. Even PACs and nonprofits that I agree with or whatever, they go about it in the way that they find to be most effective, and that doesn't always overlap. In fact, usually doesn't. Like just talking about their platform.
Reports also support. AIPAC doesn't do that. AIPAC's too scared to run on their policies. AIPAC will tweet about their policies in the Twitter world, but when it comes to running ads, when it comes to actually presenting a case to voters, AIPAC hides behind random super PACs, shady super PACs, different names, Concerned Women for Chicago or Illinois, right? Whatever they fucking call themselves in Illinois and New Jersey, and they do it all over the place. And they say, oh, other super PACs do that too. Yeah, sure they do. That doesn't make them any better. But
the other ones who do that are primarily
crypto,
the AI industry and the crypto industry.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, no, so okay. You're all the same then. And so if you believe in your policies, then go fucking have that debate. But you don't want to have that debate because you know your policies are unpopular. Because you know if you told a bunch of Americans that you support using their tax dollars to fund Bibi Netanyahu's fucking destruction of the Middle East, then they would tell you to go fuck yourself. That's what AIPAC is. And what they have done.
He speaks no lies here.
Done this by being like, if you're against AIPAC, then you're anti-Israel.
What they're hoping to do is manufacture public support again by quietly pushing in all of their candidates that are going to push for their agenda and hoping that eventually all of this dies down, people forget, people move on. Again, that's not even a stupid bet. People have a pretty bad amnesia in this country when it comes to some of the horrible, unspeakable things that like previous heads of state and admins have done. And just like that pro-Israel agenda, like will be there, and Americans will just quietly get back to embracing it.
And sometimes you're anti-Semitic and you're promoting anti-Semitism and you're promoting anti-Israel sentiment and all this bullshit, and it is fucked.
From what I read, it seemed like there were 4 different Israel-tied groups involved in the Illinois races. Yeah, that's actually it's probably more than that. Because there's like J Street and AIPAC, they're the big ones, and then it's not even getting into like the shell companies, the shell packs that they created for these races.
And you're promoting anti-Semitism and you're promoting anti-Israel sentiment and all this bullshit, and it is fucking bullshit, because all they do is go around and hide their true intentions and hide behind these super PACs and just like attack people from the left. They attack candidates from the left for things that they don't even believe, just to try to win these races. It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And I really hope that like 2028 candidate, if I were a 2028 candidate, if I were advising a 2028 candidate, I would not, none of them should take a dime from AIPAC.
Yeah, that would be a truly idiotic.
See, like, if he were to say, like, they shouldn't be taking a cent from the pro-Israel lobby, they shouldn't be taking money from J Street or whatever, then I'll call him based.
Decision if you wanted to be president of the United States.
And now when you say this, then you get, because we've gotten this before, then everyone's like, oh, you guys are doing a litmus test, and now you're saying that people who take from AIPAC shouldn't be in the party. No, be in the fuck.
God, like they like know their audience, or like there are actually going to be a non-insignificant amount of insufferable fucking libs in their audience being like, can you stop asking anything of Democrats? You're supposed to just uncritically support the Democrats. Why are you bringing this up? Who do you think
fucking
you are?
party. Run all you want.
I'm just giving
fine.
you advice.
I'm just giving you advice. Yeah. I'm not gonna. I won't support you. Like, I mean, you know, maybe if it's between you and Donald Trump, I'll support you. But like,
if
I'm gonna make my choice.
The primary, and you're the Democratic nominee.
Yeah.
Then
whatever.
I will support you.
Of course. But like, I'm not putting my money behind a candidate that does that. I just don't want to do that. It's ridiculous. We're taught like thousands and thousands of lives are at stake right now, and there's zero self-reflection from AIPAC about what the Israeli government has done. It's crazy. All right, before we get to Dan's interview, we just want...
Not wrong. All right, I did find the op-ed. Let me see if it's actually not paywall. There's like one arguing that Hasan is like a neo-Nazi or something. I don't fucking know. I guess we're gonna find out. A Jew hater. Because like I've noticed this like increasingly, and I'm not even saying I'm against it. Okay, I just don't like really who I see using it. With the exception of like an intermentum, like everybody who I see using this term is like a right winger, because they don't want to say the word anti-Semitism because they know it's soy, and they know their audience has been trained to like reflexively say that they don't give a fuck, man, about any sort of ism or ick type, like don't care about trans, like, or ia, like no icks, no ias, no isms. Don't care about racism, don't care about transphobia, don't care about anti-Semitism, like all of this stuff. They're like, yeah, so what? Based actually if somebody that I watch or like, you know, leans into those things. But so they have to say this term like Jew hate instead to get, and like now anti-Semitism, it's like, it's one of those things that I'm seeing the conversation move to like, what does it even mean anymore? It doesn't mean anything. So you can't use the word, even though like, just because there are obviously people that launder in like that try to say that like being anti-Zionism is synonymous with anti-Semitism. I don't think, one, the word needs to be abandoned. And two, like, yeah, there's a word for Jew hate. It's called anti-Semitism. It just doesn't need to include anti-Zionism. Oh, is that why they say that? I can't imagine why it's any other. Like, I heard Charlie Kirk saying this Jew hate, these Jew haters, this Jew hate, but he stopped talking about anti-Semitism so much. So, and like Kyle Kulinski also got a load of this. Hasan should sue these people for libel. He says on a daily basis that he's anti-Zionist, not anti-Semitic. Again, oh, Kyle, he knows it's one and the same to these people. And he repeatedly stresses that many Jews are on the front lines fighting against the apartheid ethno-state. The smear merchants, what do you want to bet that there were actually people that unironically saw this tweet from Kyle Kulinski and were like, merchant? Does he mean happy merchant in this context? Because we're talking about Jewish people? Is this a dog whistle? Is this anti-Semitism? I just know that there are people who take it that way. It's insane. Are getting desperate because they see the writing on the wall. Israel is cooked with the Dem base. Let's see. let's be real. Hasan isn't anti-Semitic in the cartoonish way that it's being portrayed, but he 100% hates every single Jewish person that isn't 100% against Israel, which is likely about 70 to 80% of Jews worldwide. Okay, but that's not anti-Semitism, even if I granted that. That would just be, again, this is like an ideological thing. That's like saying like, okay, just because the majority of a group support a thing does not mean your criticism or opposition to somebody within that group who also happens to support that thing is staked on their identity. If you, what's an example of this? Okay, you could find polling showing that there was majority support from Palestinians at one point to engage in suicide bombings as violent political resistance. Does that mean that if you are critical of suicide bombings, that you're anti-Palestinian? Under this logic, under this framework, if you plug in those characteristics and like replace anti-Semitism and Jews and supporting Israel and just do like replace it with like supporting Palestine, Palestinians and terrorism, does that make you anti-Palestinian? No. It's like only in this context that people are able to get this bizarre argument off the ground. Also, the Democratic quote-unquote base isn't with people like Kyle or Hasan. It's with Pod Save America and others, true liberals who aren't tanky adjacent. Okay, this is weird. Hasan should sue. He doesn't hate Jews as a collective. I cannot believe that these are the first replies. He doesn't hide his hatred to Jews as a collective. He shares it regularly. Anti-Zionism is a form of bigotry unless it's connected to a wider view that opposes the concept of a nation state. The pseudo-intellectual language you use after being brainwashed won't change it. I mean, like, they're not principally, like, they're not fundamentally wrong that, like, yeah, you can launder hatred into a different language, and that doesn't mean that, you know, like, this is not a good argument from Kyle Kulinski. Like, saying that you're, like, disclaimers that you're not anti-Semitic is not actually evidence that somebody is or is not anti-Semitic. A lot of people that are racist, a lot of people that are anti-Semites, like, they don't actually say, I'm a racist, I'm an anti-Semite. So you have to remember that to people that are convinced that Hasan is like this raging anti-Semite, they're like, yeah, we know that he says he's anti-Zionist, but what he really is anti-Semitic, because when you actually listen to the words that he says and his criticisms and how he goes about talking about it, he is talking about Jews. He's not talking about Zionists. So, like, that's never going to be persuasive to people. That would be like, Nick Fuentes repeatedly insists that he's just anti-Zionist. He's not, not anti-Semitic, therefore he's not. It's like only convincing to no one, literally, unless you are a fan of Nick and you actually believe that to be true. Let's see. Let's see. Can I read this? I can read it. Okay, cool. I had to make an account just so I could do this. So it wasn't like letting me through without a paywall. Let's see. This is already stupid. Democrats are too cozy with Hasan Piker. Like, dude, I can name on like two hands the Democrats that have aligned themselves and collabed with Hasan Piker, man. Like, no, they're not. It is like there is some, like, the Democrats are like not where, like, even if you found like the base is like where Hasan is on like more issues or whatever, like that would not mean that the Democrats or the Democratic establishment is like with Hasan. This is laughable. There's no excuse for failing to call it anti-Semitism on the left. I mean, I agree with this, but like, it's not, again, like, this is going to be about anti-Zionism, I bet you anything. By Jonathan Cohen and Lily Cohen. This was published March 19th of this year. This is a newsletter on American life, politics, and culture. As lifelong Democrats, we agree with Senator Ted Cruz on virtually nothing. I don't like where this is going, but Mr. Cruz was brave to decry anti-Semitism in the Republican Party. Mr. Cruz also, Ted Cruz warns GOP not winning battle against right-wing anti-Semitism. The senator calls Tucker Carlson the single most dangerous demagogue in this country. Yeah, after he like BTFO'd you in a fucking debate, right? Suddenly he became very, very dangerous. And like, again, to the extent that Tucker Carlson has like been anti-Semitic or whatever, that was never an issue until he started also bringing up criticisms of Israel. The right wing is more than happy to look the other way on anti-Semitism until it starts to include criticisms of Israel and motivate them. Then they draw the line, but then they're just showing what they actually care about is the anti-Zionism and the criticism of Israel. They don't care about hatred of Jews. So he wasn't brave by doing that. He's upset that he lost that debate and he needs to discredit Tucker Carlson. He wants Tucker Carlson to not run. Mr. Cruz is also named a big name, calling Tucker Carlson the single most dangerous demagogue in this country. Too few Democrats have followed Mr. Cruz's lead by calling out the rising anti-Semitism on the far left. That must change. We're talking about an admin again. Like the Dems were literally occupying the executive branch when that genocide got off the ground, and they're complaining that there's not enough support of Israel and calling out anti-Semitism on the Democratic Party and among the Democratic establishment. This is a joke. And now we're gonna connect this to Hasan Piker. How? The anti-Semitism spewed by Mr. Carlson, Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, and other far-right bigots is well documented and widely condemned. But the far left has anti-Semites too. No left-wing agitator is more influential and extreme than Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. Again, no left-wing agitator is more influential and extreme than Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. Mr. Piker is often called progressive, but that does violence to the term. Does violence to the term? Also, citation. Who's calling Hasan a progressive? I hear him call a tanky, a far leftist, a socialist, or whatever. I don't really hear people call him a progressive. A self-identified Marxist, he has referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred. I know what clip they're talking about with this. Like Missy pointed out in chat, the only way that they can get it off the ground is with a bunch of like badly cut clips that try to like frame him as anti-Semitic or whatever. But like it's like there's only been, I can't even like name it like the instances where I'm like maybe that crosses into anti-Semitic territory or whatever. But anti-Semitism is very unexceptional, so I don't even find it difficult to make anti-Semitic remarks or racist remarks. You know, that's different than someone being an anti-Semite. Like I'm sure Hasan is engaged in stuff surrounding like Graham Platner or whatever. Like he was like saying basically, he was like, you read like propaganda from Jewish Insider that made you think Graham Platner is like this or whatever. Like it's lies. Saying these articles in like Jewish Insider are like lies or whatever. I'm like, see, maybe you can make an argument there that like you're basically like scapegoating like Jews, or saying that like that publication lied and you're not being clear enough to not have those comments like land that way. But like as if like the only reason that you could have criticisms of Graham Platner is because you were lied to by like articles like Jewish Insider is like silly to me, that kind of stuff. But that's not what they're talking about. Like this inbred thing, like is there like a clip to this? Do they link to this?
Into southern Lebanon again.
Okay, the citation for this is a 74 subscriber YouTube page, Hasanetics TM, the Hasan Piker Archives, this 519 view video clip. Hasan calls Orthodox Jews inbred and thinks it's hilarious if they get set to fight for war and get killed. He's totally on board. Okay, let's see what this is. So this is, let's see.
For Orthodox men, whether they should continue to be allowed to be exempt from the military, but there has been a failure for that to happen.
Bro, literally both options are hilarious.
It says, Chief Sephardic Rabbi says ultra-Orthodox will leave Israel if forced into army. All these secular people don't understand that without kollels and yeshivas, the army would not be successful, says Yitzhak Yosef, sparking backlash across the political spectrum. Yeah, my understanding is that the Orthodox are exempt from conscription, which is mandatory in Israel, and there is growing resentment among the Israeli public and just globally at this dynamic going on, because these are also like the hard line, like far right that keep Bibi in power, and then they don't even want to serve or have to be subjected to conscription or all these wars and genocides that they rah. So yeah, no shit, there's like going to be increasing like public pressure and negative sentiment against them.
The ultra Orthodox Jews leaving Israel, fucking hilarious. Okay? If they serve in the military and then they get their fucking untrained inbred asses shipped into southern Lebanon, again, very funny.
This again, the title for this is Hasan Piker calls Orthodox Jews untrained and inbred. Aren't they like by definition like untrained? Like they have no interest in participating in the army, and they're literally threatening to leave if they have to be conscripted into any warfare or anything like that. He probably shouldn't say inbred. If like the argument is that he uses this, he's an equal opportunity thing. I can even grant this to you, but tell you right now that clips like this, it is going to come off as anti-Semitic, because the suggestion is going to come off that like, oh, these people are just like fucking their cousins or whatever. Fine, this is like the closest thing.
I don't know if it'll happen, but I'm totally on board with this. I think it's hilarious. let them serve. Let them fight, dude. If they want the smoke, if they don't want to be conscientious objectors, which some are, and you know, that's valid, and I'm with them all the way.
And then, like, this again, he thinks it's hilarious if they get sent to fight for war and get killed. Yeah, it is. Hello? In the sense that it's just like a fuck around, find out sentiment. That's not, I don't understand how this is like particularly anti-Semitic or whatever. That, yeah, if the people that are the loudest voices and champions of a particular war or genocide are then forcibly conscripted into it, and then they end up perishing as a result of a thing that they literally asked for, that is like Schadenfreude. No shit.
Okay.
If he's talking about the settlers, probably grants him the inbred claim.
Again,
Could be one of those things that something can be true, and it can also, depending on the way, the context that you use it, can nonetheless be construed as like anti-Semitic or whatever. So I think that this veers into anti-Semitic territory. But like, what? Like, my prescription is that he should not make comments like that, not that he should, publicly apologize for that, or I don't know. Like, what's the prescription from these people? Like, they think that the only prescription would be like deplatforming. That doesn't make sense to me. There's a high rate of inbreeding amongst the Orthodox. Even Ethan Klein has joked about this. Yeah, I've heard this, but like, you can think about it like this. 1350, right? This is obviously like, when people bring that shit up, it's like a dog whistle, right? But it's not untrue that there's disproportionate amounts of criminality from particular demographics in this country, and that's for a variety of historical and socioeconomic reasons. And with respect to Black Americans, that is obviously because of a lack of generational wealth, over 200 years of chattel slavery. Yes, like, these sorts of things are going to have effects that you can definitely see today, and that's going to mean disproportionate levels of poverty that can lead to criminality and stuff like that. But just because something is true doesn't mean that, like think about, like, a fact on its own can't be racist or bigoted or whatever. But we don't really present facts in isolation. We typically present them to tell a narrative or to tell a story. So when people are bringing up things like Blacks do a lot of crime, though, Black people are engaged in it, like, have that's like a true thing. It's not racist to say that. Or you can actually find high rates of like inbreeding among Orthodox Jews. I'm like, that might be true, but like, what story are you trying to tell by like telling me this fact? Like, what are you trying to suggest here? So I think that it would be wise to not make comments like this again, even if they are funny to people, even if they are true, because the mere appearance in some cases, you were just it's not funny enough to warrant the scrutiny that and backlash that it's going to get. It can be genuinely offensive in some cases to people, which is a demographic that he says he's concerned about. And, I don't think using more discretion and care surrounding certain comments and like sensitive topics like this is like cucking yourself or placing like significant parameters on people. If anything, I actually think it strengthens the criticisms of Israel and the criticisms and the anti-Zionist position, because you can just circumvent all of these bad faith accusations of anti-Semitism and not hand them stuff like this, The ultra-Orthodox are also religious extremists. Yeah, but like, say that. That is true. They are like armed psychos that the country supports with settlement expansion. Like, talk about that. It is so much more fruitful and a better use of time to talk about stuff like that than to talk about, did you know that there's lots of inbreeding there? Because like, that's not the issue to me. The issue is like, sure, we could talk about that on a different day. The issue is that these people are like war criminals. These people are like stealing land and engaged in pogroms in the West Bank. That is where the criticism should be. It should not like veer into stuff like this, because it's just a huge distraction, and you're just begging it to be misinterpreted or taken out of context. And like, people can't consume like the entire corpus of work and streams that you have, even if you're like one of the most documented people, which he is, right? You're liable to say stupid shit, because they're just gonna see that one clip. I think you're maybe putting more thought into the comments than Hasan did. 100%. 100%. Why do you think he said that? I think so carelessly, and opened himself up to that criticism, which, depending on the reason why it's being made, could be more valid, right? I think he says stuff like this because he's not thinking. I don't even think it's motivated in part. I don't think it's motivated by anti-Semitism on his part. But whether or not somebody is motivated by something does not mean that they're not enabling that or contributing to it. You can unintentionally contribute to these things. Because again, it's very unexceptional, a lot of this type of bigotry. That's the religious Zionists. The ultra-Orthodox don't do the settlements, really. It depends. I know you can find, like, they're very, very small, but some ultra-Orthodox that, like, think the establishment of the State of Israel is wrong. But these are, like who the people, like, I will see Palestinian activists be like, look at these, like, religious Jews or whatever. They don't like Israel, but it's like, yeah, but if they, like, thought anything else, you wouldn't support, like, just, I don't see the point in, like, pointing to, like, the fringe or whatever to make these arguments. Okay, so he says that employed anti-Semitic dog whistles, bloodthirsty violence, I'm not going to say that, I have no idea if it's TOS, against an anti-Hamas viewer of his stream. I can't watch the clip because I'm too scared I'm going to get clapped, but okay. Compared liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, that's just funny, it's not offensive, and said, I mean, I know what he's getting at, I don't even disagree with him. I don't think it's the most productive, but that's different than it being anti-Semitic. Zionism is a political movement, it's an ideological movement. So, and it's an ethno-nationalist movement. Nazism, a core tenet of Nazism is ethno-nationalist. So the idea that you could be like a liberal Zionist is, in my view, a contradiction in terms, because that would be as absurd as saying you could be like a liberal Nazi. But I realize that people compartmentalize these things in such a way that it's like they think that they have rectified these positions. Okay. The better way to explain them is like PEPs, Progressive Except Palestine. There's like a liberal, that's more accurate than liberal Zionists, in my opinion. And said Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state. They have a citation for this. Let's see. I also don't think that this is an anti-Semitic comment. You can just say it's like true or not. Because again, this was used for the citation that he is anti-Semitic. Like this is just this is a spicy political opinion you don't agree with. As the lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state, and the real harm happening here is that another illegal stolen land sale is taking place at another synagogue. This was January 9th of this year. How is this anti-Semitic? What? Mr. Piker's depravity doesn't stop there. His misogyny is... Okay, let's see what the misogyny citation is. Let's see. Oh my god, why am I looking at a clip of Hasan that is this old? What the fuck? Okay, let's see. Holy shit. Dude, I have not seen this man at this weight since I was in high school, really. Holy fuck. Okay. This is like what cringy shit that he did for like TYT. Yes, please. I'm probably not gonna think, it's probably gonna be just funny. Let's see.
Bringing out the alpha male in you. A few things to consider when you're thinking about Lady Gaga as a top contender for Babe of the Week should be the fact that she might have a penis. The fact that Lady Gaga might have a small penis does...
Wow, not just misogyny, trans misogyny. Hold him accountable, Wall Street Journal. Look at that.
Absolutely terrify me. Here's why the 5-second rule works. Because when you start thinking for longer than 5 seconds, you're immediately not thinking with your dick and also thinking with this pesky thing up here that we like to call our brains.
Okay, given the music, I vaguely remember these. Isn't it sort of a joke? The idea that you're gonna try to present this like serious misogyny that he must be held accountable for. What? Like, if anything, this comes off the like, oh, you might start thinking with your brain instead of with your dick. Don't do that. That seems like a indictment of men based on their skit. Like they seem like skits, yeah.
So once you start thinking with your brain, you're immediately going to psych yourself out. Come back again next week when we discuss the legendary
his head looks so small relative to his body. It's so funny.
Question of all time: old enough to count, old enough to mount? Question mark. I want to say thank you to Miley Cyrus for showing off her camel toe at the VMAs the other night. I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it. Look, this is a classic example of what happens when your father doesn't pay attention to you. You turn out to be a slut who's craving for attention, and then I tend to pick you up at a bar late.
The music definitely doesn't mean serious monologue. No, it does, because the Wall Street Journal argued it. I cannot believe they cited this tweet. This is so stupid.
Night and bang you out on the first day. Bringing out the alpha male in you. A few things to consider.
This is cringy. It's like not really like the last one is like the closest thing or whatever to it, but just bad. But I don't find it to be, I guess, like these don't like shock the conscience to me. That is so funny. Okay, His misogyny is indistinguishable from that of far-right influencers. Okay, so you were supposed to look at that and like not be able to tell the difference. Links to another thing. Louis Theroux exposes the manosphere scam. Male influencers sell a lifestyle they often don't live themselves. I haven't watched the Louis Theroux documentary. I want to. Okay. He believes America deserved 9/11. Do I even need to play the? I probably can't play this.
Ain't.
Okay. I probably can't play it, but we all know this clip, right? I know this clip. This was 5 years ago. It's 53,000 views. Popular Twitch streamer Hasan Piker says that America deserved 9/11 in a video game. This video took forever to find because YouTube hides the video from search results. What is the implication here that like YouTube is like sweeping for Hasan? Scared to watch it, but it's so iconic. He said in a video game, a brave mujahideen fighter. He praised the Chinese Communist Party, saying, in terms of good governance, there's a lot we can learn from the way they perform out there. It's just facts. Like, I don't understand like what the issue with this is. Yes, there are aspects of even a repressive regime like the CCP that are admirable. Look into how they are creating solar panels and the fucking all the public infrastructure that they have built, right? It is at the cost of liberties at different times, which you can be critical of, but I don't understand, like, what? Like, why is this an issue? Mr. Piker is an like, I know I shouldn't say this, the Wall Street Journal, I know why it's an issue. Like, any praise of China is perceived as, like, China simping to these people. Maybe you can read the transcript. I'm not handing people those clips. Mr. Piker is anti-American, anti-women, anti-Western, and anti-Semitic. You're just making him sound fucking like so okay. To anybody who like this is so unserious. So like to characterize it, like they think that they have actually made a compelling, like made the argument successfully that he's anti-American, anti-woman, anti-Western, anti-Semitic or whatever. Like, okay. Probably anti-Western for sure. Probably anti-American in some way. He'd probably be proud to say that one. Anti-woman and anti-Semitic, they have not even become close to be able to justify that. The most that they could find is cringy comments from over a decade ago. Most of which were skits. They didn't have anything recent for that. Imagine being pro-America right now. I mean, the Wall Street Journal op-ed fucking editorial board can. No Democrat should engage with him. No Democrats are not engaging with him. All should seek to push him from the fringe where he belongs. This isn't happening. Okay. Well, like, what do you mean when you say this isn't, like, if you are saying it's not happening now, I agree with you. Okay. But if you're saying, like, this isn't happening as if, like, you're wish casting, like, this needs to not happen, then TBD. The Pod Save America team put him on stage at CrookedCon. The Pod Save Boys irresponsibly platformed Hasan Piker. Abdul El Sayed, a candidate for Senate in Michigan, tweeted a picture of himself celebrating Piker with a supporter. And then, like, probably also celebrating the comments that he made on 9/11, right? California Representative Ro Khanna, a possible presidential hopeful, pushed back on X against concerns we raised about anti-Semitism on the far left by declaring his pride and going on Mr. Piker's feed. Mr. Piker chimed in to support him. Oh my God, let's see. I am proud to stand with at Graham Fermain, at Zohar Mamdani, and join the at Hassan the Hun feed. The problem is with the neocons in our party who blundered into Iraq. 20 years in Afghanistan, Libya, Gaza, and now support the Iran war. Out with the old guard. We need a new moral direction. Ooh, I bet this triggered some people. This was on March 12th. This was in response to the author of this piece saying, would love to see more Dems calling out anti-Semitism on their own side with the same fervor. It starts with admitting how big of a problem it is, then revoking all support for Platner, icing out Mamdani, alienating Piker, and candidates who join his stream. When Dave Rubin is saying you are the worst, that's how you know you've done something right, man. What should I link? Critical Rad. Let's see. I love Hasan. I don't care if I'm banned from his chat. Why were you banned? Let's see. Here. You stand with a guy with a Nazi tattoo. A mayor who says global... I mean, he covered up that Nazi too with a horrifically, even uglier tattoo. A mayor who says globalized intifada never said that. He just says it's not anti-Semitic. He's literally gone so far as to say he will actively discourage people from using that fucking statement, even though I didn't think he needed to do that, but whatever. And another who denies our words on 10/7 and supports Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis. I know the thing about the Houthis is true. I don't know about Hezbollah or Hamas. You express this while there is an active shooter situation at a synagogue in Michigan. You're a terrible person. Okay, so it's like wrong time or something. Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. When I think pro women, I think of the Wall Street Journal. Oh yeah, one and the same. You look up if, like, there, there was like pro woman in the dictionary, this article would probably like pop up. Let's see. If Ro KKK Kana supports the anti-Zionist hate movement, endorses a genocide libel, and effectively calls for violence against Jews, he should not be a congressman. His vile Jew hatred has no place in the West. All eyes on the anti-Zionist hate movement. Disturbing. That has hundreds of likes. Yeah, California Representative Ro Khanna. Yeah, presidential hopeful. Handing Mr. Piker a microphone. And here's the article. I'm dropping the op-ed in chat. A microphone. Is it you don't get to decide if Hasan Piker has a microphone or not. He is huge on his own, independently. It doesn't hinge on whether Democrats support him or not. Isn't magnanimous or respectful of views that test your priors. Going on to show isn't a sign of bravery, of willingness to talk to the other side, or to show up in challenging places. All these things do is support a bigot. But few dare speak that truth. Yeah, it's really, really hard to find criticism of Hasan Piker online from liberals and Democrats, okay? Is this stream anti-Zionism? Sure. The only I don't lean into like labeling like that, but I mean, it falls into that category whether I lean into that or not. The only prominent Democrat to call out Mr. Piker's bigotry directly so far is New York Representative Richie Torres. Everybody's the favorite, the representative from New York. Mr. Torres sent a letter to Twitch in October 2024 detailing Mr. Piker's anti-Semitism. Other Democrats must follow suit. Yeah, I don't think anybody needs to be following in the footsteps of Representative Richie Torres. Left-wing anti-Semites are savvier than the Nazi endorsers on the right who marched in Charlottesville, Virginia, and sat for dinner with the president. The anti-Semites of the left cloak their attacks and critique of the president's Israeli leadership. It's almost like the overwhelming majority of the people that you're trying to insist are anti-Semites are not anti-Semites. And they're actually, it really does start and end with just criticism of Israeli leadership or of Zionism. It is not going beyond that. Many American Jews, including us, abhor Israel's current leaders. Like, yeah, be bad, we're not. Criticism of Israel isn't anti-Semitic. Okay, they will like always say this and then go on to treat it like it is. The Israel-Hamas war, again, Israel-Hamas war, it is a genocide, it's not a war, was a humanitarian catastrophe for Gazans. It's a bit more than that. Settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank is appalling. I literally said, they're like hitting it to a tweet. I literally said while we were watching the Pod Save things that they will, here are the safe criticisms of Israel. Or like you say, I want a two-state solution. Settlers bad, Bibi bad. It's sad what's happening. And also I don't like what's happening in the West Bank. Literally, it is always these platitudes. It's all their stupid disclaimers that mean nothing. But the Jew hater, like, and I say it means nothing because these people that repeat these truisms consistently support the status quo. Okay, these might nominally be their positions, but they support people like Representative Richie Torres, who also say these things and have no interest in furthering any of these goals or challenging the establishment in Israel. But the Jew haters on the left go much further. They use loaded words on social justice seminars. Apartheid, genocide, settler colonialism. They put all of those in quotations as if they don't mean anything. You might not understand them. In this case, they actually do know that these words are not just buzzwords and they actually carry actual meanings, and they know that. They just don't think it applies, so they're doing the thing where they play stupid and like they don't know what words mean. They push age-old tropes about Jewish wealth and influence. Epstein class turning tax the rich into tax the Jews. What? This is literally... Where is that clip of BB saying that like Free Palestine is the new Heil Hitler? Hold on. I'm not kidding. This clip, yes, this is a real clip. This is not deepfake or AI. He actually said this.
Hitler. Free Palestine is just today's version of Heil Hitler.
These are supposedly liberal Democrats that are writing for the Wall Street Journal, who are like repeating, like, again, tax the rich is tax the Jews. So the citation for this is a tweet from the 46th mayor of the city and county of San Francisco, Daniel Lurie. At an event this afternoon, a group of individuals that were chanting tax the rich began to shout tax the Jews. This was an event I put on with Supervisor Mahmoud, labor leaders, and dozens of workers to announce a plan that creates more jobs for those workers and housing for San Franciscans. Suggesting that Jews are wealthy is a tired trope. And wait, what? Suggesting that Jews are wealthy is a tired trope? That is not what the trope is. Like, the suggesting that Jews are miserly is what is what's anti-Semitic. Not saying that Jewish people have money. What? And targeting our community at an event focusing on creating economic opportunity for San Franciscans is decidedly anti-Semitic. I will never accept hate directed at the Jewish community or any community in our city. Those are not San Francisco values. We're better than that. Nobody else said it, and the rest of the protesters went after. I was about to say, somebody put, this is a categorically false and misleading statement, conflating the people protesting your policies with a random and hateful disruptor whom the other protesters immediately challenge and push to leave the premises. As a leader, you should know better than to lie. I was going to say, if this happened, where's the video? You guys, ads start in 3 minutes and 30 seconds, basically. That means that if you do not want to be interrupted watching this stream with ads, unfortunately, you could subscribe to me or cross your fingers and hope to be gifted a sub in my chat by another generous viewer. You could also use your Amazon Prime thing and also avoid it that way. Just saying. This isn't, like, if somebody has a video of this or whatever, would love to see it. But yeah, obviously that is fucking, like, anti-Semitic as shit to say this. But, like, a group of individuals, like, it sounds like it was one person. People immediately were like, fuck off, go away, fuck you. And they replaced the word Jew with Zionist. Again, like, there are some, you can tell when people are doing this, when, like, anti-Zionism is just like a fig leaf for, like, a more nefarious agenda, because again, they called out the people that actually do this shit, and it's Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Fuentes, whatnot. But they have not even begun to even come close to making the case that Hasan is doing this. I can't post links in YouTube. Well, that's what Twitch chat is for, because you can't post them there. This language is more than offensive. It can beget violence. Last year, an alleged murderer seemingly inspired by left-wing rhetoric killed 2 people for the crime of being at the Capitol Jewish Museum. I think about this every single time I stream. Why? Because if I go to remove paywall, I don't know why, but this is like, the default thing is like the report from the LA Times that I read on this. Active terror, Israeli embassy workers killed in DC were at Gaza aid event. Although, Ken Klippenstein actually has a really good article talking about how he got access to messages and group chats from the person who perpetrated this act, and how they were not motivated by, like, they did not have a history of making, like, anti-Semitic comments and whatever. Like, you can try to argue that it was anti-Semitic because of the place that they went to, but, like, they didn't go to, like, a place of worship. They went to, like, a political event. So Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Really, really appreciate it. Let me see what you put. Unrelated, or did I miss it? And did I miss it, or have you yet to cover the remaining Bride of Charlie episodes? No, I have not, because Candace is, I need to, like, I want to, like, skim those off stream to see, like, what the best portions are, because, like, she really had, like, nothing to go off of. And it can be fun to watch your schizo post for a little bit, but I do grow tired of it very quickly. So unless somebody, like, wants to donate a bunch of subs to get me to, like, skip to it right now or whatever, taking a little break. Obviously, it goes without saying that just because I think that this was motivated by that this was not necessarily, like, anti-Semitic in nature, that I thought it was primarily a like political terrorism or whatever, that, like, I think it was obviously abhorrent. Democrats must understand that accepting anti-Semitic figures like Mr. Piker into the mainstream puts Jewish Americans' lives in danger. There's no excuse for putting political tribalism before Jewish safety, or for overlooking hatred to generate likes online, or for failing to act against the surge of anti-Semitism. I like agree with all of these statements in a vacuum. I don't think you should be overlooking hate for likes. I don't think you should be putting political tribalism before the safety of Jews to the extent that you have any control over that. I don't think you should be not calling out anti-Semitism. I just don't think that they have made the case that Hasan Piker is like a major or like massive like anti-Semite. They've not even come close to it. Spread by the Hasan Pikers of the world and normalized by too many on the Democratic side. We're all for a big tent, but the Democratic Party needs to draw a line in the sand. Hasan Piker and his fellow Jew haters belong on the other side. Mr. Cohen is a co-founder and president of Third Way, where Ms. Cohen is a press advisor. She was 100% a plant. Who is a plant? What is a Hasan Piker? I don't know. I only know about Hasan Piker. This guy is like new to me. And he should not be in the Democratic Party. Apparently. Let's see. That is so funny, man. I do want to look a little bit more at that Illinois race. Give me a second. Even though it was like a week ago, but fuck it, why not? Where so like Humanist Report went off. Okay. He went off after this election race. Oh, wait. Ogre Boy, link me this. So, like y'all were saying that like Gavin Newsom already walked back the like anti-apartheid statements or like the apartheid statements with respect to Israel or something. Newsom talks Trump at 2028 and where he draws the line on Israel. So this was published today. San Francisco. It was one of those days in San Francisco. Sun shining, temperature just right. The city at peak charm. This was wealthier weather that makes you forget about the gloomier days, those that evoke the old chestnut attributed to Mark Twain. The coldest winter I've ever spent was summer in San Francisco. It was so understandable that when Governor Gavin Newsom arrived at Sam's Grill for our conversation, he lingered, jacket off. When I first dragged my eyes over this, it looked like it said he jacked off. He lingered, jacket off, outside the 159-year-old restaurant for a few minutes. Newsom was catching up with his original political patron, Sam's regular, and San Francisco mayor for life, Willie Brown. I didn't want to disrupt the reconvening of two mayors, but Dungeness Crab awaited. I won't bury the lead. Newsom eventually took a few bites of the glorious array of seafood, sourdough, and avocado that Sam's brought to our table. It was the last of these that tempted the governor because the avocado evoked a memory from his otherwise forgettable tenure as lieutenant governor when he was Governor Jerry Brown's understudy for 8 years in Sacramento. One of the only happy political memories from that period was when Newsom, in an all-Hague-like seizure of Al-Hague, who's this? Al-Haig, former Secretary of State under Nixon. Oh, okay, got it. Seizure of executive power took advantage of Brown being out of state one day to use his powers as acting governor to declare the avocado California's state fruit. Not a joke, folks. Newsom can laugh about it now. He's the de facto leader of the opposition to President Donald Trump, his party's early frontrunner for 2028, and author of the best-selling memoir, Young Man in a Hurry, a memoir of discovery. Everything that is asserted here is like so dubious. Holy fuck. Do you watch Tucker being interviewed by the woman for The Economist? No, I want to watch Tucker, like the title says, like talking to Professor Zhang, but I might take a look at that either today or tomorrow, just depends. For Newsom, Sam's is home. The governor's father, like, blah, blah, like, okay, whatever about this. Where is the stuff about apartheid? So I want to read this whole thing. So let's wrap here with a few lightning round adjacent questions. Do you consider yourself a Zionist? Do I consider myself Zionist? I revere the state of Israel. I'm proud to support the state of Israel. I deeply, deeply oppose Bibi Netanyahu's leadership, his opposition to the two-state solution, and deeply oppose how he is indulging the far right as it relates to what's going on in the West Bank. Dude, what did I just say? It literally just happened in the Wall Street Journal article. Now he's doing it. He is a Zionist. Plain and simple. These are, like, again, this is the Zionist credo. Saying these things. Bibi bad. Likud bad. I want a two-state solution. The rockets need to stop. I don't like the settlers. I don't like what's going on in the West Bank or whatever. And I don't like the far right. I have humanitarian concern. Do you regret using the... So he like total dodge. But the answer is yes. I would say yes. You're a Zionist if you say these things. Okay? You say and believe these things. When you're asked, do you consider yourself a Zionist? Do you regret using the word apartheid to describe Israel? I do in this context. What? So there's a context where it's true and a context where it's not. Please introduce it. I said it and I referenced why I said it. A Tom Friedman article in that same sentence where Tom used it in the context of the direction that BB is going. Oh, okay. So it's apparently not an apartheid state right now. It could be that way at some point, but not right now. Not the current state. Correct. So, okay, no, we're just walking it back. And it sounds like he's trying to pretend like he never said it in the first place. And that is a legitimate concern that I have, that I share with Tom, that direction, if that vision and that direction of the far right that BB is indulging, dude, that is not just like, BB is a reflection of where Israeli society is with respect to that. It is an apartheid state. That if they see the full annexation of the West Bank, then he thinks that occupation is going to end. But that's not something, that's a word you may hear others use. But we heard you use it. Pondering Politics, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Really, really appreciate it. How are you doing? Did you see Alan Dershowitz say Trump would have prevented the Holocaust had he been POTUS instead of FDR? No, I didn't see that Alan Dershowitz clip. I did see him argue that the age of consent should be lowered. I've seen that Dershowitz clip. Have you seen that Dershowitz clip? Thank you so much for the $10. But that's another amazing comment from the Dersh. We love to see it. Oh my God. Look at these questions. These are the lightning round questions. Should the U.S. try to bring democracy to Cuba? Demonic question. Should the U.S. defend Taiwan if the Chinese invade? That it's not a question of whether or not that's going to happen. If you're staying at the strategic ambiguity, are you going to hang the... Wait, what? So if you do run for president, you get the nomination. Man, they are going to hang the city. What is this question? Symbol of lefty excess. No. You'll embrace the city if you run for president. I celebrate it. I revere it. I revere the state. I revere its cities. This is so weird. Oh, I hate this man. He is like... He's like a skinwalker. Okay. Now we get to... No. Sorry. Newsom is so off-putting to me. Let's look at this. So, Humanist Report, aka Mike, goes off on progressives that can't count. This video, I saw like some parts of it. It is hilarious. Kat Abugazaleh lost. Mike goes off after progressive splits votes. So here we go.
Well, we had some pretty significant elections take place tonight in the state of Illinois. Specifically, there were multiple Democratic...
This was on March 18th.
Party primaries, and in a word, they were disastrous. I don't know how else to describe it. Basically, it was the worst case scenario across the board. Multiple progressives got wiped out, progressives split the vote, and AIPAC is now doing a victory lap online. Literally, they tweeted out, being endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna, Justice Dems, and Sunrise Movement was a kiss of death in Illinois. Democratic voters rejected their extreme anti-Israel candidates, instead choosing mainstream candidates. AIPAC is proud to help defeat 6 would-be squad members tonight. Yeah, so that kind of just goes to show you how the night went. And it's interesting that they talk about defeating anti-Israel candidates because the individuals that they backed, well, they didn't actually mention Israel at all. They were attacking some of them from the left. They know that Israel is toxic because the Democratic Party base doesn't support Israel anymore, so they had to pretend like that wasn't the main issue in this race or a dividing line in the Democratic Party, and they had to create shell packs to endorse candidates through proxies, like elect Chicago women, because if voters saw that it was AIPAC, then they would run away from that. Yeah. But there's a lot of really clear lessons to be learned from multiple races tonight, and we're going to get to that. And quite frankly, I'm fucking pissed off. Like, I'll just be honest. I'm fucking pissed off because this result was entirely avoidable. So let's start with the first race in the 8th Congressional District of Illinois. And I'm just going to read this headline that explains the result. AIPAC, AI Money propels Melissa Bean to comeback victory in Illinois. Now, when you look at the results, she beat her progressive challenger, who was endorsed by Bernie Sanders, Junaid Ahmed, by 5.1 points. But if you go down, there was also Yasmin Bankole, who is another progressive. She got 9.6% of the vote, but both progressives lost. Now, pivoting to the race that a lot of people were watching, which is the 9th Congressional District, there was so much money being poured into this race. Bernie Sanders did not endorse, although...
Homeschool historian, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Really appreciate it. Why is Newsom off-putting to you? I am thinking electability. Also, what do you suggest? Why? Okay. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this now. I will keep saying it. When it comes to the primary, stop trying to think that you understand the median voter. Okay? I don't pretend to understand the median voter. You don't know the median voter. The pollsters least of all. Democratic consultants least of all. Just vote for who you want. In the primary, the entire point is to choose the candidate that you want. That is your time to be able to actually shape and influence the direction of the party. So stop thinking about maximizing the margins for Dems in the general or whatever. That is the time. I really do think that people really, like, when they think electability, like, you end up ventriloquizing a person that, like, doesn't exist. So if you're like, because I heard this in 2020, people supporting Joe Biden over Bernie Sanders for electability reasons or whatever. And it's one of those like, oh, like, he can't win because no one will vote for them, or they can't win. But if you vote for them, they will win. So why do we do this? Just vote for who you want. Okay. And then if the person that you don't want doesn't win, then vote for them and vote for the candidate that made it to the general in the general. I don't understand. That is when you should be using your vote and using your leverage. That's the main way to do it. So I don't think you should be voting in primaries based primarily off of electability. I think that should be much lower. But like factor it in. But like, it seems to be like, so many people say like, oh, I don't really want to be voting for Newsom, but like electability, it just to me seems self-fulfilling. And I'm like, is that really it? Or like, are you just sublimating your support for Newsom or whoever it is under the guise of like, oh, it's not me that supports this, it's everybody else. If you support Newsom, just say you support Newsom, honestly. And why is he off-putting to me? Have you ever seen a video of this man? Let me see. Let me find the we'll do a quick little detour here really quick. Him talking, why did I go to Twitch? Him talking about his mom and being at her bedside while she was engaged in illegal physician's assisted suicide. Hold on. I'm not kidding. Let's see. Where is it? Was it this? It might have been this. I voted for who I wanted. I will vote for the next person in line. Okay, well, good. Then don't worry about like electability or whatever. If you think that a California Democrat is necessarily the most electable guy, and when it's this person and what he's attached to, like, I'm telling you, I don't even think that the electability pitches for Gavin Newsom right now are just not persuasive to me whatsoever. I'm really not convinced of that. Like, there's enthusiasm among the Democratic base for him. And maybe that's an argument that he's electable. But, like, don't say that it exists in large numbers among independents. I don't see it. Is this where he talks about it? Yeah, it was here.
San Francisco lost, ran for state senate.
Oh my God, this audio, it's so bad.
Said he had a breakdown that required him just to leave, and he just took off to Lake Tahoe, Truckee area, and that was it. We saw him episodically when we were growing up. He was there every 3 or 4 weekends, maybe a week or so every summer, and came back into our lives much later. But it was my mom, hard work, grit, never complained, explained, came from no wealth, single, bedroom, and she just made ends meet, made things work, and gave me the grit and gave me a work ethic that's frankly allowed me to survive in politics this many years.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about that grit.
People say that Gavin Newsom is not really like a progressive, not really a lefty, but have they heard this audio from this interview? Just saying.
About your mom giving you that grit and your dad teaching you other things like the love of the outdoors and poetry. But it really is striking to me how distant you describe, and you're really detailed and pretty raw about how distant you felt from both of your parents, and especially your mom. You call her
absolutely audio. I was gonna say leftist audio, but sure.
Impenetrable to you.
Yeah, look, I mean, the title has meaning, young man in a hurry. I've been in a hurry. I've been always trying to chase something.
It's like best-selling. Like, again, who is buying these books?
A mask on, and my face was going into it. I was becoming, I wasn't becoming myself. It was the biggest fear my mom had of me getting into politics. She never wanted me to go into politics, which I never understood until I learned in the process of writing this That was the reason for their divorce. She never explained that. They never talked about that. When I grew up, I lost my mom almost 20 years ago to breast cancer, and I was hustling back then. I was a small business person. I'd opened a number of small businesses, restaurants and hotel, small little winery. I was a county supervisor. I was thinking about running for mayor. She was getting sick and sicker, and I was distant. And she...
Like, okay, so he had this estranged relationship with his mom, who he will go on to say at some point she was like a teen mom when she had him. He was a child of divorce, yet he casually drops that in his adulthood, he was able to have like a significant amount of economic mobility. So he was like around money and was able to acquire different small businesses 20 years ago when he was like 40 already, while his mom is like dying of cancer.
She called, she left a
Which is
voice-
like, excuse me? Like, how do you grow up poor and then you end up with a winery in California? A small winery? What?
It's in the book.
And he said like multiple small businesses. Oh my God. Homeschool. Thank you so much for the $2, but you just wasted that $. If he is the candidate, will you vote for him? Yes, I will vote for him over Trump or any MAGA candidate. Holy shit. Thank you for the $2. Keep wasting money like that, asking me stupid fucking questions. Go for it. Like,
how about getting this voicemail? Literally, hi, it's your mom. Next week,
I would vote for a fucking cactus over any Republican.
Taking my own life. If you want to visit me, I would encourage you to do so before next Thursday. That was literally, I still have the voicemail, I kept it. And it was a big wake-up call. And I realized how selfish and self-absorbed I was.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Literally, hi, it's your mom. And supervisor was thinking about running for mayor.
Okay, so small
She
little
was getting
winery
sick
or
and
whatever.
sicker, and I was distant. And she called, she left a voicemail. It's in the book. How about getting this voicemail? Literally, hi, it's your mom. Next week, I'll be taking my own life. If you want to visit me, I would encourage you to do so before next Thursday. That was literally, I still have the voicemail. I kept it.
Okay, so he was estranged with his mom to the point that like that's his like she's on her deathbed and her saying like, yeah, I'm going to engage in physician's assisted suicide, like you should probably come see me, is like, oh, I should probably go visit her more. I'm not like chiding him for not like visiting his mom. It is just a strange setup to like that like he's like touching on really quickly is like, I was raised by her. She was a single mom, but then I started getting involved in my career. All of a sudden I have all of this money, but she's like dying of cancer and we're not interacting.
And it was a big wake-up call. And I realized how selfish and self-absorbed I was. And I started spending time with her, but it was too late. She already made the decision. The cancer metastasized. She was in so much pain.
Like, I started spending time with her. Like, the voicemail said, though...
next week, I'll be taking my...
Next week. So we're literally saying... When he said, I started spending time with her, he means, like, the last 7 days of her life. That's when he started spending time with her.
The voicemail, I kept it. And it was...
Why is it so shocking that he got a small winery? No, it's shocking that he goes from saying that he grew up poor and raised by a single, like, teen mom to, or that, like, he was the product of divorce or something, to all of a sudden being like, and then before I know it, I was involved in local politics in San Francisco and I owned multiple small businesses, including a small winery. It's like, what?
Big wake-up call. And I realized how selfish and self-absorbed I was. And I started spending time with her, but it was too late. She already made the decision. The cancer metastasized. She was in so much pain. And I had the privilege and the burden, the worst experience, and in hindsight, the most blessed experience I've ever had, and that was being there for her when she took her last breath. My sister and I there at her assisted suicide with a brave doctor. It was against the law. And it was a brave doctor who was willing to help her and take her out of her misery, and was there for that last moment.
And you were 34, she was 55, and you wrote that
he doesn't like his mom. That's totally fine. No, it's fine that you don't like your mom, but like, I'm surprised that you put this in a book and you tell people about it. I just don't like, I realize that people want the candidates to be like authentic and raw. It's like, maybe you just don't tell this story though, because it's a very, I mean, people can maybe relate to like the authenticity or the like being estranged. Like, I don't think that there's anything wrong with being estranged from people in your family and stuff like that. It's just strange because I see that, and like most people, including myself, are like questioning like, why was your relationship like estranged? Like, even if I was estranged from my mom and I didn't visit my parents or something like that, like if one of them had cancer, God forbid, I would probably put money into like taking care of them. Like, I wouldn't be this distant from them. Like, I don't relate to that. So
There was no peace that blanketed her. She gasped.
And before he was investigated for his mom's, yeah, like, and then the mom knew in advance that she had gotten like a physician to do it, even though it was like against the law. Like, I'm surprised that like he'll say stuff like that, like put stuff like this, and but like I don't know.
A last breath, I kept holding onto her hand tighter and tighter and sobbing.
Yeah, I was there. She had anybody's been in this position with someone who's suffering and struggling. So we came there and she took some pills and she started to doze off a little bit, and she had an old binder of photographs, and she was talking. My sister and I were the two that were with her, both sides. And then she started dozing off a little more. My sister said, I can't do this anymore. She didn't want to be there for the end. And she took off. And about 10 more minutes of that, it was just my mom and I. And the doctor came in and administered the final dose. And those last breaths, I'll never forget it. And I was angry that I was there. I was angry with her. At the time, I was for years and years. Why would you do this?
My mom's on her deathbed, like, I'm angry or whatever. Like, again, I'm not saying that you can't have this amount of vulnerability with the public, but it is the type of person that decides to bring this up as like a selling point to humanize themselves with the general public as he's preparing to launch a bid for the presidential ticket for 2028. Highly questionable. These are the sorts of things that you can like open up with and maybe have more space to explore once the public already knows you or you're already elected to office. To kind of lead with this is strange to me.
Why would you? There was nothing calming about it. It was not a romantic end.
And it's also, you're talking about something that is highly controversial. Okay. I don't think assisted suicide is not really relatable. Is not really relatable. I don't like these double negatives, LMC Fig.
Struggled, and she would struggle her whole life.
And it's also like it's a controversial thing. Like you will not necessarily find a lot of support for physicians assisted suicide.
And I'm realizing and now I realize it, how selfish and self-absorbed, as I suggested I was, that I never had a chance to say thank her. Never really had a chance to say I love you. Thank you for all your sacrifices. But over the years and through the process, I'm telling you, what a gift to be able to write something. I started realizing, that last breath, I'm still, that's extended through me today. That hand I'm holding.
I mean, that it's controversial. Yeah, exactly.
It's her hand. And she's, I'm an expression of her. She's still alive in me. And I've been able to come to grips with it in a deeper and a different way. And it's also allowed me to recalibrate my life. And so much of this is about an honest assessment of self, just grinding, trying to be something, trying to make up for someone I felt I wasn't. I'm not smart enough. I mean, we talk about my dyslexia and my learning disabilities, how I struggled, how insecure I was, sweaty hands, and always trying to be something. And how in this process of understanding that and uncovering some of where those anxieties come from, it's allowed me to let a lot of things go.
You're obviously trying to explore your own life and your family's history in this, but also put out to the world what you say is the full you.
Yeah.
He's desperate for sympathy because his polling people probably told him his weakness is people perceive him as unsympathetic. What it probably said is people think that you're like Patrick Bateman. Tell them about the time that the mom you were estranged from, who raised you basically as a single mom, you weren't grateful for her, you weren't there for her when she was alive, but you were there when she was engaged in an illegal act of physician-assisted suicide. That'll definitely land with the public. What? It is just so strange to me that he decided to spotlight the story. Again, I'm not uncomfortable listening to it. It's what I'm discomforted with is his decision to put it in the book and center it as a story that's supposed to humanize him. What are you thinking? This is a very, very particular set of circumstances, and I don't think it's one that again, maybe this is me not having enough faith in this thing called the general American public, which can be pretty ruthless. But that cyclonic set of circumstances, which life just kind of hands you sometimes, it's not exactly the most relatable. I don't know. I don't know how this is supposed to humanize him. Also, I think sometimes the way that this stuff reads is I learned a lot from my mom's trauma that I never really addressed, and her physician's assisted suicide and her battle with cancer. I learned so much from it. I don't know if you should be saying that either.
Not perhaps what people see. Yeah. They see a slick.
Is it weird that I do not think that this is weird? No, because I just said I personally don't find the story to be weird. People find themselves in these sorts of situations. I find the decision to spotlight it in an attempt to sort of humanize yourself with the public as off-putting and strange. And that sort of conforms with my general impression of Gavin Newsom, which is that what he's doing here, to some people may read as authentic. It does not read as authentic to me. It reads as very calculating, very measured, very like it's a sort of trauma dump that is sort of masquerading and attempting to pass itself off as vulnerability when it's anything but. If it was in a book, this meant that this story was read by multiple people, so like workshopped. Somebody helped him write it. Probably he's dyslexic. He obviously had a ghostwriter work with him to create this story. They probably polled people. There were editors involved. Like there were a bunch of people that were like involved in the process, telling him like, yeah, you like okaying it. And if there were any dissenting voices, he either only slightly augmented the story, and this is what we ended up with, or he ignored them, which is strange to me.
Politician who knows how to talk and, has been climbing. And in a man.
The general American public has been traumatized. He wants to vibe with them. No, I don't think that like trauma bonding with the electorate like is the way to go. But thank you for the $2. Is the issue assisted suicide and that he is using it? The issue is like this idea that like this story or whatever is going to like garner you support or project the image that you're like vulnerable and have like a rough past, while like peppering in things like I had a bunch of money and I was estranged from my single mom and like selfish while she was alive. And I learned a big lesson from her suffering. I don't know how that lands with people.
Man in a hurry for a long time. There's a connection that you have to so much history, and also
feels kind of like he's trying to emulate Biden's public vulnerability. Yes, that's why, like, remember homeschooler, the question is like, why do you see him like he's wearing a skin suit? This is why I see him as wearing a skin suit. None of this comes off as authentic to me. It comes off as incredibly performative and incredibly, and I mean that in a derogatory sense, not a neutral sense. And it comes off as highly inauthentic, even though it's like, it's obviously manicured, but it's supposed to come off as like relatable. It's the same way that like you look at like Brett Cooper. Let me see if I can find her like old episodes. If I put like the Daily Wire, like when she did like the comment section or whatever. I don't know. I guess I have to search for the channel section. With Brett Cooper. It's been taken over by her like previous bridesmaid or whatever the fuck.
Okay, guys, it has been a minute, but we have some Hollywood drama that
like
we
this.
need to dive into.
So in the bottom right corner, the Daily Wire Plus, right? This was a channel called The Comment Section with Brett Cooper. It was a channel and media project that the Daily Wire funded, and they put Brett Cooper to be like the Zoomer girl who says all the base conservative like Heritage Foundation Project 2025 talking points. It's obviously manufactured authenticity, and look at the production of this. It's supposed to look like she's like in a room that is like maybe at her house or something, and she has her like little headphones and a mic, like she's a streamer, but she's not in a room. She's not at home. They didn't bring this to how do I say this? Like they didn't bring this. They're not filming this in her house. It was obvious. It was created to give the impression that, oh, she's just like in her room talking. She's just like you. And it's obviously manufactured. It's just theatrics. Like this person doesn't exist. There's not swaths of the American public that include of Zoomers that are like these young based conservative women that believe all the things that Ben Shapiro believes, or they don't really exist. And then they're not as beautiful as Brett Cooper, and they're not in your bedroom just repeating all of these talking points. Just like, this is a scripted show. Most of what she's saying is not off the cuff. It's scripted.
All the producers. But no, they randomly brought Hugh Jackman in because he's been on tour with Ryan promoting Deadpool and Wolverine, and they were like, ha, this is so fun. This is
there's like multiple camera angles and shit. Like, I'm not saying anybody's under the impression that like, you don't see that this is obviously a professional setup, but to the extent that they can, they have maximized it looking like, oh, she's just like a relatable teen girl. Maybe she was given a big opportunity. Maybe there was a show before this that they just decided to fund. When no, she was created in like an incubator, and she started like this from the start because they gave her all of the money, and they tried to do this so she can seem like relatable and cool. But like none of this is organic. It's all highly curated. Not enough plushies also. Huge red flag. So yeah, that's like my issue with it, if that makes sense. And I realize that I'm making like this is maybe seen as like, it's not that deep, you know, he's just like talking about his childhood or whatever. But I'm sorry, it really is that deep. And you don't need to have the sort of analysis that I have to take away that like, what he's saying is like kind of off, kind of strange. Like it doesn't come off as like authentic. And like there's portions of the story where, I mean, he's like coming off maybe as vulnerable, but like you think that people aren't willing to judge people even if they're in difficult circumstances. They definitely are.
So
there's also a point in this where he says he doesn't read because he has dyslexia. Hold on. Let me see.
Side of it now. I'm just less risk adverse. I've always taken risks. That's what I would define here. But there's a freedom now.
People who really know your story know
that was an awkward beat. Holy fuck.
That you are pretty severely dyslexic, but you really go into what it was like as a kid. As you said, feeling like you're dumb and like you can't get things done and understand things. And you interviewed your Aunt Cindy, your mom's sister, and she described you as a child with a disability, a scrambled brain who required a certain touch. Your parents' failure to even seek out the right professional help for you left you on an island all alone. That's kind of abuse by omission.
That's tough. God bless. She loves me, and I'm blessed. My mom did too, but she didn't know how.
Dyslexia is not that big of a deal. No, I know dyslexia is not that big of a deal. That's why it's bizarre that he'll go on to say, I can't read, or like, I don't read things. Like, I know people with dyslexia, they can read. They have difficulties reading, right? There's limitations to how they can read. They struggle with reading, but they don't not read.
I mean, I talk often in the book. She didn't have the language for some. She was a kid. She was a kid, marrying, my dad was his mid-30s.
So you just struggled with...
And she didn't know how to deal with it. That's why she said it's okay to be average, because she was probably just trying to get to bed, and I was trying to figure out a book.
That's why my dad is a 30-year-old who married, he said a kid. Again, she sounds like a teen mom. Okay, like, we're gonna like gloss over that. It sounds like your dad had like a strange relationship with somebody who was like under like 19, 18, 17, potentially 16. Already weird, even though he was like in his mid-30s. That's why so that's why she said, I'm proud to be Irish. Like there's parts of this that like just don't fit together.
Report, and I wasn't reading. I was doing Cliff Notes. I was literally copying the back of Cliff Notes and putting it on a piece of paper. And it was just, and she watched me struggle and scream. It's okay. She was basically just saying, just let it go. But at the time, I just thought, no, she's just consigning me to this sort of, sort of being stuck on stupid.
But you also say that dyslexia is kind of a superpower as a politician.
Come on. It's the greatest thing in hindsight that happened to me. It just allowed, I have the freedom of not having to be stuck on the written text. I have the freedom of having to work harder, more reps behind the scenes. I have
the freedom of not having to be stuck on the written text.
You're working hard, trust me, I'm 2 to 3x.
But it's also your EQ, being able to read.
Yeah, and you can read the room. You have an emotional intelligence. You can see that you're about problem solving, you're about iteration, you're about trial and error, your willingness to make mistakes.
Yeah, he wouldn't read books, but he could read Cliff Notes enough to copy them, I guess.
Your willingness to seek to
Did you chat with him, Newsom? Yeah, of course.
Understand before you understood, because you have to feel something. I do think it's a superpower. Those that discover that side of it. If you never discover it, you'll struggle with it the rest of your light. But some of the most dynamic and extraordinary leaders that I know all have one thing in common: dyslexia. It's almost as if it's the sort of creative gene. This notion of a gift, I feel that. That said, for my mom, was the curse, because her poor kid sitting there, was trying to drop out of school, thinking being sick every day. Was going into community college, which luckily I got lucky with a baseball call from a few coaches and got into a 4-year college. But it's turned out to be a blessing, and in politics, a huge blessing.
Kamala Harris, you write about the fact that you've been friends with her for a very long time. You came up together.
I just think it's weird that he's like, I couldn't read stuff. That's why I did the Cliff Notes. I would copy Cliff Notes. Also, it's great that I don't have to use a teleprompter. I'm not committed to like the written word. I'm like, can you not? Why are you acting like you can't read? People with dyslexia can read. It's so weird that he's like saying this.
And you talk about your parallel careers. She was prosecutor, California DA, and senator. You were San Francisco mayor, lieutenant governor, and governor. What happens if and when those...
Spider, thank you so much for the $3. He's failing at something Zoran succeeded at. Real authenticity would be for him to not want to discuss it. I don't care much about a politician's dark and tragic past. I don't care about their ability to be professional and carry out my interests. Yeah, I definitely think that whatever advisors told him to like lean into this or whatever, it's one thing to prepare for people that ask you about this or kind of like talk about those struggles or whatever. But I don't know, like, just the decision to open up to this level of detail this early on in a memoir so you can like launch a presidential bid and sort of like use your family, like in particular your mother's trauma, to say how you learned from it and like how it helped you and like your bad relationship with her to like launch the presidential bid. Like, I would never tell someone to do this.
Parallel careers intersect and collide.
Well, I'm San Francisco now. She's LA, so we're
talking about
a little bit. There's a little
president
distance between the two of
country.
us. That's fate will determine that. And I've never gotten in the way of her ambition, ever. I haven't. I don't imagine I would in the future. But
I've never gotten in the way of Kamala Harris. What a ringing endorsement.
Well, if you run against each other for president.
That's fate.
I wish politicians would stop doing these type of memoirs, but then we wouldn't have this wonderful content to react to. So are you sure you really want that?
You can only control what you can control. I think this entire book is that fundamental lesson.
Oh my God, that is amazing. You can only control what you can control. I think that this entire book is that fundamental lesson. Yes, exactly. He doesn't realize what he just said. Exactly. It's an exercise in control. It is entirely manufactured authenticity that tries to pass itself off as something genuine and as something vulnerable. And he's opening himself up to the public and he's willing to discuss his dark, tragic past when, no, that's not what you're doing. You made this because you were a cynical politician. It reads that way. It is transparently you attempting to relate to people and you don't know how to. And so you're all the people that you pay to surround yourself with said, do this. Pick and choose what goes into this memoir because people don't, even though this may be like the low point in this book narratively, that doesn't necessarily mean it was the low point in his life at all. It's just what he chose to spotlight. Again, _ chose to spotlight. He chose to do that, okay, and chose to narrativize. We have no idea if he's telling the truth. There's like I don't think Gavin Newsom is a reliable narrator, sorry. And a bunch of people were like, take this, put this in, take this out, put this in, take this out with the story. And now you're trying to be like, see, I opened myself up to scrutiny or whatever. Now make me your president. Aren't I relatable? You can trust me. Like, it's all, yeah, exactly. It's what you can control. Every single part of this, you control the narrative. If this is true, I have no way of knowing if this is true or not. Maybe your mother would object. She probably would object to your characterization of her. He would never have written this if she were still alive. Okay. If she had not, unfortunately, died through physicians-assisted suicide because of her terminal cancer diagnosis is what it sounds like. Okay. He probably never would have written this. There's no one to contest it. Convenient, it's an exercise in control. It's a PR exercise. It's a media exercise. And you can control this. And what? Somebody's going to contradict you or question you on the authenticity of these statements? You think anybody's going to go digging to see if any of this really happened? How do you even corroborate a story like this? So he can basically trauma dump as much as he wants, and he knows it can never really be fact checked, and he can try to pass it off as him being relatable. And I have my own demons, like every other American. I know what it's like or whatever. Okay, dude. Sure. It's not authentic. It is like, what's an example of this? Oh, okay. Y'all ever seen The Boys? There's a point in The Boys where they create this childhood bedroom and they have Homelander go into it and pretend like it's his childhood bedroom. And he gets triggered because he sees like a blanket or a picture or something like that and he loses it and they have to like start they have to pivot or something like that. It literally reads like that. He even kind of looks like Anthony Starr, who is the actor who plays Homelander, except he's like a skinwalking version of him. I actually think Anthony Starr is attractive. I don't think Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom's obviously conventionally attractive. He's not attractive to me. I think he's freaky looking. Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. Gavin represents everything working class folks hate about a politician. Slick back hair and secondhand salesman, bozo car salesman, fuck. He comes off, it's like so, he just comes off as like a very cynical panderer to me, okay? Like, I got the same. It's very like Pbd'S was like this to me, exactly like this. I don't get, like, he's like trying to act like he's like warm and open, but he's not. You want him to get a haircut and not sell himself? Homeschool historian, just get in the Discord or keep donating to me. I don't understand. Like, every single question of yours answers itself. You clearly don't like that I have criticisms of Gavin Newsom. You asked me why I have my particular criticism of him and why I find him to be off-putting, like he's a skinwalker, and I've given it to you, and you're still asking all of these questions. Just say what you think. You can say that my opinion of him is wrong and stupid and most people love this bullshit. I have no idea. I'm just telling you my own personal reasons. I'm not saying I'm necessarily right. Maybe people will just love this. They'll just love this bullshit and they'll fucking eat it up, okay? There's tons of things that I depart with the general public on as far as like tastes with respect to politicians, pop culture. No shortage of that. So maybe I'm totally wrong. Okay, maybe I'm the one that's out of touch, and you know what's what, and Gavin Newsom knows what's what, and maybe he'll be the fucking nominee, and I'll be completely wrong. Okay, I'm just telling you what I think because you asked me, and this is why. I think this dude is an ice chewing psychopath. I think he's a little freak. Okay, and I think it's so obvious to anybody who's actually paying attention to the things that he says and what he does, and not trying to, and not giving him the benefit of the doubt. Which I don't think you have any reason to give any politician the benefit of the doubt. Certainly not this guy. Yeah, the Discord's still the pond. Name a car for an edit? What does that mean? Why are you asking me that in Twitch chat? Dynex_VFX. I don't even know cars. I don't care about cars. Back to this.
Rashida Tlaib as well as Ilhan Omar did. AOC also did not endorse in this race, but this is the race with Kat Abugazaleh.
A bit of arguments for progressivism, even if socialism isn't in the room. Well, yeah.
And the result was not good and incredibly disappointing because she was this close. So Daniel Biss, the J Street-backed corporate Democrat, he beat Kat Abugazaleh by 3.6 points.
This is true. So Daniel won the Democratic primary. Here's the thing to keep in mind, though. Daniel Biss has been he's like a former mayor. He's been in public office for like over a decade. He had critical endorsements from people in that precinct and local area. Kat Abugazaleh ran a fantastic campaign. And I think given that she really kind of came out of nowhere and was able to get the amount of votes and success that she did, I think is a fantastic feat in and of itself. Even if she didn't capture the nomination, I don't think that should be understated. And I think that is still a point of celebration for her race. But she came short. And I think that there were critical mistakes that she made towards the end that she definitely could have avoided. I don't know that they would have necessarily been the difference between her winning and her losing, but there were lots of reasons why Daniel Biss ended up succeeding over her. And another one of them is that they don't have ranked choice voting. It's so unfortunate that you just have one vote, because if there were ranked choice voting, these people like Bushra Amiwala, these 5,000 could have put her over the edge, but you should not look at that and presuppose that, everybody who voted for Bushra, Bushra would have necessarily voted for Kat. It's not necessarily true.
Mike Simmons, another progressive in the race, got 7.1%.
Is Daniel an AIPAC minion or was that others? No, he took money from J Street. Laura Fine was the AIPAC candidate.
And Bushra Amiwala got 5.1%, another progressive in the race. Now, there was a lot going on in this race. Daniel Biss was accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a student.
This was not... there was this accusation was not meritorious in my opinion. Hold on, I don't think I covered it, but I do have it in my thing. Okay, so I saw this. Daniel Biss, candidate for Illinois' 9th district in tomorrow's election, has been accused of having an inappropriate relationship with a student during his tenure as a professor at the University of Chicago. Megan Washpress, now a Stanford law lecturer, says she was that student. There's a community note here that per her own allegation, Biss was only 5 or 6 years older than she was. They did not date until he was no longer her instructor in any capacity. He was a TA, not a professor. And he ended their relationship after a handful of dates in which they did nothing more than make out. It sounded like a consensual relationship between two adults. She's obviously allowed to feel uncomfortable with it in retrospect for personal reasons, but I don't think that this amounts to sexual impropriety, in my opinion. She put, if he's going to get a national profile, On the strength of a younger woman's campaign, I'm going to come out and say it. During his short-lived tenure as a math professor, Biss had an inappropriate relationship with one of his undergrad students. I was that student. It took being a professor myself to realize the implications, what it means to be attracted to someone who categorically has less power than you. I don't know if that's disqualifying, but there are too many women not getting a platform as a result of behavior like this for me to not say something. Then she updated it, saying more details and context about why being a woman math major in the early 2000s was like and why it was so damaging here. So this is her fuller statement. Fuller statement about my Blue Sky post. Let me paint a picture of what it was like to be a woman math major at the University of Chicago circa 2004. First, there was no tenured women faculty in the department. I don't want to say with certainty there was no tenure track women faculty either, but if there were, you could count them on one hand, and I didn't know their names. In early 2005, Larry Summers would famously attribute this absence, not just at U Chicago, but throughout the country, to women's lesser abilities. We have only recently learned through the disclosure of Summers' close personal relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, he's since resigned, and correspondence regarding his attempt to seduce a more junior woman in his field, what else might have caused this state of affairs. Second, and so far totally disagree. There's nothing to disagree about. This is a fact. Academia is, in a lot of ways, like a boys' club. It can feel very alienating and isolating to be a woman in higher ed, and in some fields that are predominantly populated with male cohorts and a bunch of other male students, men's in positions of power. Like, I'm not sensitive to that. I understand what she's talking about here. Second, the department was heavily tracked between honors and non-honors classes, and vanishingly few women remained on the honors track. By my junior year, I spent a quarter as the only woman in a class of roughly 30 students in an honors abstract algebra class. Third, whether well-intentioned or not, the undergraduate chair employed, as in, sought out to hire the top women math students in various departmental secretarial roles as his personal secretary, for example, or managing the administrative backend of various K-12 outreach programs. It paid well and had flexible hours, so I took the job. A few months in, one of the other women students revealed to me that if you closed the door behind the chair's office and the external area where the secretary sat, you could see the picture of a girl in a bikini the chair had hung there. A few more months in, I started to realize the hidden costs of being visible as a quote-unquote secretary in a department where only men were professors. Which is to say that when I, the top scorer of the first quarter exam for the notoriously difficult honors analysis course taught by said department chair, enrolled in topology as a newly enthusiastic major, having switched from chemistry, I was already swimming upstream. So far, again, like, I'm like, okay, but like, what does this have to do with like what Daniel Biss did? Rather than direct my enthusiasm for math to the subject, my topology professor, Daniel Biss, directed it at himself. In her fantastic essay for the New York Times, Amiya Srinivasan describes this trope and why it is malpractice for professors. What's wrong with sex between professors and students? And it's not what you think. And I have to, what do you mean about that op-ed is talking about people that are like, again, that they're, I thought it sounds like actually he wasn't her TA. It sounds like he was her professor previously, but like they were, again, there was like a minimal age gap and she was no longer his student. It would obviously be worthy of criticism had she actually been his student at the time. And the age gap to me would basically be irrelevant. But yeah, that's not the case. And this essay is probably exploring that particular dynamic, not you used to be a student. She describes this trope and why it's malpractice for professors. My professor's responses to my emails got longer and longer, topics extending well beyond mathematics, office hours lasted later and later. Flattered and insecure, I convinced myself it didn't mean anything. I was a student after all, until the quarter ended and he emailed me to ask if I wanted to meet up socially. He brought a book with an inscription which began, "On the occasion of an end and a beginning." It was signed with bundles of admiration. After a few very intense evenings, he had second thoughts. It was wrong to date a student, of course, so we would have to stop making out. Of course, we could still hang out, and so we continued to spend time together in what, to any external observer, would look like dates, until gradually that stopped too. So this to me is like, where is the claim? Yeah, they weren't in session. She was not actively his student at the time. He pursued a relationship after she was no longer like a student of his in any way. They made out, they had a few dates, and then they hung out in a platonic capacity afterward. She said anybody would think it was dates, but like it was understood that they were not they were not seeing one another in a romantic context in that way at that time. And nonetheless, she's trying to insinuate that that is the case. I was so ashamed. Here I was, desperate for credibility among my male peers, told by no less than president of Harvard I lacked the capacity to do work, having made out with a professor. He was not actively a professor. I told a few non-math friends, but always with the understanding it was a secret. And then like also, like it was wrong to date a student, of course. So we'd have, it sounds like he was the one who put a stop to it. So you'd argue like that doesn't absolve him of doing it in the first place, but I don't see the issue of like doing, like asking a person who was like previously a student your thing. Like I could be convinced of this. Maybe I need to read that essay, right? But like I don't see where the sexual impropriety is. I'm sorry. Let's see. Gradually, without ever being really honest about myself, being honest with myself about why, I decided graduate school in math wasn't for me after all. I did just fine on tests. I told myself but independent research was too hard. I liked political theory better. I finished the major with honors and went to grad school for something else and tried to think about the experience as little as possible. When Biss ran for governor, a friend who I had told about the situation at the time wrote to ask how I would feel if he voted for him. I said it was complicated. And then it became impossible to avoid confronting what had happened. Through a convoluted set of circumstances, I was on a Zoom call relating to my energy work with Biss a few years ago. He reached out afterward with a cryptic email. Would I call him? I don't know what that means. Like she doesn't disclose any of the correspondence that she's talking about between them. A few days later, I did. Again, this is where the age gap does become relevant, okay? Like so much of this stuff is between adults and it's not like like she's like he did this, he did this, he did that, and but you were also part of it, you know. You're like 5 years his junior. You're not a student of his. You're not being forced to engage in any of these behaviors. Like you're choosing to do it. And I realize social dynamics can be more like pressure and all of that can be more complicated than just like, you know, somebody doesn't literally have to coerce you for you to feel pressured to like, you know, attend a social function or hang out with someone one-on-one. Like I am understanding of those dynamics, but like, you know, he sends a cryptic email and then you call him. Like, again, like that is mutual engagement at that point. That's not him forcing you to do anything. I don't understand why it's wrong for him to do that. Look, he offered an apology of sorts and then pivoted to the type of conversation you'd have with a friend with whom you've lost touch. Like, again, he offered an apology. There is literally no benefit for somebody who is engaged in this race or whatever, really, to even acknowledge this. But he reaches out and apologizes for his conduct, which he had already stopped because he said it was inappropriate, even though she wasn't her student at the time. Then they have a conversation. A couple of years later, I read Srimati Vasan's book, chapter-length version of her New York Times essay, and it sent it to him, but never got a response. I wouldn't expect a response. At the time, I was working on Illinois Matters for the Sierra Club, which is like an environmental thing, and was too embarrassed and too afraid of what it would mean for my own career to tell the full story to anyone who didn't already know. Like, I guess there is a full story here, but in the most neutral sense of the word. Like, I don't see like a grounds for like an accusation. Like, this is not criminal behavior. This is really not even untoward social behavior. I understand it's totally valid to have like complicated or mixed feelings on it, but it was framed in the sense of like a sort of accusation and like, oh, I was his student at the time when we had this or whatever, but that was not the case. I had a roommate that was an adjunct professor. There were very strict rules. Not sure if they extended to prior students, but he avoided that because if it was discovered, future students may be influenced. Yeah, and it sounds like Biss understood this, and that's why he like changed his mind or whatever. Like if he was being maximally responsible, he wouldn't have done that in the first place. I certainly wouldn't fucking do it, but not because I really think it's like an act of criminality or like a consent issue. Mostly because it's like, again, just you could literally date anybody else. It's definitely not worth the hazard that it poses and all of that. Now. When the Illinois 9th District primary campaign became unavoidable for those of us who follow left politics, even out in California, I was miserable. This thing that had happened to me, that had been a huge part of why I gave up on a career that same mathematics department chair once told me I was born to do, felt inescapable. Like, how is this Daniel's fault? I don't understand how it's this person's fault. Like, you chose to exclude yourself after having this relationship with this person. I don't get it. The chair said this, by the way, while I could see the edges of the bikini poster on his door, because even the most unequivocal endorsement came with mixed signals. And I know that people signing up to staff a congressional office would be like, I had been young, passionate about their jobs, all of their energy directed at building and maintaining the persona of this one official. I had no idea if I was the only student he dated. No way of finding out. But selfishly, more honestly, most importantly, I finally felt secure enough in my own career to take on the huge risk of coming out publicly about such things. Like, to me, you're not coming out publicly with like anything. I mean, this is a interesting story, I suppose, but this is not like detailing abuse, in my opinion. I'd been hired for a tenure track law teaching position. Still, I waited terrified of what always happens to women who speak out about these things. But it was also this career change and knowing what it felt like from the other side of the relationship, knowing how I saw my students and what it would take for me to view them, not as people under my care, but as objects of sexual desire, that made it impossible not to say anything. To want someone who wants to learn from you is to want someone for their powerlessness. And so much later than I should, I realized this was my last chance, and I said something. I know it's going to get ugly. It always does in these cases, but if there was one woman in a mathematics or physics or economics or chemistry or computer science department out there who feels a little bit more empowered to recognize grooming for what it is. Grooming? How is this grooming? To insist on, I had not read this all the way through before I skimmed it. To insist, and this was like over a week ago, grooming for what it is. To insist on boundaries, to understand that no matter how flattering it may feel when the professor looks at you like that, it will destroy your relationship with the thing that really matters, which is what he is supposed to be teaching you, and you deserve better. Well, it will have been worth it. Oh my lord. Can you groom an adult? I thought you could only groom minors. She was not a minor. Is that true? I don't even know if that's true. I could be wrong. But let's catch up on donos and super chats briefly. You can manipulate an adult. I don't know that you can groom one though. I'm not trying to downplay it, but she inserted this word, so now I feel the need to scrutinize it. Homeschooling, thank you for the $2. You hype Dem candidates? If so, who? Yeah, I hype Dem candidates, obviously. I have canvassed for Dems. I worked to get Dems elected. Jessica Cisneros is an example of a candidate that I canvassed for. I just voted today. There was a special election in Florida. There are 3 state Senate seats that are trying to be flipped blue, and I voted for the Democrat that I had the opportunity to. I'm not going to say which one because it would out which county I live in. But yeah, I encourage people to vote for Democrats. I encourage lesser evil, unless there's a DSA or independent candidate or more left candidate that I think is viable. Then yeah, I have no problem telling people that they ought to vote against Republicans. Are you new here? And let's see. I think I had some other ones come in. Ben Riley, thank you so much for the $3. You can only control what you can control. Gavin, the philosopher Newsom. Yeah, philosopher king. Why doesn't he just stop with the whole public office thing and just go off on philosophy, And Ben Riley, thank you so much for the $5. Kat's reasons for leaving Twitter and her views on Taiwan were kind of meh. Wait, she left Twitter? Why did she leave Twitter? Florida Dem Party definitely needs help. Yep. One of the races that I looked into, $700,000 were put into a countywide special election. And that was just for the Republican candidate, while the Democrat had $100,000 or something like that. So yeah, they do. She left Twitter ages ago. What was the reason? Will we ever get through this Mike video? We'll see. But oh wait, yeah, this ill-advised dates with student. Again, former student, not an active student.
Of days before the election, Kat Abugazaleh was being attacked by an organization that was funded.
It says Dark Money Group offers influencers $1,500 for posts attacking Chicago Democratic primary candidate. Progressive House candidate Kat Abugazaleh told MS Now the secretive campaign is filled with false and defamatory claims. I remember reading about this. They were paying people for Instagram posts and stories criticizing her.
By dark money donors, and they were paying influencers such as the Woke Ginger, allegedly $1,500 to attack Kat Abugazaleh. There was a lot of AIPAC money pouring in. AIPAC was supporting a progressive candidate through an ad in order to split the vote among progressives, and there was a lot taking place, but the result really didn't have to be this way. On one hand, you could say it's great because AIPAC's preferred candidate, Laura Fine, ended up coming in 3rd place, but we could have had a better result where the progressive, or at least a progressive won, but it didn't happen because apparently progressives in this particular campaign or in this district, they don't know how the fuck to do math, right? And I have to say it because you can see these results. So if Mike Simmons or...
Aren't you in Miami? No, I'm not in Miami.
if Bushra Amiwala, if any one of them chose to drop out and endorse Kat Abugazaleh, then odds are she would have been able to defeat Daniel Biss. If they both...
Like, maybe? But I honestly don't view it as incumbent upon other candidates participating in these primaries to... You guys, an ad starts in a minute. If you're watching on Twitch, subscribe to me. Ad-free experience, cute emotes. Also, you could gift subs throughout the chat or be on the receiving end of a gifted sub if you're so lucky. You can also use your Amazon Prime sub thing to subscribe to me. Yeah, I don't think that you should necessarily, like, I agree, like, if I were in this position, this is what I would do. So I'd, like, make the recommendations, but I don't know that, like, I don't know, there's kind of, like, a sense of, like, entitlement that, like, oh, they ought to drop out and, like, consolidate or whatever. I think that would be strategically, like, the best thing to do. But I think that that's incumbent upon Kat to court. Like, did Bushra or Mike Simmons, like, did any of these people talk about being approached by Kat at any point to make, to have that happen? Like, did Kat try to court their endorsement for anything or whatever? Like, I view that as, like, Kat needs to do those sorts of things if she expects them to drop out and endorse her.
Both would have dropped out like a month before the election took place and campaigned for Kat Abugazaleh, then she would have beaten...
He's annoying. He's doing the Hillary thing. I just don't think it's productive. This is, like, to me, as, like, productive as saying that, like, oh, like, you know, Jill Stein needed to drop out or fucking, like, that's why, like, Hillary lost or something like that. Like, no, it's on these candidates to get themselves elected. I agree, it's, like, a more united left. Like, these are the sorts of things and considerations that have to be made, but I don't expect them to be made unilaterally. I do think that, like, again... If Kat was worried about that, and it seems like she should have been, Kat also needs to be able to do math, and she should have approached these campaigns and said, like we should, if we're, like, really serious about getting a progressive candidate, not just, like, individual careerism, then I have the clearest pathway to victory here, and I think that we should work together, and whatever, like, and you should drop out and endorse me for XYZ reasons. I would be willing to do this once I'm in office, or help you with your next campaign, or blah, 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 like... These sorts of, you know, political deals needed to have been arranged.
Him handily. And I would have expected Kat to do the same if one of them were in the lead, but they all chose to not drop out.
At least it goes that, at least this, but, like, do you expect them to just drop out without being asked to? Or, like, don't you put that on Kat mostly to, like, ask them to do that?
Bushra Amiwala remained defiant and said that she's not dropping out.
Yeah,
after
like Brad Lander did for Zoran.
There was a new poll release showing that Kat was in second.
But, like, if Zorn had lost and people blamed Brad Lander for, like, not getting out of the way, or, like, I don't know. Like, Zoran Mamdani, like, when you talk, like, he had not ruled. Everybody complained about Cuomo running as an independent after he failed to secure the Democratic nominee. You guys, look into Zoran Mamdani. When they asked him, like, hey, if you fail to get the nominee for the Democratic Party, are you going to drop out and endorse Cuomo? He wouldn't rule out that he was intending potentially to run under the Working Families Party in that race. Hold on. Might not drop out for general if he loses primary. I swear I remember reading this. It would be so hard to find it, though, because it was, like, a really small publication. I will have to go back and find it, though.
Place.
After deep reflection and a lot of careful consideration made by my team, we've decided it made a lot of sense to make this video. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, so she decided to stay in, even though she knew that it could risk splitting votes. And guess what happened? AIPAC released an ad supporting her, saying how progressive she was.
Like, to me, like, again, as, like, far as my personal decision, I don't see how you're Bushra, and you can see that, like, AIPAC is funding your campaign, and you don't see that you're being used as, like, a useful idiot to advance a far-right agenda. I would unfortunately take the L and go home early, because I would see that, like, okay, I have no meaningful path to victory, and I don't want to split the vote. But I don't think it should be assumed that she ought to do that just by virtue of blah, blah, blah. Like, I do think that, like, there needs to be more communication here between these campaigns.
Now, they don't actually support her,
What we really need is ranked choice voting. That is the thing that solves all of this. And then you don't have all of these, like, you know, like, Monday morning analysis of Sunday Night Football, like, Monday morning quarterbacking, you know?
What AIPAC was trying to do was split the progressive vote. And even though she condemned it, she didn't do the thing that she needed to do to help the progressive win. Neither did Mike Simmons. And the same is true for the race with Melissa Bean. If both of the progressives got together and agreed, hey, maybe we should drop out and endorse the other depending on who's in the lead, so that way we don't split the vote, then that could have been a different result as well. Because the
like, think about this. We all like Kat Abugazaleh, so we're like, well, duh, that should have happened or whatever. But let's pretend that in 2020, not Joe Biden, sorry, like there were two candidates competing for like what was viewed as the progressive lane, like two front runners, and that was Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. Could you imagine if Elizabeth Warren had the lead and the Elizabeth Warren supporters were like, Bernie needs to drop out already and not stay in and stop trying to extract concessions from Warren and accept that he lost and just endorse her? Like, that is good strategy if your priority is getting like the most progressive person and like defeating Joe Biden in the primary. But the argument that like it ought to be done by Sanders unilaterally in that context without any work from Liz Warren's campaign and outreach to him, like it should just be given to her, is silly to me. I think everybody would be critical of that and be like, no, Bernie Sanders doesn't owe you that. Like, it's the right thing to do if we care about advancing a progressive agenda ahead of like individual careerism. But it's also incumbent upon those candidates to do the outreach. And if they are worried about it, like that needs to go both ways. If they're worried about it being split, like Elizabeth Warren's team is privy to the same numbers that we're privy to. Why hasn't she reached out? You could also pose that as an interesting question. So ranked choice voting just circumvents all of this infighting.
margins are very close, right? So in the event we had progressives who actually knew how to do math, they would have possibly turned out a victory here. But now
Liz was in there to skim. I know. That's why I'm like, she's like she was like running as the progressive, even though she was like she was not really progressive. She was like running as like a watered down version of him. I can't relitigate all of that. Okay. But just know I was there posting snake emojis in the comments. Okay.
Not only did the voters fuck up by choosing the most milquetoast candidates in the 8th district, I mean, they voted for the AIPAC AI-backed candidate. So great job, voters. If you complain about fascism, well, you have nobody to blame but yourselves, because candidates like Melissa Bean are exactly why voters feel disillusioned with the system and why fascists end up winning. So great fucking job. But I also have to blame progressives here, because this was very clearly avoidable. Going forward, we need to understand that if candidates running for office are in a race where there is multiple...
Oh, shoot. Ben Riley, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Kat's reasons for leaving Twitter interviews. Oh, wait. No. I already read this. Sorry, I thought I got a new one. I thought
progressives. I mean, in the 9th district, there were like 15, 16 candidates and multiple progressives. So if you have overlapping policy platforms, you all need to get together and agree.
I was already getting the snake emoji out before you said that.
Whoever ends up coming the closest, about a month before the race takes place, we've got to drop out and coalesce behind that candidate, because this is bigger than our campaigns. This is about making sure that we defeat the establishment AIPAC-backed candidate, but none of these candidates wanted to do that, presumably. They were defiant and chose to fuck everyone over because their egos were, I guess, too big. Now, listen, I don't believe that anyone is entitled to a particular seat. It's not like they, were required to pave the way for Kat Abugazaleh. But if
he's saying this in this very, I kind of appreciate how he's just not beating around the bush and getting straight to it. I actually appreciate Mike's tone, honestly. Let me see if I can't find if I put current affairs, why Bernie lost. I rewatched this after my debate with Hutch not that long ago. And there's a point where he talked about the importance of we needed to pick a candidate and go from there, consolidate. Hold on. Here. Let's see. Endorse, maybe. He said, we needed to pick a candidate and go from there, because this is analysis why Bernie didn't win. This was published April 24th, 2020. So in a month, it'll be 6 years that this was published, which is crazy to say. But yeah. Homeschool, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Really appreciate it. W chat, W stream, shout out r/homeschool recovery. Oh, is my rant against homeschooling? Did that somehow make it to your feed? I don't think that's clipped anywhere, but I have talked about how I don't like homeschooling. I think it should basically be abolished.
try and compete with Elizabeth Warren. They could have stuck to a few points so it didn't get all muddy and confused. Again, it's difficult to actually figure out how much each different thing made a difference and what the important stuff is and what would have put him over the edge or not put him over the edge. I don't know, you don't know, we're all kind of speculating. I think there's plenty that we can go through and criticize about what Bernie did. But it's those external factors, those structural factors that I think matter the most. Number one, and I think people don't really want to talk about this, but I think it's very obviously true, so we need to talk about it, is the Elizabeth Warren campaign. Because ultimately, when we look back at this election, there were two candidates running with very similar rhetoric, competing for what is called the progressive vote. And if you look at the Bernie Sanders 2016, the people who voted for him in 2016, and you look at 2020, what was happening is those people who had formed the Bernie Sanders coalition in 2016, they split in two. And some of them went for Bernie Sanders, most of them went for Bernie Sanders, but a big portion of them went for Elizabeth Warren. And usually it's what are called the members of the professional class, right? It's professors, it's
the PMC,
lawyers, it's those types of people with advanced degrees. Those people really went hard for Elizabeth Warren this time rather than Bernie Sanders. And that split in the progressive vote made a huge difference. I was right how the coexistence of Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders in the race made it much more likely that Joe Biden was going to be the nominee, for the simple reason that it split the vote. It split the progressive vote. And that was a disaster. And so what I said is Sanders and Warren needed like a pact where whichever one of them won the first 2 out of 3 states, the other one would drop out and endorse and maybe get the vice presidential nomination. In the event, it doesn't seem like they had such a pact because Elizabeth Warren got crushed in the first 3 states. She didn't drop out. She stayed in through Super Tuesday, where she also got crushed, and she came in 3rd in her home state of Massachusetts. And I think that made all the difference. Donald Trump sent a tweet out saying, oh, if Elizabeth Warren had dropped out a few days before, Bernie Sanders would be the nominee right now. And you know what? Trump's not necessarily wrong. Because we can look at it in terms of just the numbers of how many of Elizabeth Warren's voters had Bernie Sanders as their second choice, and the plurality of them did. And you can sort of redistribute, and you can say, well, if all of the ones who'd said before Super Tuesday that they would go for
Bernie. This guy is impeccably dressed. Okay, he's a real fancy lad.
Bernie, if Warren wasn't in the race, went to Bernie, would things have come out differently? And you can say, well, they probably would have. But that actually understates the impact of the Elizabeth Warren campaign, because it's not just the voters' second choices. It's also all of the endorsements, all of the energy, and the fact that Bernie Sanders is having to compete against Elizabeth Warren, and how much resources, how much energy that burns up and destroys. And there are people who would have and should have endorsed Bernie Sanders who ended up endorsing Elizabeth Warren, a losing campaign. People like A.D. Barkin, the Medicare for All advocate. Well, Elizabeth Warren didn't even really support Medicare for All, but he endorsed Elizabeth Warren. Now he ended up endorsing Bernie Sanders after Warren dropped out, but by then it's too late. And then there are places like The Nation magazine. The Nation endorsed Bernie Sanders, but they endorsed it after Elizabeth Warren dropped out, not before, because they were on the fence. And there were tons of organizations that were on the fence for a long, long time, and they only endorsed Bernie, like Justice Democrats, for example, only endorsed Bernie Sanders after Elizabeth Warren dropped out. Again,
like, that's crazy to think that even Justice Dems were hedging on endorsing. Like, it really does speak to the importance of, unfortunately, having to make these decisions. And he does say that, like, again, he's like, I don't think people want to talk about it, but it's kind of just true. Like, somebody has to sit down and do the arithmetic and see, like, who really has a pathway for victory cleared. And if we had just gone one or the other, should have been Bernie, maybe we could have avoided the Biden campaign, the Biden presidency. Could have had a Bernie presidency.
Post Super Tuesday. It's too late. Biden's already got the momentum. If they had come on early, we could have all unified behind a progressive candidacy, and it would have been.
And like, this is still, like, AOC didn't endorse Kat Abugazaleh, Bernie Sanders didn't endorse Kat Abugazaleh, and I have some articles that I want to take a look at, explaining kind of like why, but we'll see.
Clear that Bernie Sanders was the progressive to get behind. But because Elizabeth Warren was in the race, not only did some people endorse her, and we had to try and have arguments over whether Sanders versus Warren, and in these Times magazine even ran a cover story where Sanders was on the front and Warren was on the back, and they were like, take your pick, they're both the same. Even putting that aside, there's so many people who just sat it out. Or, they were kind of waiting, or they did things with a little less enthusiasm because they were waiting to see how things shook out. And ultimately, we waited too long. We didn't consolidate. You know who consolidated? The centrists. The centrists consolidated. Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar dropped out before Super Tuesday. Barack Obama gave them a phone call. That's literally what happened. Barack Obama got on the phone and he said, drop out. You got to drop out. You got to drop out. Otherwise, Bernie Sanders is going to be the nominee. That's an existential threat to the Democratic Party. None of us want that to happen. So you need to drop out now for the good of the party. Endorse good old Joe. And you know what? Party discipline. They fell in line. They did it. We didn't. 2 progressive candidacies, splitting the vote, disaster. Biden gets the momentum, he gets the media narrative, everything snowballs. Now he's the fucking nominee, right? And so if Elizabeth Warren had dropped out after the first 3 states, or not run in the first place, which is what she really should have done, it makes me mad, because Elizabeth Warren turned out not to be a very good person. Okay? I was writing positive things about Elizabeth Warren early on. I wrote a column called Elizabeth Warren's Excellent Ideas, which I now regret, actually, because I don't think Elizabeth Warren's ideas are very good. Actually, I've examined them. They're not very good. But...
Well, because she changed a bunch of her stuff, yeah.
I give her a chance.
Is this the leftist Tucker? I wish. I wish he had that much reach and influence or whatever, but he's marred by his own particular scandals that are always going to ruffle feathers. They tried to like turn current affairs into like a co-op or a unionized or something. He busted them, fired all of those staff to prevent that from being the case. They now proudly announced recently that they are like the workplace is unionized, which is why that's only happening in 26 at a leftist publication. I'm sure I don't know. But I really like Nathan J. Robinson's writing. I agree with almost everything that he tends to put out. So I would love if he had a bigger platform, bigger voice. I honestly think he's such a dork and that it prevents him from having like a bigger platform. But like he I think has really, really, really sharp criticisms and insightful commentary to offer when it comes to electoral politics and what the leftist strategy should be.
And what she did, ultimately, was she did things like say Bernie Sanders had told her privately that a woman couldn't be president, which is what led to all the snake emojis, right? Yep. And people get mad about the snake emojis, but they don't get mad about the fact that Warren said something that Bernie Sanders clearly never, no one even believed that he would ever say this because it's so stupid, because he thought Hillary Clinton could be president, right? In 2016, he was campaigning for her. He thought he encouraged...
He's clearly a big dork. Yeah, that's why I love him.
Elizabeth Warren to run in 2016 instead of him. So if he thought a woman couldn't be president, why would he do that? So it's a ridiculous thing to say. And then she escalated. She ran a scorched...
And now we're rehashing the drama. I mean, you can't talk about it without just like getting angry all over again. Okay. But I digress. Back to Mike's.
We're running for office, and I genuinely cared about all of these policies, and I wanted to see them enacted. I would have to acknowledge that maybe...
I was looking at the replies, though, for the thing on this. So she was 20, he was 26. He waited until he wasn't her teacher anymore. She made out with him once. He said he realized, or I think it was more than once, but he said he realized it was wrong to date a former student and broke it off. He reached out a year later to apologize to her again. She blames her career tanking because of him. Girl, what? Kind of my impression of that, to be honest, yeah.
I should sacrifice my campaign, even though we worked hard, my staff worked hard, for the movement in a show of solidarity, so we make sure that the corporate Democrat doesn't win. But apparently that thought didn't cross anyone's mind. And it's not like I'm picking on like Bushra Amiwala and Mike Simmons because I dislike them. In fact, I probably agree more with Bushra's foreign policy than I do Kat's. But it's just a matter of like, who has the best chance of winning? Okay, that's the person who we should all strategically choose to back. Because, you know, long gone are the days where it's like, hey, we had a moral victory. Isn't it great to see all these progressives running for Congress? You know, we never had this many progressives, so I guess we could take it as a moral victory that we have so many great options. No, fuck that. I want to win. But apparently nobody else wants to win. Like, we're just going to keep splitting votes like fucking dipshits. I'm sorry. Like, I'm trying not to be a dick. I'm getting more pissed off as I talk. But we keep fucking doing this. And we need to, going forward, remember every single progressive who's running for Congress that chooses to stay in the race to the detriment of the entire movement. If I saw...
We got to pair it with calling for ranked choice voting. So it's not just like causing bitter infighting. There has to be a prescription and it has to be that.
AIPAC... endorsing me, doing an ad for me, I wouldn't just like denounce that and say, hey, fuck AIPAC. I would make sure that I wasn't being used as a useful idiot for a genocidal organization. But I guess that's too much to ask these days, right? People care more about their egos and their own sense of like entitlement than the broader movement. Like,
I don't want to have as dark. I don't have a dark assessment of Bush's campaign like that. Okay. I really don't know that. I can't say that that's really the impression that I got was motivating this. The reality is that the DSA is trying to gain ground in these further left areas where they have the opportunity to do so. And you cannot be constantly caving to the Democratic Party in races like this. And because it's like, it's seen as like fealty, right? Without extracting concessions in return. And so if that is also something that you're trying to do, right? And he probably supports all of the goal, like the majority of the goals the DSA is advancing. Then that's also a concern. And I think that that transcends and it's not just like ego and careerism, right? I'm sure that's a factor in this somewhere. But is it the primary factor? I don't know about that. I would need to know more about this person and their campaign and the history of the like candidates like this.
Sure, it's great. You have a phenomenal policy. Awesome. But do you care more about like yourself or the broader cause, getting Medicare for all, stopping genocide? Because it really seems like so many people are running for self-aggrandizement. I don't give a fuck about you individually, okay? You could run for Congress, awesome, I love you, thanks for doing that, but I don't give a fuck about you. I care about the policies, and until we all adopt that mindset and disavow the selfishness and think about the broader movement, we're not going to get nowhere. We're going to get our fucking cheeks clapped by centrists in perpetuity because we're so fucking stubborn and refuse to realize that, hey, maybe we should put aside our differences with candidates that agree with us on 99% of things, other progressives, and endorse them so the fucking centrist doesn't win. I mean, is that too much to ask? Am I being unreasonable here? Another thing to ask is, why wasn't Bernie and AOC in this race? Why wasn't the DSA endorsing Kat? I don't understand why they didn't get involved when she was very clearly a candidate who had the ability to win. Why did we just choose to not get involved?
What do you want to bet that, like, even if the DSA was considering that when Kat chose to run under the Democratic ticket, that's why they didn't endorse necessarily. And I don't know that the DSA really has a habit of like automatically endorsing like the next best candidate when a DSA friendly candidate doesn't present themselves, which I'm sure Kat was. But if that Taiwan position may have been something that impacted that.
Why didn't she do more to court their endorsement? Why did Kat herself make so many mistakes? I mean, at the last hour, she fired a foreign policy advisor, which I don't know why a candidate would need a foreign policy advisor, because like we want to know about your views and not the views that are inserted into your head by a foreign policy advisor. But she fired this Zionist foreign.
Well, I don't think it's like that's necessarily the views being inserted into your head. One, she has like an undergraduate degree in international relations, but that's more of an argument in his case, honestly, that she didn't really need one because she should be. You know, she could be up to date on this kind of like on her own. But two, okay, like it ended up being a thing that I don't think it actually had any impact on the electoral results, but you never know. Like, I don't think it like she didn't earn any additional votes because of that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't get that sense. Taking these stances on stuff like issues as complicated as like strategic ambiguity in Taiwan before you've even made it into office, like, you know, these are especially like there were better ways to have things to have focused on towards the final stretch of your campaign. And when that happened, she had to devote a non-insignificant amount of time responding to that that controversy that brought.
Policy advisor who said that she was interventionist, and she had some crazy fucking shit on her platform like, oh, I want to end the United States' strategic ambiguity with regard to China and Taiwan. Basically, I want to be more right-wing on the issue of China and Taiwan than like Republicans. And she had to take...
but I was saying that I don't think it necessarily means that like you're having ideas put into your head, because typically when you surround yourself with advisors, they're like like-minded people already. But that was a concern to people because they were like, well, if you're like-minded with this guy, then you're hawkish on foreign policy.
Down her whole foreign policy page because this person apparently wrote her foreign policy platform for her, and then she ended up disavowing those views. I genuinely don't even know where she stands. I know that she's against genocide, but like broadly speaking, you need to write your own policy platform. Why are progressives hiring these individuals who are usually consultants who come from other corporate Democrat campaigns? Why are we hiring them exactly? So like that's a fuck up on Kat's part. But again, like she was very clearly one of the progressives who could have won. So putting aside all the differences and, you know, critiques that I have with her, she very clearly would have been a very good member of Congress, a progressive member of Congress akin to AOC, Rashida Tlaib. But
she was warned about him months prior and decided to keep him on then. Ooh, do you have a citation for that? I would be curious because I tried to look into, someone made a similar claim and I like tried to look into it, but I couldn't find anything.
We saw what happened. So I guess I'll end by saying, if you plan to run for Congress anytime soon, make sure you know how to do math. If there's a progressive running in the same race as you and they have a chance of winning and you don't, you need to drop the fuck out and endorse them. There's a reason why New York progressives have been so successful. Now, also, they had ranked choice voting in New York, which is different. Like if there was ranked choice voting, it wouldn't make a difference. But if you are in a winner-take-all district, then you really are being extremely selfish. And it's worth pointing out that AIPAC is doing more to attack candidates from the left, right? So a lot of these candidates, I'm going to be looking at them with side eye if they have this progressive platform and they come out of nowhere and they're taking up like 5-6%. But there's another progressive and they could endorse that individual, but they're staying in the race. Like I'm going to view them as basically an op for AIPAC, either wittingly or unwittingly.
And like, look how they're doing this. Okay, this is how they... this is the ad that AIPAC funded for Bushrow's campaign to split the vote.
Walla is fighting for real economic justice.
We must break down these oligarchs and monopolies. We must make sure that billionaires, corporations, and these oligarchs pay their fair share in taxes.
Bushra's plan? Medicare for all, a living wage, student loan forgiveness, real affordable housing options, and yes, making the wealthy pay their fair share. Bushra Amiwala is the real deal, fighting for real economic justice.
And it says there at the bottom, Chicago Progressive Partnership paid for this ad, and they're not authorized or affiliated with the candidate. This is some scary shit to see, man. The fact that an AIPAC, a pro-Israel far-right group, put this on the airwaves, knowing that it would split the progressive vote, knowing that this appeals to people and that they don't support these ideas. It is dystopian and very freaky. And yeah, you don't like to fucking see it. And if I saw it, I would be like, I would drop out.
Wittingly, because what they're doing is...
Did she accept this? No. She disavowed it. She's like, fuck AIPAC. But that's when she was like, I'm staying in the race, I think. Hold on. Bushra. Amiwala. What do I put? Disavow? Like, trying to find, like, Twitter clips. Let's see.
The bidding of the establishment and the bidding of AIPAC. So there's not much left to say. Just, if you're going to run for Congress, do math. And
oh, here it is. And do math. Okay, there's no more of that video. Let's see.
Is running ads supporting my campaign, and let me be clear, we don't want it, we didn't ask for it, and we're demanding they stop. This is an attempt to smear my name by putting my name next to pro-genocide, pro-war, Trump-funded billionaires. Same billionaires who funded Trump's fascist regime in hopes that it sticks. And since Laura Fine is sinking fast, I'll save you the trouble of shopping around. Daniel Biss has already asked for your support. He won't call what's happening in Gaza genocide, and he won't say no to any further military aid to Israel. You all actually even stopped attacking him a week ago. We all noticed. Go back to your actual candidate. Once I'm elected to Congress, I'm coming for dark money, starting with yours. AIPAC is running ads supporting my...
Like, so it wasn't the same one where she was like, I'm staying in the race or whatever, but you gotta, like, at some point contend with the fact that, like, you can't, if they're doing that to like get progressive opponents off, and you just like, you say like, oh, I'm gonna do that if I'm elected, but you're so far from being able to even like clinch that, then I don't know, at that point you have to drop out. I also saw, this is like Hasan's reaction, or Hasan's community's reaction to it, because obviously I figured Mike's, community is going to largely agree with him. This is what they put. I feel like people are not giving her campaign the credit it deserved. A 26-year-old super progressive candidate got the second most votes in an election for a major position. That's huge. That widely reflects where the country is beginning to lean opinion-wise, and she only lost by 3.5% and got 6% more votes than the next candidate in line. It sucks she lost, but overall very impressive. I largely agree with this. It's not surprising when you consider 90% of her donors were out of state, and she overwhelmed the fundraising local leftists were capable of, which is true, and which is, but that's like, I actually think a point in her favor. Like, these races are becoming federal elections. Like, so much money. You have no idea. I don't know if people realize just how much money from out of state can get pumped into some of these races now. You think Tallarico is getting all of his money from people in Texas donating? No, it's a lot of people out of state. Because that affects everybody. All the DC progressives endorse Biss, including his predecessor, who was a beloved congresswoman for about 30 years. Kat did amazing, and blaming random leftists for not coalescing is silly. I do think that he understated this, like the extent to which Biss has inroads with the people and the constituents in that Chicago area and district. He had the name recognition, he had the trust. That's something that Kat Abugazaleh is still building. Anyone struggling to understand should go look at the endorsement pages of Biss and Kat. She also didn't work with the DSA, which is dumb. She also didn't use Twitter. Like, I think she was online enough. I don't think that's something that you can chastise her for, is like not using like Twitter enough. Somebody put, I feel like you're missing the forest for the trees here a bit. The establishment coalescing around one of their own is expected. That's what an oligarchical two-party system evolved towards, restraining challenges to its legitimacy and privileging the people that play nice with their capital owners and special interests is what it's designed to do. Biss is in the club, Kat is not. A serious left-wing entry as a movement will not succeed without recognizing this reality and having some sober analysis and answers to this problem and being flexible to the contours of each unique situation and election. And part of that is going to have to be a recognition that you can't defeat your own movement if you're a real socialist. There needs to be some recognition of sacrifice for the common good and cause. And that means that you need some Mamdani/Lander cooperation where you can't have leftists cannibalizing themselves on top of all the baked-in structural disadvantages in an oligarchical system designed to keep challengers to its power and legitimacy out. To be clear, part of this also falls on Kat, who should have probably made more efforts to facilitate that. Damn. I feel like I'm reading an alt or something. I feel like this person like consolidated exactly what I was thinking, like perfectly. It also falls on the DSA and the candidates on the margins, though, and on the broader movement for constantly focusing on celebrity candidates to project out hopes and dreams instead of structural organizing to push for things that can help make leftist candidates more viable, like ranked choice voting, or jungle primaries, or runoffs, or publicly funded elections. Me from the past, future, exactly, from the future past. That is real. And then there were some like anonymous tips from this account on Twitter, organizer memes. So a non-tip, Illinois 9th District, to organizer memes at Gmail. I volunteered for Kat's campaign when she first launched, but jumped over to Simmons, he's my state senator, when he announced and can confirm that a few organizations verbally in their interview would ask, would you consolidate behind the progressive with the path to victory? Nothing in writing or a formal agreement, but the problem was Biss is progressive. He was the progressive candidate for governor in 2018. He has called for abolishing ICE since then, is for Medicare for all, whereas Kat was Medicare for all if you want it, Pbd'S style. She changed this. And he would co-sponsor Block the Bombs. He was endorsed by CPC, and Delia was silently helping him behind the scenes. I'm assuming Delia was the congressional representative that had been there for like 30 years and endorsed him. That is why Bernie and AOC did not jump in. They would never back Kat. Kat did not call Mike or Bushra to consolidate. In Illinois' 8th District, Junaid called Morrison and Yasmin, who actually had the ask made and refused. It is really insane to say Mike and Bushra refused when there was never an ask made by the candidate to refuse. I think Kat was too immature to make the call and expected Oryx to have the conversation for her and tried pushing an online hate campaign towards Mike and Bushra to pressure them. Okay, they have like no evidence for this. I don't know that the reason why is because Kat's immaturity. I don't know that she expected there to be an online hate campaign like launched towards these other candidates. I don't know where that's coming. This just seems like conjecture. She really should have picked up the phone as the leading progressive candidate and didn't. You should run. You guys are very funny. On the Medicare for all thing. Hold on. So this is what her thing said. I had to screenshot it because I can't link it because I'm blocked by this motherfucker. Mike from PA, but glad to see that Kat Abugazaleh has changed her position and come out in favor of Medicare for all. Previously, she had supported Pbd'S Medicare for all who want it plan. Here are the changes on her website in the past week. So, this is one of these things. Hold on. It says every American deserves. This is the new one, right? Every American deserves healthcare regardless of whether they have a job. That's why we need a universal single-payer healthcare system. But at first, it said every American deserves healthcare regardless of whether they have a job. That's why we need a universal single-payer healthcare system with an opt-out if you're a private insurance super van for some reason. So this is like more of a public option than it is Medicare for all. At least you can read. A lot of people can read. Chill. But on that tip, Bushra weighed in, and she was like, "No, that's not true." There was somebody said this is true. Bushra said not true regarding those like anonymous tips or whatever. So who are we trusting? What is the truth here? Okay. But on the question as to like why Bernie didn't, like I do think that person leaving the tip makes a good point, which is that candidates really only feel comfortable throwing their weight and endorsing behind somebody who they think is going to win because they don't want their endorsement to seem like, oh, it doesn't do anything. They don't want to have like Hirohito syndrome because, all right, like Hirohito syndrome is like Hirohito was the emperor of Japan, but he was understood by the literal definition of the state ideology as a god, as a god emperor on earth, okay, who could like do anything. But if Hirohito, obviously he's not literally a god, so if he ever tried to exert any of that power, the facade goes away, and it's like, oh, you're just the emperor in clothes, basically. You not actually have the powers. So it's kind of the same when when somebody like Bernie or AOC is being asked like, oh, why didn't they endorse? Because if the candidate doesn't win, then people see their, like, and if that happens enough times, then the endorsement means less and less each time. And it actually becomes like a bad omen, or seems like, oh, they don't even do anything. They can't even influence electoral outcomes. They give these candidates their endorsements and like they're not even working. So they'll only do it, I think, when it's like a really, really safe bet. And obviously, between the fact that it wasn't necessarily a safe bet and the fact that Daniels understood in like, had the upper hand, it was a dicey move to make, to do that. They probably want to work with Biss in the future if he becomes elected. And he is understood as the progressive candidate because a lot of people are still PEPs, progressive except Palestine, okay? Even though Kat Abugazaleh is more progressive than Daniel Biss. But this was an Axios article that I think AOC weighed in on. AOC won't rule out endorsing against fellow House Dems. So, oh, great. Now I have to log in at the time that I put this in. I did not have to. Let me see. Maybe it's in here. Trump has no problem endorsing losers all the time. Yeah, but Trump has a personality cult. There's different things at play there. AOC won't rule out endorsing against fellow House Dems. So this was published 21 minutes ago. Not really. I don't know when it was published, but a few days ago. This would have been around the same time. Representative AOC told Axios she is keeping the door open to endorsing challengers to her House Democratic colleagues if someone crosses some huge line. Why it matters. AOC hasn't endorsed a primary challenge to a sitting member in years and even signaled to colleagues during her run for House Oversight Committee ranking member that she may abandon the practice altogether. What is this hyperlink to? AOC defeated by Connolly in battle. If I put signaled. If I just put endorse. Where are they getting that then? Okay, weird. But asked in an interview at the Capitol on Wednesday about endorsing against incumbents, she told Axios, I just haven't waded into that territory. Obviously, if someone crosses some huge line, it's never something I would rule out, the New York Democrat said, though she added that it would have to be a kind of egregious thing. What they're saying, I've said this to both my colleagues here, and I say it across the board. You're never going to see me tell someone that they should never run, AOC said. She noted that she got into Congress in 2018 by unseating an quote-unquote extremely powerful incumbent, former Representative Joe Crowley, who was chair of the House Democratic Caucus in the Queens County Democratic Party. Regardless of whether I get involved in a race or not, you're never going to see me disavow someone for wanting to participate in that process, she added. Since her upset win in 2018, AOC has built up relationships with her more establishment-oriented Democratic colleagues. She has extended some notable olive branches to party leadership, including telling Axios last year she didn't think a primary challenge against House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries was a good idea. I have seen some data on this to suggest that that probably isn't a good idea. It seems unlikely that because he's in a pretty red area, like a area that could easily flip red. I don't know if that's the best way to go. In an ideal world, he would be primaried. Obviously, I definitely think he should be removed as House Minority Leader. But I don't know about primarying him. He needs to not be Minority Leader. Erstwhile left-wing allies such as the DSA have noticeably cooled towards AOC, accusing her of being insufficiently vocal in her opposition to Israel. Yeah. The progressive superstar is that like the thing of the, defensive weapons vote was annoying. She overall voted against that anyway, but I didn't understand why she voted for the defensive weapons. The progressive superstar is seen as a possible contender for the U.S. Senate or president in 2028. Axios' Alex Thompson reported last year. AOC's comments come as a breathtaking 30 House Democratic incumbents face at least one primary challenge who raise $100,000 or more at the end of 2025. Many, though not all of those bids are grounded in the same leftism and anti-establishment critique that fueled AOC's bid for office. But she's kept her endorsements to a minimum, even in open Democratic primaries, endorsing just one candidate in the 4 open House primaries held in Illinois on Tuesday. She backed progressive activist Ana Lila Mejia's successful primary campaign in a New Jersey special election last month, but has notably not supported candidates like Nida Alam or Kat Abugazaleh, who were supported by Justice Dems. The bottom line, AOC's strategy is not giving out her endorsement capriciously. Candidates have to demonstrate long-standing progressive bona fides that they will carry into office. Anybody can put up a website and put up a list of policy commitments on it. We have to see, is there a record on those commitments? What is the relationship to an on-the-ground field force like? How material is the support? Which is so funny because she really didn't have much of that stuff when she ran, but whatever. This is a hard job and the pressures are high. AOC added, if you don't have that rooting, you can get blown around, even if you have the best intentions in the world. That is not wrong, though. Joe Lieberman enters the room. She endorsed Cisneros against Cuellar, and the party leaders reamed her for it. Yup. That's why it's like, she doesn't, they're saying, like, they said here, like, oh, she doesn't do that. She hasn't done it in years. But, like, then they went on to say, like, oh, but she endorsed here. But I guess they weren't sitting members? I don't know. Let's see. And I saw that, like, PV had, like, called them out. We love it, AOC and Senator Sanders, but we have to also call them out when they make a mistake. Not endorsing at Kat Abugazaleh and Junaid for us was a catastrophic one. AOC not endorsing Nida Alam, who lost very narrowly, deserves to be in this conversation. Also true. She endorsed Junaid. This was the full extent of her endorsement. No email blast like she did for Spanberger's safe gubernatorial election. No get out the vote reminder on election day. A paper endorsement isn't enough to grow our numbers. We can't expect her to lift a finger. So yeah, he got the AOC endorsement, but like it was something that he was allowed to post with her on Instagram. It's like not, it should have been something that was done like bigger, like you have to campaign with these people. It's not enough to just do like an Instagram post about it, unfortunately, because you're presupposing that the voters you need to reach are like following your campaign. This does get like some news, but like this probably could have been bigger, you know? Let's see. Then there's this Fox article talking about who did, because Kat Abugazaleh did get some endorsements from like Ilhan Omar and others. Squad-back progressives hit with cold showers, moderates with win Illinois primary. Several experts weighed in on to Fox News Digital about the Democratic Party's progressive versus establishment battle. A trio of progressive Democrats backed by members of the squad suffered blistering rebukes on Tuesday as Illinois voters rejected them in favor of more moderate candidates. But which is so funny that they're doing this. Like they lost, but like Daniel Biss is still going to be considered progressive by a lot of people. Prompting questions from onlookers about whether the party's core and momentum should be entrusted to the far left wing of its base. To James Carville, oh my God, of course, that's who they get to fucking comment on this, a longtime Democratic strategist, the answer has been no for a long time. Talking to Fox News Digital in response to several progressive candidates losing in Tuesday's Democratic primary in Deep Blue, Illinois, he questioned the narrative that squad-aligned progressives are gaining momentum. What momentum? About 15% of the Democratic Party identifies themselves as progressive. Not true, it's higher than that. And what's unique, they win about 15% in the primaries at most. Carville said, this is something that I've dealt with all my life. In New York, Mamdani got 50.5%, which is not overwhelming. That's hardly the basis for some national movement. Dude, Carville saying that and leaving out that fucking he beat Cuomo, he beat Eric Adams, and he beat Sliwa when he first launched the campaign was polling at like 1 to 2% is insane. Referring to the socialist mayor of New York City. The progressive losses came all despite high profile support from some of the most progressive figures in Congress. Kat Abugazaleh, the 26-year-old Palestinian American running on an anti-establishment platform and promises to implement a wealth tax, attracted support from the likes of Representative Rashida Tlaib and Representative Ilhan Omar, but lost on Tuesday. Defeated technology entrepreneur Junaid Ahmed told voters he would push for the self-determination of Gaza and implement healthcare for all, earning the support of Representative AOC, Representative Pramila Jayapal, and Senator Elizabeth Warren. And Robert Peters, a state senator who raised $1.1 million on his track record of helping to end cash bail and raising minimum wage at the state level. Really quick. Is this who I think it was? Is this the guy going for... Oh, wait, no. Okay. I was like, is this the guy who wants Pelosi's seat? A state senator who raised $1.1 million on his track record of helping to end cash bail and raising the minimum wage at the state level garnered backing from Senator Bernie Sanders, Democrat from Vermont, and Warren, but lost his bid for Congress to Cook County Commissioner Donna Miller. Between them, they've raised $5.7 million. Like, yeah, I don't think it was a wash for progressives entirely. Because again, these people are still, they're not, as progressive as you want them to be, but they still beat AIPAC-aligned candidates, which is good. See. Screw Carville, yeah. Carville said Obama would never win. That's fucking awesome. And I'm going to start, if that's true, and I assume it is, I'm going to start bringing that up. That's hilarious. The fucking cope, man. And on the subject of endorsements, I did see this a couple days ago. Elizabeth Warren endorsing Platner.
Platner for Senate in Maine. And here's the reason why. Graham Platner is the real deal. He's a fighter, and he's ready to take that fight to Washington. Graham actually knows hard work. He's an oyster farmer in Maine. Graham knows the consequences of Donald Trump sending our service members to fight endless wars in the Middle East. He's a combat veteran who was deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan. And he understands what's happening to working people when there's not someone in Washington fighting like hell for your family. We've already seen it. Hospitals are closing down. Gas prices are up. Trump's illegal tariffs have made everything more expensive. And now we're at war with Iran. Oh, and God forbid you want to buy a home. Look, people are hurting, and people are ready to vote for someone who will actually fight for them. Not just nibble around the edges, not just
cereal for every meal. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Welcome, guys. We're looking at doing a little bit of an autopsy unexpectedly on why Kat Abugazaleh did not win in Illinois' congressional primary. And now seeing that Elizabeth Warren got Platner's endorsement, which kind of surprises me. I didn't think she would endorse Mills. I just didn't know if she would get involved in this.
Just wimp
forced to bear due to misinjury. Many such cases.
Out at holding the rich and powerful accountable. Graham Platner has the grit to go against the grain and to fight for what is right.
And have that Nazi
and
tattoo.
The people in Maine are fired up and excited for change. You know what? That's the energy, that's the fighting spirit that the Democratic Party needs now more than ever. Graham Platner can help us win back the Senate, and he can help us build a country that doesn't just work for a tiny sliver at the top, but a nation that works for working families.
So the New York Times reports on this, and here's their headline, right? Elizabeth Warren backs Graham Platner in Maine, splitting with Chuck Schumer. The intervention by Ms. Warren is the latest instance of her embracing a candidate at odds with Mr. Schumer, the top Senate Democrat, okay? Because Schumer obviously backs Mills. What do you want to guess how Fox News decides to put it? Elizabeth Warren endorses Nazi-tattooed Graham Platner in high-stakes Maine Senate primary. The endorsement comes after the Mills campaign launched a major ad by highlighting Platner's alleged crude Reddit post and a controversial tattoo. Amazing. Let's see. So what do we want to look at next? But since you guys are here, there's people just joining. Welcome. Thank you so much for the raid again. Serial. I'm going to shout her out in Twitch chat in a little bit, and everybody should go follow her. But if you're watching me and you enjoy the content and you're not following me already, why aren't you doing that? You should be following me. You should also, if you want to support me, subscribe to me on YouTube and like the stream. It really helps push it out to other people. Liking the stream is very, very critical. If you want to look at my past VODs, they're housed on my YouTube channel. I try to timestamp almost all of my VODs. That way you're not having to scrub through hours and hours of content. It's just there in the comments or in the chapters for you to see easily. The best way to support me is through the Streamlabs tip link that is pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box, because they only take like 3%. But other ways to support me include sending me a super chat on YouTube, which I will always read. And if you're on Twitch, you can subscribe to me, give subs throughout the chat, or use your Amazon Prime sub. That way you can get an ad-free experience as well as access to cute emotes. I'm at Straighterade on everything. And yeah, let's see. I think, is it time to get back to Iran? Is it time to get back into PBD? I think it's time to get back into PBD. Let's see. Let's see what let's center some Iranian voices at this time and get into this. Okay. So this is them talking about the Iranian elementary school bombing.
Or US at
Whoa. Whoa. Okay, like let's not blow out the mic. Let's take it down to a nice 140. And since, you know, am I just not going to play the intro? The hardest intro?
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm supposed I could taste sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright.
My handshake is better than anything I ever signed, right here.
You are a one-of-one?
My son's right about it.
I don't think I've ever said this before.
So cool. Okay. So this was 11 days ago. I just can't, sorry. We can't skip past that. I want to get a little bit of an up, like to see like where it's progressed over the last week. How they reacted to, again, U.S. blamed for Iran school
New York
bombing.
Times
U.S. blamed for thing that they did, correct. U.S. blamed for that. Yeah, we did do that. Let's look at this horrific commentary.
Story, U.S. at fault in strike on school in Iran. Preliminary inquiry says that came in. We've been following this closely. A lot of different things have been said. The president and Pete Hegseth were asked about it, and they said, we don't know. My opinion is Iran was behind this. And then Pete Hegseth said, we're looking into it. But I think there's a clip, Rob, that you have an ongoing military investigation as determined.
Just shouted out Cereal for Every Meal in Twitch chat. Everyone should go follow her if you aren't already.
That the United States is responsible for a deadly Tomahawk missile strike on an Iranian elementary school, according to U.S. officials and others familiar with the preliminary findings. The February 28th strike on Shajarah Tayyibeh Elementary School building was the result of a targeting mistake by the U.S. military, which was conducting strikes on an adjacent Iranian base, of which the school building was formerly a part of the preliminary investigation found. Officers at the U.S. Central Command created the target coordinates for the strike using outdated data provided by the Defense Intelligence Agency, the DIA. People briefed on the investigation said officials
What would we think if Iran bombed an elementary school with a double tap strike here in the United States and they said, oh, it was because we had bad data? Would any of these people buy this? Why are we applying a different level of scrutiny?
That the findings are preliminary and that there are important unanswered questions about why the outdated information had not been double-checked. Striking a school full of children is sure to be recorded as one of the most devastating single military errors in recent decades. Iranian officials have said the death toll was at 175 people, most of them children. Vinny.
I mean, tragedy is an understatement for what happened. I know people say, casualties of war, and I understand that part. My thing is, we know as a military member, Pat, especially being Air Force, I know you were Army, Mike's here, Navy. What were you, Mike? Navy. Guess what? Every single munition, every bomb, every missile is accounted for. If it's ours, if it's the United States munitions, we know exactly where it is and we know what happened. If the case,
yes, exactly. That's how we know that we did it.
Is that it was us, just come clean, apologize so people move forward. Because you know what? Those are 168.
Yeah, just come. Yeah, let's just call for transparency for a war crime. You think they're going to fucking do that? No.
Children who have...
They won't even call this a war. And you're expecting them to do... They're not going to do this.
Fathers who have brothers, who have uncles, who have cousins. What are their attitudes going to be like towards us? Think about that. And where are they? Are some of them here? Are some of them sitting around waiting to do something? This is a very, very bad look. If it is, nobody's still giving us a solid answer. But if it is us, I want them to come clean and let everybody know what happened. At least,
yeah, I don't just if it was us, I don't just want them to come clean. I want them to be tried at the Hague, imprisoned for life. That would be a start. If these people were to be removed from office, that would be like the good ending for them in a just world.
Admit to the fault, because this whole, well, we don't know, might have been them, and they initially blamed them right off the bat. They're like, it was Iran, which it looks like to me now it's not, but I think that you have to come clean with something like this. I get it. It's a horrible, horrible thing that happened when innocent lives are
mistakes were made, surely
taken or killed, and you have to admit it. At least admit the fault and move on.
Yeah,
I don't like
just admit that you killed all those kids and move on. Also, why we're not just drawing a negative inference from okay, if I put, maybe this will bring it up. Media Matters, Pete, Hegseth praises Trump, Iranian strikes, calls to bomb cultural centers. This has the clip. Let me see. Again, this is Media Matter. Hegseth has a record on foreign policy and national security of advocating for aggressive military action and championing war crimes. Hegseth, there's merit in preemptive strike against North Korea. This was on Fox and Friends in 2017. Hegseth defended Blackwater contractors convicted of killing Iraqi civilians. They're making tough calls on the battlefield. This was in 2019. Hegseth dismissed a whistleblower's account of Trump's phone call with Ukrainian President Zelensky. One man's whistleblower is another man's political leader who has an agenda. This was in 2019. In opposition to then Secretary of Defense Mark Esper, Hegseth repeatedly advocated that Trump intervene and pardon convicted war criminals. Trump ultimately followed Hegseth's urging. This is 2019. Months after then President Trump withdrew support from Kurdish fighters in northern Syria, Hegseth declared that America can still work with allies like the Kurds. This is in 2020. Hegseth suggested targeting Iran's energy production sites. Do they want their economic sites, their military sites, political sites, and or cultural sites targeted? How about all their oil and gas? This was in 2020. Hegseth said he supports America committing war crimes. I don't care about Iranian cultural sites. This was in 2020. Hegseth called for massive strikes against Iran to take out infrastructure and possibly cultural sites. This was also in 2020. Hegseth, Democrats and the media are agents of Russia, not Donald Trump. This was in 2020. Hegseth attacked the ICC. These international bodies can turn against you. This was in 2020. Hegseth on reports of lack of White House response to Russian bounties for killing U.S. troops. You can make a decision to do nothing too. This was in 2020. Hegseth suggested that former President Barack Obama played a role in instigating the war in Ukraine. This is in 2023. Hegseth suggested that signals have been sent to Iran by the Biden and Obama admin so that it can fund terrorism. You see our administration working very hard to say, oh, the $6 billion, it's not in their bank account yet. There may be technicalities about that. As you pointed out, it's all fungible. But you also have the Obama admin giving away cash to the Iranians multiple times, and then you get the easing of sanctions and... amazing. Literally, we lifted sanctions on Iran and lightening of the restrictions against Iran under the Biden admin, Hegseth said. This was in 23. After all, he's Secretary of War now. So targeting the energy sites...
President Trump, as you obviously know, he caught a lot of heat from the Democrats over this killing of the Iranian general.
Over that assassination. Yeah, he got some heat for that, for sure.
Tape. Let's have a look what they said.
This is and was an enormous escalation, and it follows a string of dubious actions that President Trump has taken that have drastically increased the prospects and the risk of war with Iran and danger to Americans.
Let me move on immediately to AOC and the tweet that she put out, because I know you've already seen it, Pete, but I think our audience should as well. Look at this, please. Can we highlight it? Show it up there. Yeah, here we go. This is a war crime. It does not make you strategic. It makes you a monster. A little over the top, I'd say.
She comes from the thought crime generation, right? Where a tweet is a war crime. This was in response to President Trump tweeting.
It is actually a war crime to call for certain things.
Out, I have 52 targets ready to go if you strike Americans.
She's like not necessarily saying you're like a war criminal for saying it. She was like, you're advocating for war crimes. Like, this is a war crime if this were to be enacted. But in his position, like, he was saying that like there would not be quartering of soldiers. Like, even saying these statements in the positions that he's in, he is engaged in war criminality.
Or American interest to represent the 52 hostages that were held under Jimmy Carter and released under Ronald Reagan, held for 444 days. President Trump, thankfully, we have a president who now has a long memory, understands the nature of the terrorist Islamic Iranian regime, and knows they trust one thing. Strength. That's the one thing they respect. Weakness, they run right over, which they did over Obama. They know, do they want their economic sites, their military sites, political sites, and or cultural sites targeted? How about their oil and gas? If they don't have energy, they have absolutely nothing. And as you said in your open, and you're perfectly correct, with energy independence, we don't need them the way we did before.
Oh, it makes all the difference. All the difference in the world.
Okay, this guy would go on to do a double tag strike on a girls' school, and I'm supposed to believe that, oh, that was bad intel. This is, I don't care about Iranian cultural sites. They would destroy every single one of our cultural sites and build a mosque on top of it.
When you hear the Democrats saying, wait, why did he do this now? Is this related to impeachment? What do you think?
I think with friends like these Democrats, who needs the Iranians? I mean, ultimately, this is the resistance continuing overseas as adamantly as we've seen it here at home. Listen, you may not like President Trump. You may have voted for the impeachment in the House. But if you're someone like Comrade Cortez, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, tweeting, saying that a tweet from the president threatening the Iranians is in and of itself a war crime, you've lost your mind.
Wait a second.
So she wasn't even responding to him. She was responding to Trump, who probably was saying certain things that amounted to war crimes very easily.
And that was related to his threat to destroy the cultural...
52 sites, one of which might be cultural. Actually, by the way, I don't care about Iranian cultural sites, and I'll tell you why. If Iran could, if you understand the Islamic Republic of Iran, of Islamists, if they had the power, they would destroy every single one of our cultural sites and build a mosque on top of it.
So why am I supposed to give this motherfucker the benefit of the doubt about, I don't care about that he didn't know, or at least was like negligent to the point, like reckless to the point of negligence, like criminal negligence with that particular strike on that elementary school, when he's like, I don't care about their cultural sites?
If you don't understand the nature of our enemy, you're foolish about who you're pointing out and whether or not you're happy that...
Like the nature of our enemy, again, like he's trying to act like, oh, I'm referring to human shields, obviously. No, you're not. You're just like talking about all civilians.
Soleimani is dead. This guy's exported terrorism for that regime for 40 years. And the fact that Democrats in this country can't take a pause to say, this is a good thing, now let's figure out how to prevent an Iranian
nature of those elementary school kids, they had missiles in their backpacks.
They just go straight to politics, and it's shameful.
So, Sandra,
it's shameful. Fox's Pete Hegseth calls for massive strikes against Iran to take out infrastructure and possibly cultural sites.
And Pete Hegseth,
this is in light of the Soleimani assassination.
Co-host, he joins us from the Twin Cities right now. All right, so Pete, when you were with us yesterday, we knew something was going to happen, and because they said they're going to have fierce revenge. Okay, we saw what they did. 15 missiles our direction. What do you make of that?
Yeah, not fierce revenge also won't be enough for the Iranian regime. Listen, they're not as capable as they want the world to believe they are. They want something to sell for internal propaganda. I totally get that. None of this, though, changes the calculation of this regime, which is an evil regime. This is like if ISIS controlled a state, just Shia version.
Oh my God.
They have their own caliphate. They want to export it. They're premised on the
Yeah, this is just like ISIS, man.
Exportation of terrorism, death to America, death to Israel. So when I hear talk about, well, now it's time to get back to the table and talk.
It's just so stupid because again, like he acknowledges like, okay, like they're the wrong like religious sect or whatever, but like if they were, they'd basically be the same thing. That is like not the case at all. Like the Tolver like Muslims or whatever, like they are like sworn enemies, no, of ISIS.
Say they need to come back to the table for talks on their nuclear capability.
Like the inversion of that, it's like, oh, it's like if they were this thing and they were completely the opposite. It's like if water was actually dry, is basically like what they were saying. Then like, yeah.
They need to come back limping and begging, not seething. So will this be enough? Will it end here? I don't think so. I don't think even close. And not because people like me want to escalate. The president has played this perfectly. He's played it being careful and cautious.
Well, who takes the next shot?
A careful and cautious little assassination of a top general.
Sometimes you have moments, Steve, and I happen to believe
that fish could sprint, it would be just like that.
We can't kick the can down the road any longer in trying to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb. They used the killing of Soleimani as an excuse to say, we're scrapping the Iran deal. We all know they were scrapping it anyway. So what better time than now to say, we're starting the clock. You've got a week. You've got X amount of time before we start taking out your energy production facilities. We take out key infrastructure. We take out your missile sites. We take out nuclear developments.
That is
We
not
take out
a popular idea.
capabilities. Or you know what? Take out a Quds headquarters while you're at it if you want.
Like literally saying, like, what if we target their cultural sites?
I understand that's not a popular idea. I don't want boots on the ground. I don't want occupation. I don't want endless war. But Iran has been in an endless war with us for 40 years. Either we
see, like, look, why would you? It is so clear to me that he's totally fine with purposefully doing this. Okay. And that if that is the leadership that goes on in the fucking Department of War, right? Why is there any reason to think that like this wasn't something that there was not criminal negligence involved here?
We put up and shut up now and stop it, or we kind of wait, go back to the table and let them dither while they attempt to continue to develop the capabilities to do precisely what they've said they want to do. So either we
like they'll do anything to avoid, again, like boots on the ground, putting Americans' lives at risks or whatever. Like they don't want to do that. They know it would be politically unpopular, and they don't think it's not justified to do that, or it's like not worth the trade-off. So the trade-off is that you have to pay for it. Your civilians have to be targeted, so we can avoid that.
We're honest about the nature of this regime, or I think we miss a moment. So I think it's been played well so far, but we should keep the initiative on our side as opposed to trying to just tit for tat react to something they'll continue to keep doing. They always have.
Pete, I know that we are prepared to hit 52 targets, the president has said. Maybe if there were casualties, but because they're not, maybe the mission will change. But what do you know about these cultural sites? Because we're not supposed to be hitting cultural sites, but I understand, I've been hearing that we believe that the Iranians are hiding missiles and weapons in some of these cultural sites, churches,
of course they do.
Mosques.
This is what Islamists do. It's what they've done on the battlefield against folks like me and my entire generation. Human shields, using mosques, using hospitals. hospitals, schools. This is what our enemies do. Now, that doesn't mean we go on and target cultural sites, but what it means is we are clear-eyed about how our enemies use the rules that we write.
It means we target cultural sites because that's where they're doing it. That's where they're hiding. He's saying they're engaged in human shielding, therefore it loses its protection status, therefore it's a valid military target.
Against us. And if we want to defeat them, this is something, having seen it, if we want to defeat them, we have to think smart about how these rules, how we navigate within these rules without playing in a game that's rigged to help them so that we can't win. If we're going to fight to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb, this regime, then we need to rewrite the rules that are advantageous to us. I don't want to hit cultural sites on purpose, but if you're using one to harbor your most dangerous weapons, then that should be on the target list.
And the president did.
I don't want to hit these, but if you're doing it, then that should be on the target list. And then that literally happened a few years later. But all he needs to do is say, oops, sorry, and that's okay with the PBD boys.
Waiting around, and you know what's going on.
Let me tell you, you're right. And Caroline Levitt said, President Trump said this. He first denies it. If you have the other one, he's still, go for it, Rob.
The report shows, a new report says that the military investigation has found that the United States struck the school in Iran. As Commander-in-Chief, do you take responsibility for that?
That is what?
As Commander-in-Chief, do you...
For what?
For the strike on the school in Iran. A new report says the military investigation has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it.
Go to what Caroline Levitt had to say. Here's what Caroline Levitt had to say about it.
On the Iranian school, why did President Trump say yesterday that Iran may have Tomahawk missiles when there are only 3 other U.S. allies plus the U.S. that have those missiles and therefore could...
Look, again, as the president said yesterday, he will accept the conclusion of this investigation by the Department of War. I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about who may be responsible for this. We're not going to get ahead of the Department of War and the conclusion of that investigation. The president has a right to share his opinions with the American public, but he has said he'll accept the conclusion of that investigation. Right there.
This is what Senator Joe Kennedy had to say. I think he's from Louisiana, if I'm not mistaken. Go for it.
Right, though, you actually talked to NBC News last night about that strike on the girls' school, and you said it was terrible. We made a mistake. I'm just so sorry that it happened. And why did you feel like it was important to say that?
Because I think it's the truth. I mean, we're investigating, but I'm not going to hide behind that. I think it was a terrible, terrible mistake. The investigation may prove me wrong. I hope
mistakes were made.
So the kids are still dead.
The investigations did not prove him wrong. I mean, this was the preliminary reporting from the United States, or from the New York Times. Analysis suggests school was hit amid U.S. strikes on Iranian naval base. The February 28th school strike in Manab, which killed dozens, including children, appeared to have been part of an attack on an adjacent naval base in southern Iran, where officials said U.S. forces were operating. The February 28th strike that hit an elementary, and this was published March 5th and then updated on March 7th, hit an elementary school in the southern Iranian town of Manab is the deadliest known episode of civilian casualties since the United States and Israel attacked Iran, and no side yet has taken responsibility. But a body of evidence assembled by the New York Times, including newly released satellite imagery, social media posts, and verified videos, indicates the school building was severely damaged by a precision strike that occurred at the same time as attacks on an adjacent naval base operated by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or IRGC. And official statements that U.S. forces were attacking naval bases near the Strait of Hormuz, where the IRGC base is located, suggested that they were most likely to have carried out the strike. The White House referred the Times to remarks by Press Secretary Caroline Levitt at a news conference on Wednesday when asked if the United States had conducted the airstrike on the school. She responded, "Not that we know of," adding the Department of War is investigating this matter. Determining precisely what happened has been impeded by the lack of visible weapons fragments and the inability of outside reporters to reach the scene. The total death toll is yet to be independently confirmed, but Iranian health officials and state media said the strike had killed at least 175 people, many of them children, at an elementary school. In the several days since the attack, U.S. officials have neither confirmed nor denied responsibility. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said on Wednesday that an investigation was underway. Nadav Shoshani, an Israeli military spokesman, told reporters on Sunday that as of now, he was not aware of any Israeli military operation in that area at the time. U.S. officials in public statements have indicated that on the day in question, U.S. planes were conducting operations in the region where the school was located. This was just from the beginning, it was abundantly clear that the United States was likely responsible for this. Then a preliminary inquiry came out, and this was published on March 11th. U.S. at fault in strike on school in Iran, preliminary inquiry says, an ongoing military investigation has determined that the U.S. is responsible for a deadly Tomahawk missile strike. Again, we have these missiles. Iran does not have those missiles. on Iranian elementary school, according to U.S. officials and others familiar with the preliminary findings. The February 28th strike on the elementary school building was a result of targeting mistake by the U.S. military, which was conducting strikes on an adjacent Iranian base, of which the school building was formerly a part. The preliminary investigation found officers at U.S. Central Command created the target coordinates for the strike using outdated data provided by the Defense Intelligence Agency. People briefed on the investigation said. What do you want to bet AI was involved in this? Officials emphasized that the finding, even in the loop AI, it was probably involved in this. Officials emphasized that the findings are preliminary and that there are important unanswered questions about why the outdated information had not been double-checked. Striking a school full of children is sure to be recorded as one of the most devastating single military errors in recent decades. Again, military errors, even though this is still a preliminary inquiry. Why is there this assumed benefit of the doubt conferred to the given to the United States? I don't understand it. We would never do this. It would never be assumed to be a military error in any other circumstance if the United States were on the receiving end of an attack like this. Iranian officials have said the death toll was at least 175 people, most of them children. While the overall finding was largely expected, the U.S. is the only country involved in the conflict that uses Tomahawk missiles. It has already cast a shadow on the U.S. military operation in Iran. Again, it's a war. It's not a military operation. President Trump's attempts to sidestep the blame for the strike have also already complicated the inquiry, leaving officials who have reviewed the findings showing U.S. culpability expressing unease. The people interviewed for this story spoke on the condition of anonymity, citing the sensitive nature of the ongoing investigation and Mr. Trump's assertion at one point that Iran, not the U.S., was responsible. As the Times acknowledges in its own reporting, the investigation is still ongoing. Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, said in a statement. Asked about this article as he left the White House on Wednesday for a trip to promote his economic agenda in Ohio and Kentucky, Mr. Trump replied, "I don't know about that." Literally one of the opening actions launching this war were responsible for it. More preliminary evidence points to it. It's becoming undeniable. He doesn't know about it. People briefed on the investigation said many questions were yet to be answered about why outdated information was used and who failed to verify the data. Still, the error has not surprised current and former officials. So, of course, Hegseth after this, he vows that there's going to be this thorough probe, right, on the school, launch into what happened, that Trump blamed on Iran. This was reported on March 13th. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth said Friday that the U.S. military has opened a comprehensive investigation into last month's deadly strike on an elementary school in Iran, which in what appeared to be a tacit acknowledgement of the United States' responsibility for the incident and a shift to examining how it occurred. Hegseth, speaking at a Pentagon news conference, did not explicitly acknowledge the United States was at fault for the February 28th incident, which left at least 175 dead, mostly children, according to Iranian officials. But he said that the truth matters, so this is all he needs to do. When was this? This was March 13th, so this is the same day. So he's already A-okay in Vinny's book, because he just said he's acknowledging that this certainly does exist, right? This certainly does need to happen. But I guess he's falling just a little bit short because he didn't apologize. His comments coincide with a growing body of evidence suggesting the U.S. military carried out the strike in Manab, a city in southern Iran. The Pentagon does not typically conduct such investigations of another country's military operations. The secretary spoke as the Pentagon prepares to deploy other forces to the Middle East as the war continues. Among the units expected to go in the coming days is an amphibious task force that includes nearly 5,000 troops, including the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit. Two officials familiar with the issue said, speaking on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the issue. But keep in mind, so he's calling for this comprehensive investigation, right? He really gives a shit about this. He's not totally, completely complicit or responsible for this. But, oh, look at that. Political reports on March 10th, 2026, just 3 days earlier, Hegseth gutted offices that would have probed Iran's school strike. So he's calling for a comprehensive investigation, knowing full well that he has already functionally gutted the offices that are required, and the administration and the bureau, the bureaucracy and the administrative offices that would even look into this. So no shit, you're on board the fucking comprehensive investigation, because you know it's not going to be comprehensive because you have made that impossible to collect the data in the first place. The number of Pentagon employees who focus on mitigating civilian casualties has dropped from 200 people to less than 40.
But I think it was a horrible.
And then I think Trump, there was updates for it. Obviously, Amnesty is the most reputable independent human rights organization, so they know. They were reporting on March 16th. U.S. Iran, those responsible for deadly and unlawful U.S. strike on school that killed over 100 children must be held accountable. In-depth investigation finds U.S. violated international humanitarian law by failing to take all feasible precautions to avoid civilian harm. U.S. responsible for deadly attack on school packed full of children, killing 168 people. U.S. authorities must ensure that the investigation is transparent, thorough, and that the results are made public. Just 168 people, just like instantly crushed, killed. Evidence gathered by the org indicates that the school building was directly struck alongside 12 other structures in an adjacent IRGC compound with guided weapons. This points to a failure by U.S. forces to take feasible precautions to avoid civilian harm in carrying out the attack, which is a serious breach of international humanitarian law. To be clear, when you don't take all feasible precautions, this is actually not a war crime. It is a violation of IHL. It is not a war crime in and of itself. The fact that the school building was directly targeted and was previously part of the IRGC compound raises concerns that U.S. forces may have relied on outdated intelligence and failed in their obligation to do everything feasible to verify that the intended target was a military objective. So even Amnesty will still give the United States the benefit of the doubt with the absence of evidence, right? But the comprehensive investigation that's necessary to reveal that this actually does rise to the level of war criminality is not going to take place. And then I think Trump finally acknowledged it. Trump relied on unverified intelligence to blame Iran for deadly school strike. So it was an exclusive. Early U.S. assessment suggesting missile was Iranian was almost immediately dismissed, sources say. This was Tuesday, March 17th. Donald Trump's attempt to blame Iran for the deadly strike on an elementary school stemmed from an early U.S. intelligence assessment that initially suggested the missile was Iranian, but was almost immediately dismissed, according to two people familiar with the matter. The CIA initially told the president that they did not believe the missile that struck the school was a munition used by the U.S. because the fins appeared to be positioned too low for it to be a Tomahawk crew missile. Well, if Trump's CIA says something, then obviously. Within 24 hours, the CIA realized that early assessment had been wrong after it became clear from additional videos taken at other angles that the missile was in fact a Tomahawk, the people said on the condition of anonymity to discuss sensitive deliberations. So apparently the CIA doesn't know this, but the New York Times can figure this out faster than the US CIA. That's either an incredible indictment of the CIA or they're just fucking lying. But Trump had already settled on the explanation that Iran was responsible for the strike before he raised it to reporters on Air Force One last Saturday. Regardless of what the CIA found or didn't find, he was going to say that. Even as the Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth, was more cautious and said only the matter was under investigation. Trump repeated this position at a news conference the following day. While he appeared to accept the missile that hit the school was a Tomahawk, a missile used only by the U.S. and a handful of allies, including the UK, Japan, and Australia, he suggested it belonged to Iran. Giving Trump preliminary info is dangerous because he can turn it into a total embarrassment, one former CIA officer said, speaking on condition of anonymity. If the principal asks you a question, the best thing to say is you don't know, knowing how hard it is to go back later to correct the record. So the CIA is we have to lie to this motherfucker because he cannot be trusted with anything. He thinks that us telling him things literally means it's declassified info that he can just blast to the fucking world.
Mistake. I wish it hadn't happened. I'm sorry it happened. Yeah, I can assure you it wasn't intentional. That's the sort of thing Russia does.
Why? There's no investigation.
We don't do that. But I don't see any other possible explanation. And when you make a mistake, you ought to admit it. Most people understand no one's perfect, but I don't think
no one's perfect. Whom amongst us hasn't accidentally caused the death of almost 200 kids in a double tap strike with the Tomahawk missile? Who amongst us?
Men and women who are fighting for us did it intentionally. I'll never believe that.
Fair enough. So speaking of the men and women,
he'll never believe it. Welcome to This is your brain on ideology, folks.
I think that's how you do it. But I think that's the most important thing, to draw a distinction between intentional
They just praised that. They just said, that's how you do it.
Of civilians and an absolute tragedy that happened due to error. Own it, because we do have to own it. It did happen. The reality is here, people say war is ugly. War is not ugly just because people are fighting each other. War is ugly because the longer a war goes on for, the more margin for human error there is, and the more this kind of thing will happen. And the longer this war goes on, the more likelihood that some other mishap will eventually happen again. It's just the tragedy of war. I think that's the right approach, like you said, Vinny. It's a tragedy regardless of where the missile came from. Whether it came from Iran, Israel, the United States, it doesn't matter. Children are dead. Nobody likes seeing that. And it's exactly what we have to avoid, but we do have to own it. And we do have to understand that intention is everything.
Yeah, but by the way, the way that he said it, the way that he manned up and he said it, that's how you do it. Take responsibility. He said the Department of War. So in that sense, Pete Hegseth should come out and say, hey, listen, We made a mistake. God rest all their souls. We made a mistake. Because mind you, that happened, what, week 1?
Yeah.
How many days in? We're the superpower, the most intelligent, for our intelligence community and the Israeli intelligence community. Forget it. They're the best. How do you make that mistake that quick and then you're kind of backtrack and blaming them?
Vinny is so close. Yeah, exactly. How do we make that mistake when we have all of the intelligence, all of the money, all of the resources necessary to avoid mistakes like that? He's so close.
I understand it's a tactic of war, but no, bro, you got to come clean and say if it was us.
So it was a military base that it was previously a military base that they had to they turned into a school, and the DNI, Department of National Intelligence, didn't update the fact that it's now a school with kids in it, and they shot that place down, assuming it's a military place.
Yeah.
So then that's the part where you have to sit there and wonder how recent did that change? When did that happen? Why were they not updated? Who dropped the ball here? Who was the individual that didn't give the proper information? Was it a U.S. intel? Was it a report they gave to us from Mossad? Who was somebody dropped the ball and
why are you converting a military base into a school? Military bases will always be targets.
Oh, it's your fault, actually.
Yeah, military bases, and that's the argument.
Why do you think you can just do whatever you want with your infrastructure?
Even on the other side, military bases will always be military bases. They'll always be targets.
Why did you put the school in the place that we wanted to bomb? Why did you do that, Iran?
But listen, it's still a valid conversation to have to address this. At the end of the day, if you think about war, what is the one thing you never, ever want to happen in war?
Innocent.
Children.
Yes.
Children. You never want that. This is
basically the human. Yeah, it's like the human shields argument.
Horrible, devastating that something like this happened. And, hopefully they'll come out. And the way that Kennedy did it, you could tell he was in pain when he was doing it. That wasn't a comfortable moment for him. But he stood up, he did it, and he moved on.
I looked it up while you were doing it. They're saying that the visible satellite, since 2018, it's been converted.
Since 2018?
That's a long time.
That's
there's a
Wow.
hacking story here.
Yeah.
And,
Since 2018 and like almost a decade, and it still was targeted and hit. Weird.
Years ago,
By again, like the best, like the most expensive military in the world, most resources, all of our intel.
back when they may even still use them. Remember tapes? The tapes that were secret and the CIA would send, or the Department of War would send the tapes. They were opened in specific envelopes in a specific way, and then those tapes were loaded onto cruises, right? And then there was this whole thing about, Pat, about bad guys switching the tapes so that the target coordinates that are on these tapes, because sometimes the military, the guys arming the bombs, don't know where the Tomahawks are specifically going. Yeah. You're there to set coordinates, and you don't know what those coordinates are. Boom, and off they go. They launch from the ship, and then they go to the targets that have been set. And so now we're living in this digital world where, a change of address form doesn't get filled out and we hit a school.
Yeah.
Number one. But number two, now you also have the long-term hacking of...
These are precision municipal... He's just acting like these things just like did just happen. It's just the intel's there, and then somebody presses a button, and before you know it, a school is blown up. These are precision guided munitions. There was intel behind this. There was a human in the loop.
Being able to hack into defense systems and change coordinates of intended targets.
That's very scary.
It was actually 2016, so it's been around
10 years.
Yeah.
You have to wonder, do they not do surveillance before targeting sites?
Well, there's
also?
no boots on the. I mean,
but satellite surveillance.
Yeah,
you have.
But still,
you have control of their airspace. You would imagine that they could confirm targets before
satellite
hitting
surveillance. You go and you're seeing a bunch of kids coming out.
Yeah.
Guys.
That's what I'm wondering.
Property. Why? So if it's 16, 10 years, they dropped the ball on this in a big way. If it's been.
Crusader Danny, first time chatter. You understand in every war situations like this happens, right? Are you making the claim, just clarifying, that in every single illegal war that is prosecuted, or legal, I suppose, strikes on elementary schools that kill 168 people just happen? Like, are you just really saying, did you just drop in to say war is hell? Business as usual? Elementary school was hit. These things happen. Was that your contribution? Let me know if I misunderstood you. Let me know.
10 years. Okay, let's go to the next story here. Next story I want to get to is, which one do I want to go to here?
Oh,
Rob.
and without a shred of irony. Without a shred of fucking irony. Yeah, I could give you examples that Ukraine bombs civilian zones right now. You think I don't know that that's the case? Yes, I realize that civilians die. I'm saying in this particular set of circumstances, I'm indicting the United States because there is an abundance of evidence that not only does this, they're prosecuting an illegal war. This particular administration operates with total impunity, is completely responsible for all of this bullshit, and has all of the intel at their expense and disposal, and the person who is in charge of those overseeing those decisions has himself said multiple times that he is not above targeting these sites if he feels that it is necessary to do so, to strike fear into the hearts of fucking Iranians or whatever. Okay? I'm not denying that it was either Israel or America that bombed the school BTW. I don't give a fuck what you deny, dude. I really don't. Nobody gives a shit about your personal opinion about this. It has already been found that the United States is responsible for it. Go to YouTube, go back in my stream. I just went through several articles detailing that to be the case. It is not unambiguous. That is not even up for debate. Like, catch up. We are already past that point in the conversation. The United States is responsible for this. The only thing that's left to determine is how intentional was it. This is clearly rises to a level, based on the information that I have, of gross negligence to the point of criminality.
Which story do I have that
It's probable that it was an error, especially because we're using systems that are new. Oh, so I didn't realize that somewhere in IHL it says you get a pass when you kill that many people, and you intentionally strike into elementary school because you did a whoopsie daisy with the new equipment that you were using to launch and prosecute your illegal war. I must have. Can you point me to where it says in IHL you're able to do that and you just get off scot-free? I didn't know that.
We go to next.
New York City, the terror bombing and CNN's reporting of it.
Oh, let's go to that one with Abby.
Yes.
Is that the one? Go to Abby.
No, but it wasn't intentional. You can understand the difference, right? You have no basis to say that. You didn't even know that America was already found to be responsible for it. One, you don't know if it was intentional or not, because there's not going to be a comprehensive investigation. There is this set of circumstances, this particular fact pattern. Were it any other country that did it to the United States, you would never draw the inferences that you are or give the amount of charitability that you are for any other reason than you're probably a fucking jingoistic nationalist piece of shit that will defend anything that this fucking country does and give it the benefit of the doubt every single time. If this same event occurred in the United States at the behest of some other country that attacked us, even if it was a fucking ally, you would never say, oh, it probably wasn't intentional. They're probably using new systems, right? They wouldn't do that. You would never do that.
Dear Abby from CNN, if you have the whole clip, what page is that on, Rob?
That is on page 25.
Okay, page 25. CNN Abby Phillips corrects.
Yeah, I'm going to look on the bright side. At least PBD can admit bombing a school full of children is bad. That's the other thing. Without a shred of irony, I'm not kidding. The next segment on this, CNN apologizes for ISIS NYC terrorist coverage. So the literal thing that they are saying is the thing that needs to happen for them to give Hegseth the A-OK on killing all of those fucking kids in the elementary school in a targeted strike. Just to come out and apologize and say mistakes were made. Abby Phillips of CNN will go on to literally do this, and they're going to say it's apologism.
Comments on ISIS-inspired attacks
parody.
on CNN, in CNN. Go for it. In New York City. Go ahead.
If you have proof that shows it was intentional, I would like to see it. No, I'm saying that you are saying it wasn't intentional when you have no basis to say that. And given these circumstances in this particular case, you should be agnostic on that. You should not be saying, we know for sure it wasn't intentional. Why are you even? This is a set of circumstances that does not lend itself to assume innocence until proven guilty. It's the opposite.
Here's the original comments that she made.
Two Republicans say Muslims don't belong here after an attempted terror attack against New York's Mayor Zohran Mamdani, and the House Speaker Mike Johnson says nothing really to condemn those comments. Another special guest is going to be with us at the table when we come.
And then what's the apology? The apology is a tweet, right? It's not a video.
She actually did an on-air apology as well.
Let's see it.
Yep.
But first, this morning I issued a correction first thing in the morning on X for a mistake that I made in last night's show, but I also wanted to do so on air as well. I incorrectly said that the bombs that were thrown by ISIS-inspired suspects in New York over the weekend were directed at Mayor Mamdani. They were not. I failed to catch and correct that mistake in real time, and I take full responsibility for that. And while we do make mistakes, it is important to acknowledge and correct those errors when they happen.
They could literally have a segment where they're just doing this.
I said it was more problem, but whatever. I will drop a follow either way, but I will have to go have a good stream. Okay.
Yes. Just apologizing for every single lie. And it boggles my mind that CNN still doesn't get it. What the hell is going on with their board? Kat, you guys have been on board.
Dude,
you guys own company.
Again, we just watched them downplay and make excuses for bombs being launched at an elementary school that killed almost 200 kids. And they said, all you have to do is come out and say that you were wrong and apologize for it. Just own up to your mistake and I'll forgive you for the death of 200 people, most of them kids. Then Abby Phillips is fact checking and they're losing their mind.
companies. What the hell is going on at CNN? Isn't Larry Ellison about to buy? Like, are they buying them?
It's like literally like this could be used as like a masterclass, or like not a masterclass, but like as like a case study in like double speak in like a psychology class or something.
Who's in the talks?
They're now in the regulatory review phase. The offer has been accepted, and they're having inspection on the house, and they got to get a mortgage. Think of it that way. It's not closed yet.
Since I can remember, the Chris Cuomos on CNN, lying, Russia collusion, COVID, all the BS that they're doing, they're still not shifting gears.
Wow, could you imagine if somebody in a position of power lied to the American people? Crazy, right? That would really require like tough sanctions and be a massive indictment of somebody who would do that, of an organization who would do that to the American public.
No, how people
like wait till I tell you about the Trump admin.
Jennings, I understand that he's there to debate all these people, but Rob, can you show the tweet? Can you please show the CNN
Actually,
tweet?
they would get viewers if they did. Do you remember Bill O'Reilly's Talking Points memo? Hello, I'm Bill O'Reilly, and welcome to No Spin Zone, and here's tonight's Talking Points memo. If she started every night, hello, Abby Phillips, tonight's Thursday night, and tonight's correction is...
Yeah, she'd go viral.
Yeah, she would go viral. Every night, have a correction.
And this is one of the tweets. 2 Pennsylvania teenagers crossed into New York City Saturday morning for what could have been a normal day enjoying the city during abnormal warm weather, when in less than an hour their lives would be drastically changed as a pair would be arrested for throwing homemade bombs during an anti-Muslim protest outside Mayor Mamdani's house. And there's another one, Rob, and I'll read it.
The premise that they're average kids to enjoy a day in the city.
Yeah, but even Mamdani took this approach.
Pennsylvania teenagers who had been apparently radicalized and had spent some time planning this, entered the city with their devices. That's the opening
this is another
statement.
example of imagine it went off. This is another example we were talking about previously.
Come on.
This would have been such a major tragedy.
Well, Rob, I'll just say it out loud.
Oh, that the nail bomb, as I called it, misfired.
Rob, it's CNN, and it says a post regarding the 2 individuals arrested for throwing homemade bombs outside of New York City Zohran Mamdani's home failed to reflect the gravity of the incident, therefore breaching the editorial standards we require. Oh, this is it. We require for all our reporting has therefore been deleted. They didn't just miss on how serious what happened was. You twisted it on purpose. They left out who was responsible.
They twisted it on purpose.
Yes.
Who the real targets were and where the blame belongs.
So,
by the way,
not an accident. You did it on purpose.
That's not an accident. That's a choice. When you decide to hide those details, and you're not informing the public, you're protecting the people who did it, and you're misleading everybody on what happened. But
again, striking an elementary school at the beginning of Operation Epic Fury, total war crime, probably an accident, right? They probably didn't mean to do that.
My question is why? Why is CNN taking the position to hide the details from the public? Why, Elon? I'm being
It's 100%. It's propaganda.
That's not a mistake.
These narratives have been going on for a while. If you were I talk to people, older people who just watch CNN. They live in a different reality. It is actual propaganda. There's no way to explain it. You could have a situation like this, and you talk to people who just watch CNN. They come out thinking there was some massive white supremacist group that hates Muslims that was, acting chaotically, and then 2 innocent kids came along and tried to do something, and were, there was something that didn't actually go off, and it wasn't such a big deal. And that the big problem is
this Timu Adam.
The white supremacists. That is actual brain rot propaganda. It's been going on for decades. And by the way, just objectively speaking, when you get everything wrong, right, continuously in one direction.
Objectively speaking.
Like you said, that is not a mistake. That is intentional.
They're doing it on purpose.
And it is always in one direction. And there's a lot of, 80%, I believe it's higher now, but 80% of people read headlines. They don't even read articles anymore. They don't deep dive into things. And so we're relying on like really quick data to form our opinions of the world. And then you have people like that.
Okay, whatever. Let's see. Did they talk about oil prices is rocketed by Strait of Hormuz shutdown?
Oil prices, Tom.
Let's see if they will connect the dots as to why that's happening.
Coming to you with this one here. Tom, what do we know right now about oil prices? I know yesterday went to above 100. Today it dropped to, I don't know what it is right now, 91, 92, 93. Mm-hmm. It's a lot of ups. It's a lot of downs. Yesterday, 3 ships were hit, I believe, in Strait of Hormuz. Rob, if you can pull that up of the 3 ships that were hit in Strait of Hormuz. What do we know about oil prices right now and what's going to happen the next week, 2 weeks?
So we're going on sentiment. Good news, bad news, good news, bad news. Dad comes home drunk. Dad comes home, eats dinner, and falls asleep on the couch. Those 2 different things are happening, and I hate to put it that way, but we are living in this world of daily perception driving the markets. Perceptions always drive the markets. I know all the comments are going to come in, but these are just absolutely, to use a word, radicalized perceptions. Oil right now, West Texas Intermediate, $94, staying under 100 a barrel. West Texas, I think Brent is another $1, so we're 90, depending on where you are in the market, you're 92 to 95. Oh yeah, 93.10 on crude oil futures generally. The markets right now, the Dow is up 205, green. S&P 500 is up 27, green. NASDAQ is up 91, green. And they're all...
That's really speaking to the working man there, Tom.
0.4 to 0.5. So almost 0.5% up today. So the market, the stocks are back up 0.5%. All those indexes yesterday were down like 1.
This is really good for rich people. What does that have to do with rising oil prices?
0.2. All the news media is talking about Armageddon. I'm like, look at the indexes. If you add it all up, you get, great macro numbers that make huge headlines. $1 trillion lost yesterday. No, it's not. Is $1 trillion change in value? And then you come back today and 0.5% is back up after down 1.26 yesterday. What's interesting is Rob, I sent you a graph. I texted it to you. That guy right there. You know what this is, Pat? This is very interesting. This is the middle of the tanker wars. Look at the date down below. This is the Iran and Iraq.
Their segment on oil prices is actually just to get into the weeds on some other bullshit and some other line go up thing to just completely distract on the fact that that is a result of this fucking illegal war that Trump is that they were cheerleading. Yep.
Iraq tanker wars in the Hormuz, the Straits of Hormuz, back in 1987. In July of 1987, a U.S. ship hit a mine, blew a hole inside.
We're talking about July of 1987 for some fucking reason.
Of it. All these things happen, and the Standard & Poor's S&P 500 is the blue line. Look what happened. Woof! Goes straight down, and look at the trend that was going.
Wow, then the line go down. Okay, let's see. Let's see what they had to say about Joe Kent resigning. And then we'll get to the Kent Levin thing. Let's see. Joe Kent resigns.
Not mistaken. I don't know how many views it got, but it's got nearly 800,000 likes on
no intro.
X alone.
Did they play it?
And we haven't talked about it yet.
Intro song. What the fuck? Okay. Let's see. Trump responds
something that happened
Kent's
yesterday.
Resignation.
Joe Kent, not Jeff Kent. Joe Kent, yesterday, out of nowhere, puts out a tweet. And by the way, before we read this, Rob, can you do me this? The Director of National Intelligence, National Counterterrorism Center.
You covered Sosnik getting his cheeks clapped on Piers. Not yet. It's in my title, though.
Rob, can you do me a favor and first go to the tweet that he has pinned to the top of his...
We can do that next, actually, and then we'll do the Levin, Kent thing.
Twitter account. At the top of his Twitter account, he has a tweet from the president. It's pinned. Thank you, President. It's an honor to serve our nation again. Time to keep our nation safe and strong. It is my pleasure to nominate Joe Kent as the Director of National Counterterrorism Center as a soldier, Green Beret, and CIA officer. Joe has hunted down terrorists and criminals his entire life. Above all, Joe knows the terrible cost of terrorism, losing his wonderful wife, Shannon, a great American hero who was killed in the fight against ISIS. Joe continues to honor her legacy by staying in the fight. Joe will help to keep America safe by eradicating all terrorism from the jihadists around the world to the cartels in our backyard. Congratulations, Joe. It's February 3rd, 2025, okay? A little over a year ago. Then yesterday, he puts out this tweet. Rob, can we first show how many views this tweet got? He puts out this tweet. Zoom in, 784,000 likes, 234,000 retweets, 67,000 comments, 87 million views. Let's read the letter. Here's what the letter had to say. After much reflection, I have decided to resign from my position. I cannot in good conscience support an ongoing war with Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it's clear that we started this war due to the pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby. And by the way, that quote right there is what's gone viral. I support the values and the foreign policy that you campaigned on in 2016, 2020, 2024, which you enacted your first term. Until June of 2025, you understood that the wars in the Middle East were a trap that robbed America of the precious lives of our patriots and depleted the wealth and prosperity of our nation. In your first administration, you understood better than any modern president how to decisively apply military power without getting us drawn into never-ending wars. You demonstrated this by killing Hasan Soleimani.
Stupid statement, man. Holy fuck.
And defeating ISIS. Early in this administration, high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign that wholly undermined your America First platform and sowed pro-war sentiments to encourage a war against Iran. This echo chamber was used to deceive you into believing that Iran posed an imminent threat to the U.S., and that
Trump's a little baby. He was just deceived.
Should you strike now, there was a clear path to a swift victory. This was a lie and is the same tactic that Israelis used to draw us into a disastrous Iraqi war that cost our nation the lives of thousands of men and women. We cannot make this mistake again. As a veteran who was deployed to combat 11 times and a Gold Star husband who lost my beloved wife Shannon, a war manufactured by Israel, I cannot support sending the generation off to fight.
A war manufactured by Israel. Dude, Tony Blair was the cheerleader for the Iraq war. It was Bibi was as well, but this idea that there wasn't enough nationalist fervor and bloodthirsty Americans that were going to embrace the Iraq and Afghanistan war is a joke. And for two, he could have never done that. We were still going to undertake that war.
And die in a war that served no benefit to American people, nor justifies the cost of American lives. I pray that you will reflect upon what we are doing in Iran and who we are doing it for. The time for bold action is now. You can reserve course and chart a new path for our nation, and you can allow us to slip further into decline. You hold the cards. It's an honor to serve in your administration and to serve our great nation. Now, this is what he said. The response to it after this went out. Rob, can you...
Trump's a little baby, but also the greatest president. Can't make so fucking sense. It's the art of the deal.
Go on the tweet and let's just read the top 20 comments and see who responded to it, just to see what the market is saying under his tweet, because the market's reacting to it. No, just go under his tweet. Yeah, there you go. So, Cenk, make note of everyone's criticizing his patriot. It's a good way of separating who...
This is supposed to give us insight into how the market's reacting to Joe Kent, a reply from Cenk Uygur. What?
Works for Israel and who doesn't. Every Israel First neocon will now either call him a traitor or that Trump's fault. Okay, great. That's his position. Next, interesting. What is that? Joe Kent's tweet. I personally think we should have crushed their ballistic and nuke capes, but Trump has a plan. He has definitely earned the confidence of any clear-eyed observer. January 8, 2020.
This dude's a shameless fucking grifter. No way.
6 years ago, go a little bit lower. Now the most toxic voices. Okay, keep going lower.
Although I'm sure he would argue that, like, oh, I was saying that, but I wasn't part of the admin yet. Having been on the inside now and looking at the intelligence, I'm just repeating what Trump's intelligence, like, led me to find. I was wrong that they had, like, the ability to secure a nuke now.
That's the family. Dan, we got that. Just keep going. Just leaving this here. Okay, keep going. Well done. Keep going a little bit lower. Nothing else major. Okay. Boom, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going, Rob, keep going. Okay, so then if this is stuff that we're seeing, I think right afterwards, there was a lot of different people that responded. We have a few of them. So let's go through a few of these things that he said. This is him 3 months ago on Sean Ryan. What does he talk about here on this one, Rob?
This is where he talks, I believe it's the threat to America that Iran poses.
So this is just 3 months ago? Or this is like 3 years ago?
I believe it was 3 months ago.
Okay, let's listen to this. Go for it.
They're still registering for the draft, aren't they? Like, that's the logical conclusion to the
Okay, so in this part, he is saying that Iran is still a threat. How does the president respond to it, Rob? Do you have that clip?
I do.
Okay, so let's go, guys. I'm going to come to you. We got a few other things. Speaker Johnson, there's a bunch of different guys that reacted to it, and we can process it together.
Are they really just going to, like, show a clip compilation of Kent speaking and, like, not offer the commentary? Because PBD is, like, a massive Zionist, so he obviously is not going to like Joe Kent and the insinuations that he's making, but I feel like he also doesn't want to cut against what he's saying because he knows that he doesn't have enough, that he will get shit from his audience for this.
Yeah,
for, like, criticizing Kent.
Your director of national counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security.
This is before he was like nice guy, but he remarried kind of fast.
Weak on
after
security.
His wife was killed.
I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people, many of the greatest military scholars are saying for years that presidents should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when they sent Boeing 757s over there, loaded with cash? Hundreds of millions of dollars. You would have been very happy.
When did they actually get to their commentary?
Does anybody remember? Right? You remember?
Trump yapping or whatever. Trump yapping. Okay.
You can pause it right there. You can pause it right there. So, Joe Kent, with his letter, with what he said, Tom, where are you at with it?
The guy changed. You see people. There's a lot of people in American media.
People change, man.
Government appear to be shifting, and he is clearly
people do be changing.
Shifted. You can't say Iran wasn't arming and funding Houthis, Hezbollah. You can't say that.
Okay, which is why he didn't say that. He said that they're not going to get a nuke anytime soon.
How do you possibly say that? And he himself gave statistics about the number of attacks on our bases and our interest in the region. Not just interest, not like an oil refinery. Oh, I'm interested in that. These were our men and women in arms that were attacked. How can you say Iran is not a threat. You can
Mark Levin debate is great. I can't wait. Both of them are brain dead. It's like everything is 100% Trump is innocent versus Israel does nothing wrong. I bet.
Debate the nuclear. Was it 4 days? Was it 4 months? Or was it a year until they had nuclear weapon? Well, they were sure testing missiles. They were building they were building ballistic missiles. So you can talk about that, even if you want to debate how close were they with centrifuges and refining the uranium.
Dude, the reason why we're having this debate is because this admin is staking the cause for war in this instance is this claim. He's acting like, why you gotta bring that up, man? What does it fucking matter? A week, a year, a decade, a millennia, who fucking cares? They needed to go. I think it matters.
But to say that Iran wasn't a threat after you go back and everything?
Like, he said they weren't a nuclear threat. So the only way that they can engage with this is to not engage with it. It was just total deflection, straw manning. Got it.
You know this. The guy's a patriot. He's a decorated soldier. He endured one of the most
so they can't talk shit.
Horrible losses you can endure. But I don't understand what appears to be a radical change in position.
Jeff.
Yeah, there's a couple things here that really stick out.
It's because he wants money. It's because he wants a fucking media career.
One is to parse his statement, which, I mean, what else are we going to do, right? We're going to parse every last word. When he says imminent threat, I tend to agree with him because, we talked about this a couple weeks ago. Mark Moss had that wonderful chart that showed missile production going faster than our
Why have hair this long if you're not going to comb it?
ability to destroy it. So I think the idea, I don't want to say this is, Iraq WMD, but I think it's the same kind of idea here, that the Trump administration said, I don't believe that there was a plan by Iran to attack everybody overnight. It wasn't an imminent threat. I think the idea was, if we're going to attack Iran and get rid of their leadership, we have to do it now. It was the imminent threat. Maybe wasn't it wasn't an explicit threat. Which, I mean, you can argue about that, but if you wanted to read his statement charitably, there probably was not an imminent threat. Of course, I have no idea. I'm not a security expert by any means, but just going off the language of what we've been talking about, I don't think there was an explicit imminent threat that said we need to go attack Iran. If that's your problem, obviously he was in favor of doing something about the Iranian leadership. Maybe he doesn't like the strategy that Trump is
literally in favor of the Qasem Soleimani and the 12-day war and the strikes on the nuclear facilities.
Chosen to do something about it. We could give him the most charitable view. However, I have a problem with right there in the first quote, or the first paragraph, bringing in the Israel and Israel lobby. That changes this entire character to something political.
Oh, this whole thing is political. He's resigning from a fucking administration. What? Oh, now you got to make it political by bringing up AIPAC.
So if it was just an analytical statement where he left that part out, I would say, look, I mean, yeah, maybe he's probably right. There's something to the statement. By bringing in this whole Israel lobby, it changes the character of what he's trying to say, and it makes it. I
have a lot of thoughts on this.
Brent, say it. You think it's anti-Semitic? Just say it.
Your thoughts.
Yeah, in this case, he's not wrong. I do think Joe Kent, like what is motivating Joe Kent is like pandering to or genuinely being anti-Semitic because he's trying to discharge all blame to AIPAC and the Israel lobby and Israel and hold none of it for Donald Trump. He literally thanks Trump in that same tweet where he posted the resignation letter.
I could totally see the side of people being upset about another foreign war. We're $30 trillion in debt because of the last foreign war in the Middle East that we got stuck in. So I mean, we see that, but also Iran's been something that we've probably had to deal with for the last 49 years. Like, it's always something that we were gonna have to face at some point. I don't think that they have the enriched uranium that people are saying they do, but I do think that they're probably the biggest problem in terms of world instability, in terms of Middle East instability that we did have to address at some point. And if any administration was going to address it, I'd want this one to be the one to do it because I think Trump actually listens to the military generals and chooses the best plans to go forward with instead of kind of putting handcuffs on the military the way that a lot of other presidents have. So
handcuffs on the military the way a lot of other presidents have. Yeah. Presidents before Donald Trump were not willing to engage in warfare that hadn't been authorized or declared by Congress. That never happened until Trump came along. Then he really unrestrained them because war should definitely, whether or not we engage in war should hinge on whether or not the president feels like acting like a dictator that day.
I don't know if it's been executed perfectly yet. I think a lot of his other military attacks or military missions have been done pretty perfectly, meticulously. But if anyone was going to be doing this, I'm glad it's him. But I could see the argument where it's not the best thing for America because it could cost a lot of money and lives. So I can see both sides of it.
Yeah, Rob, do you want to pull up the tweet by Tulsi? There you go. Donald Trump was overwhelmingly elected by the American people to be our president, commander-in-chief. As our commander-in-chief, he is responsible for determining what is and is not an imminent threat and whether or not to take action he deems necessary to protect the safety
only for the military,
and security of our troops, the American people, and our country. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the president, commander-in-chief, with best information available to inform his decisions. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, President Trump concluded that the terrorist Islamist regime in Iran posed an imminent threat, and he took action based on that conclusion. So the way I read this, I don't read this as supportive. I read this as, he is responsible if he sees an imminent threat, and whether or not to take action he deems necessary to protect the safety.
She hates this.
And the Office of the Director of National Intelligence is responsible for helping coordinate and integrate all intelligence to provide the President and Commander-in-Chief with the best information available to inform his decisions. After carefully reviewing all the information before him, the President concluded that the terrorist Islamists were so. It's almost a neutral towards Trump statement. It's not fully towards Trump. It's written so delicately to create possibly an opening in case she gets fired or she steps out.
She's saying, I'm on the team, but I didn't.
Oh my God. This fucking ESPN sports commentary analysis of how this administration is lying to your face for personal and professional gain because she wants to hedge just enough to simultaneously walk the line of not coming out against Trump firmly, but also having plausible deniability when she later goes on to launch yet another failed presidential bid in 2028, maybe alongside Vance, and say, I was really never that supportive of this war. Go read my statements.
Didn't do this.
That's kind of how I take it, right? Because to me, Tulsi's a independent centrist. Some people may even say she's a center leftist, but I think she's a
Trump put a center leftist in his fucking admin.
Center right today, a little bit more. She's moved. This is my
at least he acknowledges it 2 seconds later. Okay, she's just moved. Yeah.
This is my challenge with all of this stuff that you're hearing with what Joe Kent just said. There are a lot of things that came out with tweets that he's made about Iran, okay, and about the president. That's very supportive. Rob, which clip is this?
This is Caroline Levitt. She was just asked a few minutes ago.
Okay, go for it. This is good if it's recent, because then I'll get into what I'm going to say. Go for it.
Tulsi Gabbard's job in jeopardy right now, given the Joe Kent stuff? Not to my knowledge. I haven't heard the president say that, nor have I heard him say that. So obviously that's a question.
I haven't heard the president say that, nor have I heard him say that.
For him, but I haven't heard him to say that at all.
But I haven't heard him say that. She literally said that 3 times. Definitely not nervous.
She said what?
That she hasn't heard President Trump say that Tulsi Gabbard's job
and he still missed it.
What's that? She said what?
That she hasn't heard President Trump say that Tulsi Gabbard's
Dude, he's not joking when he asked, what did she just say after she literally said the same thing 3 times in a fucking row?
Job is in jeopardy over Joe Kent's resignation.
So, but it's also not a firm. Played one more time, Rob?
Her body language is weird, the way she answers that.
Played
one more time. I missed it when she said the same thing 3 times in a fucking row. Holy shit.
Gabbard's job in jeopardy right now, given the Joe Kent stuff. Not to my knowledge. I haven't heard the president say that, nor have I heard him say that. So obviously that's a question for him, but I haven't heard him to say that at all.
Okay. All right. So, Rob,
I haven't heard them say that, and I haven't heard him say that, and also I haven't heard him say that.
Pull up this one
what was that?
Tweet. I don't know if you have it or not. This is a tweet from Joe. Okay. This is a tweet from Joe. If you want to pull it up. He said this.
Does PBD ever give his personal opinion on this?
Money. This isn't a new threat. Figure out exactly why these failures them up, things like that, and then you want to come out and you say that. Right now, here's my challenge. My challenge is, you say that, you've backed them up. Now you're saying you think people are buying him, and not buying him. Israel is kind of getting involved and doing some things like that, and then you
insinuated that.
Want to come out and say it publicly, becomes the most viral tweet of the day.
Israel has lobbied the people that he handpicked around him, and they're leading him astray.
Hey, who did that benefit? Who did that tweet benefit the most? While we're in war, who does that tweet benefit the most? Kent?
Yeah.
Okay, so that tweet benefits Kent the most.
Yeah.
Who else does it benefit? I would have to say it benefits one other person as well.
Tucker.
I think it also benefits Tucker. Guess who's the first podcast he's doing?
Tucker.
With Tucker. And there's some rumors that while he was working there, he was sharing intel with Tucker. Okay, and that was passed.
That's not the rumor. The rumor is that he's under investigation that preceded his resignation from the admin over leaked intel. He denies knowing anything about this, and that he learned about it at the same time everybody else did. And he claims he's not been approached from something that I read earlier. But that doesn't mean he didn't anticipate it, and his resignation couldn't also be in response to that.
Now listen, say what you say about Laura Loomer. If you want to pull this up, Rob. Laura Loomer had this one thing that she said about the exchange between the two And let me see if I can find this. And as reported, his wife, reported Trump hater and fellow Jew hater. I'm trying to see which one it was, because there was something that there was a communication saying that maybe allegedly some of the stories were being leaked from him to Tucker. So if there is...
It's from Laura Loomer. That source is just, I made it the fuck up. Are we serious? I'll be right back. Okay. I will be back in literally, like a minute? And if you guys leave, I will be really sad. We're about to get to the Mark Levin, Joe Kent interview, because I can't take any more of this. He's like too much of a fucking pussy to just come out and say that he doesn't like it. He's trying to like lead people, breadcrumb people to that, but like, come on, dude. Come on. Okay, I lied. It was like 2 minutes, but we're back. Let's do Mark Levin and what's his name? Joe Kent. If you, BTW, have been keeping up with Trump's Truth Social post, he literally said within the first couple of days of the war being prosecuted and after those soldiers had already been fucking killed, the US soldiers, was like, if you criticize Mark Levin, you're not America first. Keep that in mind. If you criticize the man that we're about to watch, you are literally an enemy of Donald Trump. That's how much he gives a shit about Mark Levin. So this was a day ago. The fallout from Joe Kent's controversial resignation. Okay. This only has 27,000 views, which is surprisingly low, to be honest, given the importance of this, but whatever.
Joe Kent served honorably in the United States military and deserves much credit for it. Nobody's questioning his military service as far as
the comments, like Kent literally doesn't come in for 14 minutes. And it's just, as far as I can tell, him dumping poison down the fucking well.
I know, I'm certainly not. But people are questioning is what he's done as a civilian, and especially in the Trump administration. To be clear, I have no quarrel. I had no quarrel with Joe Kent, other than the speaker asking me to have him on my radio show in October 2024 because he was in a close election for the House seat in Washington State's 3rd District. I knew nothing of him, but I wanted to help. Joe Kent lost that election in 2024, and he lost earlier in 2022. President Trump won that district in both of his successful elections. But since his resignation last week and the things he has said, and what I now see are his associations with some, in my view, very troubling people, like Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes. In fact, he posted
Why do they always say it like that? Fuentes.
Photo sitting with Owens just a few days ago, who has relentlessly smeared Erica Kirk in the most heinous ways.
Yeah,
Joe
God forbid he criticized Erica Kirk.
Kent today is different than the man I endorsed for the House, but my principles have not changed. The way he resigned and some of the things he said in his letter, well, I and many others have been stunned by it. The president's stunned by it, by his reaction today and the other day. To me, if you have something to say to the president, then say it to the president, personally, loyally, timely. But what Joe Kent did was planned and, in my view, diabolical. I worked for President Reagan for 8 years. I worked for 3 cabinet secretaries, including as chief of staff to the Attorney General. Did I have disagreements? Yes. But I knew he was a good man and the mission was important. And I had all kinds of classified information crossing my desk when I was chief of staff to the Attorney General. All kinds. I never discussed it with anybody. But why resign now? Why not when the war began, 3 weeks or so ago? We're in the middle of a war. We have men and women in uniform.
Because he said he was trying to wait for it to de-escalate. Like, I'm not even saying I agree with this shit. It's like, there's answers to these questions.
As Joe Kent was one time. We're fighting a noble war against a barbaric regime that has killed and maimed thousands of Americans and wants to annihilate us. In fact, the regime has spent 47 years terrorizing us, not Israel, us.
He never said Iran is not a threat. He just said that they're not a nuclear threat right now.
United States. They've tried to kill our president and other high officials. They had a significant role in the 9/11 mass terror attack in our country, which killed 2,977 of our fellow Americans, as it was demonstrated in 2 lawsuits, Havlish versus bin Laden and Thomas Burnett Sr. versus the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Dude, there were like barely any Iranians involved in the plot of 9/11. It is primarily Saudis, from my understanding.
$114 billion in damages was ordered, but of course they won't pay. They killed 241 Marines and sailors and soldiers as they slept in their barracks in Lebanon. They blew up our embassies in Kenya and Tanzania, killing over 200. They attacked our Air Force facility at Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia. They built IEDs that killed over 600 of our soldiers, 17% of all U.S. personnel deaths in Iraq. Iran is murdered directly and
all of these like things, and it's like you're supposed to just assume anything that any military action that they take is wrong. You're not given the context for any of this.
With surrogates, repeatedly, Americans. And Joe Kent wants to give the jihadist terrorist regime, with all this history, the benefit of the doubt. Suicide bombers with nuclear weapons. He says it's not imminent. And then we read news report after news report with news outlets across the political spectrum alleging that Joe Kent is a leaker. I'm not making it up. I'm just telling you all of this is in the public record. They claim he leaked classified information. Some reports have alleged he's under investigation by the Department of Justice or the FBI, Semaphore, Axios, Fox, New York Post, and others. I have them right here. Other reports indicate Joe Kent was cut out of high-level intelligence and presidential discussions about Iran in the lead-up to the war. And in the war itself, he can tell us yes or no. That is for the last...
Like, that cutout language is doing a lot of work because it's like, was he deliberately included or was he just not needed and therefore he was not invited or privy to these, like, sensitive talks, but because his role is, like, somebody in his role would typically not attend them.
3 to 4 months. He was only in his current position, or his most recent position, for 7 to 8 months since July to begin with. Now, could you imagine that? Serving as director of the National Counterterrorism Center, but not trusted enough?
Yeah, that's a lie. Iranians were more sympathetic to the U.S. after 9/11 than many other countries in the region. Like, until Bush announces that they were cooperative with respect to sharing intelligence, they were no fans of Iraq. And it wasn't until Bush screwed up diplomatic talks that were like tentative diplomatic talks that were occurring with them because he named them in the Axis of Resistance speech.
The time you're there, that's a big, big problem. There are news reports that state he was no longer privy to the presidential intelligence briefing material. Again, this is all in the public record. It also appears that Joe Kent's views on Iran and Israel have changed dramatically in a very short period of time, a matter of months. He insists that Iran was not even close to building nuclear weapons, that the threat was not imminent, and Israel and its lobby dragged us into the war. In other words, the usual tropes of the woke right podcasters who he immediately interviewed with after his resignation. And of course, President Trump has denied this, as have the senior
tropes, such as noting, again, like in this case, I don't think he's wrong because I do think that Joe Kent is like leaning into anti-Semitic shit to make this argument. But it's not, he would say in any context, to even suggest that there was Israeli influence here, diplomatically, militarily, domestically, is in and of itself anti-Semitic tropes.
Members of his cabinet, the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, under oath, specifically last week, said that's not true. President was not dragged into war. The president himself has said he more likely dragged the Israelis into war. Ratcliffe stated under oath, and emphatically it wasn't the case. He also stated that, in fact, the threat was imminent.
I do think there's a large chance that Israel lobby, no Israel lobby, something like this occurs because Trump is just an imperialist.
Ratcliffe, again, is the head of the CIA, and he was involved in every aspect of this discussion, he said, and with the decision by the president. Joe Kent was reportedly excluded, according to the president. Within hours of resigning, Joe Kent went on Tucker Carlson's show, where he stated a number of very troubling things. He insinuated that Israel was behind Charlie Kirk's assassination, and I have it right here, which I expect him to now potentially deny or explain. He even insinuated that Israel might be behind...
True, and that was the most embarrassing part of that whole fucking interview.
...the effort to assassinate President Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. That's on the record, too. In his resignation letter, Joe Kent also declared that Israel dragged us into the war with Iraq. Iraq? When in fact Israel, according to reports, also which I have here in newspapers, at the time, urged President Bush not to go to war with Iraq. Joe Kent has also reportedly claimed that his first wife, and this is very tragic.
Probably too much of a sweeping claim to say, like, Israel urged them to do or not do that. It seemed to me that there were divisions in the Israeli government and Knesset at the time as to whether or not intervention and Iraq, like launching the Iraq war, was a good idea.
Who was also a very brave soldier and who was horribly and tragically murdered.
Rubio literally said they were going to attack, so we had to join. But he walked that back, and you have to believe the walk back.
In 2019, and nobody should have to experience that. Nobody. By an ISIS suicide bomber in Syria was somehow Israel's fault. Israel's fault? I mean, seriously? Again, a cursory review of the public record, and everything I'm telling you is in the public record, is very troubling. And there's more. When Carlson interviewed Nick Fuentes a few months ago, and I played it for you, I have the clip right here. Fuentes explained how he had colluded with Joe Kent, with whom he had a direct line, he said, to help him on one of his campaigns for Congress.
Now you're reading his Wikipedia page. Dude, that was public information at the time that you endorsed him. All you're doing is showing your hand. You don't give a fuck about Jew hatred or anti-Semitism. You have an issue that he's speaking out against Israel, and then he's speaking out against Trump.
Which he later lost. I wish I had known that. I certainly wouldn't have endorsed him, but it didn't matter anyway.
Maybe you should have done your fucking homework.
Joe Kent has also sought support from AIPAC. In September 2022, writing in an appeal to AIPAC glowingly of the state of Israel as a mutually beneficial ally and close friend with common enemies, that foreign aid to Israel, I'm quoting, that foreign aid to Israel is one of the few worthwhile investments our country makes overseas that delivers a tangible return on our nation's security. He said to AIPAC that anti-Semitism and attempts to weaken the state of Israel have no place in our country.
Yeah, he wanted AIPAC. He's hypocrite on that. But the first statement about, like, oh, they're like an important diplomatic ally and we share intelligence, that's not incompatible with anything that he said.
I have that.
The argument was not we should never listen to Israel. The argument was that they have he's saying that they have an undue amount of influence in our policy.
Document right here. It's his document. I also have Joe Kent's April 13, 2024 tweet, where he condemned a Democrat House member because she, quote, voted against supporting Israel because the funds would be taken from the IRS. I have an October 7, 2023, Kent for Congress press release, where he says in part, when I get to Congress, I will make sure Israel gets the weaponry they need to keep themselves secure. More from the public record. On September 16, 2022, Joe Kent issued a statement stating in part, I'm intimately familiar, I'm quoting,
this actually helps Kent's position because it, like, helps him fight off accusations of anti-Semitism and undue anti-Israel bias, because he can point to a record where he has, like, consistently supported pro-Israel causes.
With the help that Israel has provided the United States during my military service in the Middle East, my fellow soldiers and I often relied on intelligence provided by the IDF and their intelligence agencies to help us accomplish our mission and keep us alive. And he went on, building close economic, diplomatic, and military relations is in the United States' best interest, and something I will advocate for as a member of Congress. I mean, Joe Kent, I guess, was a neocon.
This stuff is not incompatible with his position.
A warmonger.
This is like not even good well poisoning. None of, like, so much of this stuff does not actually negate anything he's saying, or it's not clear to me how it's hypocrisy.
An Israeli firster, a lobbyist, the phrases he now uses to demean those who hold the same exact positions he once held a few months ago and a few years ago. Then there is his tweet on January 8, 2020, where he was frustrated with the delay in taking military action against Iran.
And that, all he has to do to say he's not a hypocrite is that I've seen it from the inside. Now my mind has changed. I think they have undue influence now. I didn't at the time that I said those things.
On 2020, mind you, he tweeted to the president, in part, "We should not sit and wait for the next attack, wipe Iran's ballistic capability out, and get our troops out of Iraq. They are only targets." And now Joe Kent doesn't even think Iran's nuclear advances are a problem. He doesn't even talk about their ballistic missiles, which Iran was manufacturing by the thousands. Even after Steve Witkoff, who was negotiating with the Iranian regime directly along with Jared Kushner, reported to the president and later publicly revealed that the Iranian regime...
Yeah, if you call going to the fucking Middle East and making an ass out of yourself on behalf of the United States negotiating, then sure, Witkoff and Kushner were negotiating, yeah.
That had 22,000 pounds of nuclear material, and they could make 11 nuclear bombs in 10 days. That's what they told the envoys. And furthermore, that they refused on every occasion to even discuss reversing course or turning the material over to a third party. Joe Kent was not convinced.
Yeah, why don't you get into the details of those negotiations, dude? Like, the fact that he was saying, do you want to give up your, like, uranium enrichment and then we'll give you free oil, free gas or something like that? Hold on. We went over this briefly, but again, reminder, those, like, the way he's characterizing this, U.S. negotiators were ill-prepared for serious nuclear negotiations with Iran. So it was on March 11th, updated March 15th. Less than 48 hours before the U.S. and Israeli coordinated strikes on Iran began on February 28th, U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Donald Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, met with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi in Geneva for a third round of Omani-mediated talks aimed at reaching a nuclear agreement. Despite Omani Foreign Minister Badr bin Hamad al-Busaidi's assessment that the U.S. and Iran made substantial progress toward a nuclear arm deal during the February 28 talks and the agreement to meet again on March 2nd for technical talks, Trump said he was not happy with the progress or the way they're negotiating. The following day, the U.S. and Israel illegally attacked Iran and Tehran's nuclear program as one justification for the attack. By the time the third round of talks ended, Trump made the decision to go to war. Trump's dissatisfaction and impatience with the negotiating process appears to have been fed in part by Witkoff and Kushner's accounts of the U.S.-Iran talks. Comments made by Witkoff in two background briefings with reporters on February 28th and March 3rd, as well as media appearances since the strikes began, made clear that Witkoff did not have sufficient technical expertise or diplomatic expertise to engage in effective diplomacy. His lack of knowledge and mischaracterization of Iran's positions and nuclear program throughout the process likely informed Trump's assessment that talks were not progressing and Iran was not negotiating seriously. 1. Witkoff perceived the Tehran research reactor as a threat and a ploy. It's not clear why. Some of Witkoff's most puzzling and factually challenged statements during the March 3rd call with reporters centered on the Tehran Research Center, which is used to produce medical isotopes. The TRR supplied by the U.S. became operational in 1967. Originally, it ran on 90% enriched uranium fuel, or weapons grade, but it was later converted by Argentina to run on 20% enriched uranium fuel. During the call, Witkoff claimed there was a subterfuge at the TRR and it was being used to stockpile uranium fuel to bring it towards a weapons grade enrichment level. This assessment seemed primarily based off Witkoff's conclusion that Iran possessed an overabundance, quote-unquote, of fuel for the reactor. He alleged that the 7 to 8 years supply of fuel that they had been retaining at TRR was being stockpiled, along with other stockpiling that had been done. So the claim that they were using a research reactor to do good for the Iranian people was a complete and false pretense to hide the fact that they were stockpiling there. But it wasn't hidden, and its existence should not come as a surprise. 2. Witkoff's suspicion led him to prematurely dismiss the Iranian proposal. And he viewed this rejection of free fuel for life as a tell that Iran was not interested in diplomacy. The rejection should not have surprised him. Where's the free fuel thing? Hold on. If I put free. Yeah, Witkoff said in the call that after deciding that Iran's proposed enrichment plan was based on the TRR's lie, he offered Iran free fuel for its research reactors. He claimed that if it's really about building radioisotopes and creating medicines, Iran will take the free fuel from the U.S. He said Iran rejected the offer by saying that free fuel was an assault on our dignity. He also expressed surprise that Iran had emphasized its right to enrich. Witkoff said he concluded from... I'm like dying here, sorry. I need water. Where are we? It's like insane that you didn't know about the enrichment thing. Okay, I'm back after dying. Didn't Rubio say they knew Israel would do strikes? Yeah.
The Iranian negotiators wouldn't even share an offer that the envoys could take back to the president and our nuclear
When I'm not dying, I will get back to that.
experts to examine. Joe says all 18 intelligence agencies agree that the Iranian regime nuclear threat was not imminent. How does he know? Was he
like in water? Like it's not here, otherwise I'd make him get more for me.
in the loop? Did they tell him? Because the CIA director, he didn't agree. Did they all share that with Joe, even though he was reportedly out of the loop? We'll find out. The White House and CIA director have firmly dismissed Kent's claims, stating there were compelling evidence of an imminent Iranian threat. I'm quoting them. And Iran showed last week it had a mid-range ballistic missile that could hit most of Europe, including virtually every capital, when it fired missiles at Diego Garcia, 2,500 miles from Iran, a joint American-British base. That's twice as far as Iran's foreign minister had claimed. Their missiles could travel much further. With the help of China and Russia, it wouldn't be long before they could hit our country. And of course, a nuclear device could be detonated without a missile of any kind. This is all demeaning.
Just because a country has these missiles does not mean you have evidence that they intend to use them to attack America at any time.
Of the president. It's demeaning of the men and women in uniform, in my view, who are fighting this war and expect our support. Joe Kent's resignation letter has been leveraged by the usual actors to validate their narratives because it comes from
demeaning to not want to send these people off to their death.
A top former U.S. counterterrorism official. And is being used to support claims that the U.S. military action is unjustified and orchestrated by foreign interests. And that was Joe Kent's intention, I think, both his timing and the substance of the letter. So it's all Israel's fault, and those of its supporters. The president is apparently incapable of making his own informed decisions. Israel got us into all the wars of the Middle East. The CIA director, the envoy Witkoff are wrong, as is the president, the secretary of war, and on and on. Joe knew better. And the icing on the cake, Joe Kent runs to Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Candace Owens and more, who've all said some of the most anti-American and anti-Semitic tropes imaginable. And now Tucker Carlson wondering out loud, and I quote, could the Iranians obtaining the bomb wind up being a good thing? And by the way, folks,
yeah, it's like seems like it's the only thing that actually prevents American aggression. So
Republicans and MAGA overwhelmingly support the war effort. CBS just came out with a poll. 92% of MAGA approves of the president and the war effort. 84% of Republicans approve. 70% of non-MAGA Republicans approve. That's MAGA. We, Mr. and Mrs. America, understand this is a war against a horrendous...
I mean, true. There's like, it's refreshing to not have to hear the cope of like, MAGA actually hates this and they're America first and they actually don't like this. It's not true.
Enemy that has hit us over and over and over again for 47 years. And we don't give them the benefit of the doubt. And I would add that Sebastian Gorka, a significant official in the NSA,
a deeply serious person, Sebastian Gorka,
involved in the Middle East, is furious with Joe Kent. I should add that Dan Bongino, who is deputy director of the FBI, same, he was on Hannity. He said he had access to same information that Joe Kent did, and Joe Kent is wrong. The threat was imminent. And there I've laid the foundation. Joe Kent, I'd like to go through some of this with you and give you an opportunity to respond. We got Semaphore, we got Axios.
I wonder if he had to be there the entire time that Mark Levin was like reading his fucking Wikipedia page.
New York Post, we got on and on and on, saying that you were considered a leaker. We have the White House saying it. Were you a leaker? Are you under investigation? Do you know whether you're under investigation? Let's try and clear the air right at the beginning.
Sure, Mark. Thanks for having me on. I never leaked any classified information. And the stories you're reading are stories from leakers who are leaking, I guess, maybe an investigation about me being a leaker. So I think it's just a media counter narrative. I had
so nobody has contacted you from Justice or the FBI or anything like that?
Nope.
Did you ever leak? Confidential. Let me do it this way. Did you ever leak
And I
classified?
have no reason to think he's lying about that. It's possible he could have known about this and that nobody had contacted him yet.
Information? You said no. Did you ever leak confidential information?
Nope.
Never.
Never.
Were you cut out? Okay, you're on the record. That's perfectly fine, and that's a good thing, Joe. Were you cut out of briefings for the last 3 months or so when you were there?
No, I wouldn't say I was cut out. I mean, the president can choose to have who he wants to have in the actual presidential Oval Intelligence sessions. I still had access to the PDB and was part of.
Tell everybody what that is.
That were appropriate for my job. The president's daily brief.
So you had access to that right up to the end?
Yeah, until the day I walked out the door.
Mm-hmm. And why do you think the president said he never really remembers you that well? He never really met with you that often? Is that correct?
Why do you think like the oldest president that we've ever had basically doesn't seem to remember you and doesn't even like you anymore?
Well, the president meets with so many different people. I mean, he knew who I was, but by no means was I a primary advisor to him on a daily basis. However, in terms of determining the threat level that Iran posed to our country, I was a key part of that process. So that was very much in my purview.
And he rejected your view?
I don't think he rejected the view. I think he may have chosen to go a different direction, and I think the vast majority of intelligence and information that he received was given to him.
These pathetic gotcha questions from Levin. He could actually like hold him to account on some of this stuff, but he's so desperate to just dunk on him that these are easy layups for Kent. Like, Trump doesn't have to reject anything. It's possible for them to operate off the same information and for Trump and his admin to come to different conclusions about what ought to follow.
A picture that Iran was on the cusp of developing a nuclear weapon, which just simply was not the truth. And also, as Secretary Rubio said, there was no imminent threat coming from Iran against the Americans.
Well, he corrected that.
There was an imminent threat coming from the Israelis who were going to attack. But that's actually the truth.
Hold on. We're going to do it honestly, one point at a time.
Had observed, the Iranians had observed an escalation ladder. They hadn't attacked us under President Trump.
Can you do me a favor? And I don't mean to be rude. Can you talk a little more slowly? I'm having trouble hearing. Take your time. Go ahead.
Sure. When President Trump came into office, the Iranians...
Is this to like throw him off or what?
Knew that President Trump wanted to get a deal.
I'm having trouble hearing. Did I just hear you say that we were doing this because, Marco Rubio came out and said that we had to act because Israel was going to?
They observed the escalatory ladder very carefully. They stopped having our proxies attack us like they were attacking us under the Biden administration.
I want to read you something, Joe, for you to respond to here. When one of President Trump's closest advisors, who's vocally advocating for us to not go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis, and then he's suddenly publicly assassinated and we're not allowed to ask any questions about it. It's a data point, you told Carlson, about the murder of our friend Charlie Kirk. It's a data point that we need to look into.
Can get out of this.
What are you trying to look into there? What do you think happened there?
What I know is that there were foreign leads that we didn't get a chance to look into, that we did not thoroughly investigate. That's what I know.
You have any country in mind?
No. I think we need to fully investigate the potential of any foreign nexus.
So you think a foreign country may...
So we know what Kent was saying. Kent knows that we know what he was saying. Levin knows what he was insinuating. But because there's all this plausible deniability, let's see if he'll just come out and say, we know you're talking about Israel, dude.
Have been involved in his assassination.
These are like both so fucking weaselly, man.
Does the FBI think that?
What I think is that we need to thoroughly investigate all the potentials. That's what needs to happen.
I know, but what I'm trying to find out, you're a smart guy. You're an accomplished guy. Is there something that piqued your interest that caused you to say, maybe there's something foreign and we need to look into this? I mean...
There is. I just can't get into it because it's classified and it's part of an ongoing investigation, I hope. But from my vantage point and from what I saw at the National Counterterrorism Center, that was not thoroughly looked into.
I'm not trying to be rude. Just slow down. I'm a little hard of hearing. Go ahead. What was that? I didn't hear you.
What I said was...
What is this? Like, I'm hard of hearing. Is this real? Does he struggle with this?
There were still potential foreign links and leads that we needed to look into. That's what I know. That's what I'm asserting.
So you're not asserting any particular country there?
No, I'm not.
How about Butler? Do you think any foreign government was involved in the attempt to assassinate the president there?
We need to thoroughly
See, like, he never asserted that, like, he even just, like, gave him the language to, like, get out of this. He had never asserted that. He insinuated it. That's the word you're looking for, Levin.
investigate that, especially now that Thomas's Crook's online persona has been uncovered. That needs to be looked into as well.
You think it's Iran, maybe?
We should investigate to see if there's any linkage between Iran, but in particular in between the Iranian agent Asif Merchant, who was just convicted for plotting an assassination attempt against President Trump. That should be looked into to see if those two events are linked. That should definitely be looked into.
And
I think you'd agree on that, wouldn't you?
100%. And because we know Iran did try to assassinate the president, one guy was just convicted of it, and the other guy's in Iran.
I think it's okay for Kent to not say the conclusions of an incomplete investigation. No, I mean, it's a dog whistle. I mean, when he says that in front of Tucker Carlson's audience, he knows, and he's been critical of Israel in the way that he had just been. When he resigned, he knows that what they're going to hear is that, oh, Israel like had something to do with it, but he never said it himself. And he can always fall back on saying like, oh, I'm not saying that like I know for sure that something was covered up. I'm saying that like there were more leads that should have been pursued that weren't.
So
it's a very conservative claim.
He was.
But I was just wondering, this statement.
It's like a spicy insinuation, but the claim itself nominally is like not that insane.
Here, because a lot of Jewish groups and others said you were really focusing on Israel. And you're telling me, no, not at all. It could be any foreign country, correct?
In my statement, my letter of resignation, I say that the Israelis forced President Trump into this war.
No, I'm talking about this that you said on Carlson's show, when a president close to his advisors who's vocally advocating for us not to go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis. And then he's suddenly publicly assassinated. We're not allowed to ask questions about that. It's a data point. What's the data point?
The data point is that the investigation, in my view, especially the foreign ties, has not been complete. And that
why did you bring up the Israelis there? Are you talking about what are you talking about there? Botswana? I mean, what are you thinking about?
It's amazing how bad Mark Levin is at this. Holy fuck!
When you say that, I'm just curious. Just asking questions.
That Charlie was advocating for us not to go to war with Iran and to rethink our relationship with the Israelis, and then he was killed. This needs to be looked into. That's all. That's all I can say.
That's all you can say. Rich, can you play what Charlie said after the president ordered the dropping of the bombs in June on those sites in Iran? Go ahead.
And you might say, Charlie, do you support or oppose this? I support President Trump. That's my answer. I know the man. He's the commander-in-chief. He's the man for the hour, and he's had the weight of the world on his shoulders. So in a situation like this, I support my friend, and he's had my back, and I have his. That's my perspective. By the way, I also look at this and I say, and I understand the arguments of people that, don't intervene and all that. I get it. But boy, have we not exhausted so many diplomatic channels and options.
What do you think of that?
I didn't resign after Midnight Hammer. Midnight Hammer was a targeted operation that did not result in a further continuation of the war.
I'm not talking about why you resigned. I'm talking about that was Charlie's comment about the president ordering the bombing of those nuclear sites in Iran. Right?
Right.
And you were talking about Charlie being assassinated, right?
Right. He was against the regime change war that's taking place right now.
Okay, hold on. I'm not talking about
Midnight Hammer and the bombing was two completely different things. Targeted operations are completely
You were talking
different
about the assassination.
As we've seen with the ramifications.
One of President's closest advisors who's vocally advocating for us not to go to war with Iran and for us to rethink at least our relationship with the Israelis. And then he's suddenly publicly assassinated. President Trump wasn't talking about hitting Iran again in September. We're talking about June.
We knew that after Midnight Hammer, it was evident that the Israelis still wanted regime change in Iran, and they were going to continue to push.
How did the Israelis get all this power over President Trump? He says to you, that's not right. Radcliffe says, that's not right. Hegseth.
They're totally whitewashing Charlie Kirk, what Charlie Kirk actually said. So I have links and of everything that they were saying about the Iran war, because I fucking covered it. Okay, this was when Charlie Kirk, rest of R.I.P. King, we're carrying the flame, etc. This was Charlie Kirk's actual position on this, which is just being a MAGA apologist and saying whatever he needs to do to curry the favor of Donald Trump.
Oh, you another truth.
So this is 11 months ago on April 18th, 2025. So again, Operation Midnight Hammer, the 12-day war, all of that happened like in August. That's when that operation took place. But he was saying something completely different on April 18th of the same year.
Because while Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, going to war with Iran would be catastrophic. going to war with Iran would be a dreadful mistake, and that includes American military strikes on the interior of Iran. Two things can simultaneously be true. We need to exert maximum leverage while also saying we are not going to go to war with Iran. Doesn't matter if Tom Cotton wants it. Doesn't matter if Lindsey Graham wants it. It doesn't matter if all the U.S. senators and the deep state cabal wants it. We will clearly say we are.
And deep state cabal in this context from this man, I absolutely 100% believe he is referencing like AIPAC and other like pro-Israel interests.
Against a war with Iran. Let's play first Cut 99.
While President Trump said in his State of the Union address, China has...
Okay, so that was his position on April 18th. And then all of a sudden, in June 2025,
and by the
he suddenly has a much different tune.
Wait, so tonight, my take is very simple. We trust the commander-in-chief and his judgment. We don't know all the...
Yeah, June 21st, 2025, live U.S. bombs Iran, Trump speaking soon.
Intelligence that was in front of him. Now, by the way, there has to also be an understanding that for those of you that are like overly celebratory, I just want to try to humble you. You don't know how tonight is going to end. You might say tonight is an awesome night. It is in some ways so far, but we don't know how tonight's. Can we get some of the B-roll here? Basically, I mean, Fordo looks like Mordor. I mean, it's just. Can we get some of that B-roll up on screen?
Yeah, they had some of Isfahan. Let's play the Isfahan B-roll that we had.
Yep.
And Trump is speaking in 10 minutes, by the way.
So, so in 10 minutes, we're going to take that live. And by the way, I'm texting with all the guys in the admin right now, trying to get a pulse. I'm, texting with all the main, all the main decision makers and stakeholders. We're going to get Jack Posobiec on here in a second. And so the situation that's where we're seeing right now. We just want to make sure all that is real B-roll, by the way, as we're playing it.
So it says it looks very odd or I don't know
what
we have
that
sound.
is. No,
it looks strange. So
it looks. I mean, I don't know. So what happens next? Here's the best case scenario. The best case scenario is
this part
that on July 4th, everyone forgets about this. It kind of just goes into our memory. There is no real.
So that he supported this, but he knew that it was going to be optically disastrous. He doesn't give a fuck about the legality. They were trying to get the big, beautiful bill passed at the time. That was his main priority. And he did not want to be like rah-rahing this, especially if it went poorly and then like have to stand behind it. But he was never really like principally for or against it. If anything, he was skeptical of it just because of the optics and things that he'd said. But then Midas touched your attention to reporting from the Wall Street Journal. So this says, fearing a backlash from his isolationist-aligned supporters, White House officials have quietly reached out to conservative influencers to explain Trump's possible shift away from diplomacy. Among those contacted was MAGA acolyte Charlie Kirk, who recently polled his conservative audience on whether the U.S. should intervene. Nearly 90% said no, the Journal reported Wednesday. Some prominent conservatives have toned down their rhetoric, but discontent has continued to burst into public view as longtime Trump supporters voiced concerns that the president is abandoning his campaign trail pledge to extract the U.S. from foreign entanglements, according to the report. So we literally just watched a clip of Charlie Kirk being like, I'm texting with the admin at the moment. Literally, they're feeding them propaganda to fucking sell to their audiences so they can manufacture consent among the bases if they've ever had an issue doing that, because it's a fucking personality cult and they go along with whatever Trump wants to fucking do. And then he talked to JD Vance after.
Joining us now.
He said the important thing was like there's not an endless war.
It's the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. Mr. Vice President, thank you for taking the time. Congratulations on what you and the President achieved yesterday. Walk our audience through the significance and the profundity and your role in helping achieve peace between Israel and Iran.
Well, thanks so much, Charlie, for having me. It's good to talk with you. And really all credit goes to the President here. I mean, he had a very clear goal in mind. He wanted to destroy the Iranian nuclear program. He did that militarily. Of course, we tried to do it diplomatically, but the Iranians were not willing to play ball. But he also wanted us to be in a very narrow, very defined operation where once we solved the problem, he wanted to get the hell out and not have to deal with
I
him
was just thinking that's such an unflattering like washout picture. I see it used all the time for him.
Anymore. And I think that's what you saw here is you saw bold, decisive action, but you also saw a willingness to sort of press the brakes on both the Iranians and the Israelis. You know, what happened, I think it was very interesting. I came into the Oval Office on Monday morning, and we had just received calls from both the Israelis, but also from the Iranians. And from the Israelis, they were basically saying, look, we're exhausted. We don't want to do this anymore. And we've achieved our military objectives. They were quite successful, as you know, but they didn't want to keep on going. And I think from the Iranians, they were saying, well, we're going to do this counterattack, but it's going to be largely symbolic. This is where we're going to strike. They basically telegraphed exactly what they were going to do so that we can maximize our ability to save the lives and the health of our troops. And so what the president basically said is, let's figure out what the Iranians are actually doing. Let's obviously do everything that we can to save our troops. And then after the attack, let's reconvene and see where we are. And so we went to the Oval Office around 3 o'clock or so yesterday afternoon. The president kind of gathered up the senior team and said, look, the Iranians clearly didn't mean to kill anybody because they told us exactly where they were going to attack. The Israelis are telling us they've achieved their objectives and they don't want to do a long protracted war. Let's go and get a ceasefire done. And then 3 hours later, that's exactly what we accomplished. And hilariously,
Oh my God, LOL at him being like, the Israelis certainly don't want a long protracted war with Iran.
we were working on confirming and coordinating the details of this as I was on the way to do an interview with Bret Baier. And then I think the president got this over the finish line literally while I was on air. And then it was read to me right before we actually started recording the interview. So a really big day for America, a really big day, I think, for Israel.
PBD and Erica look alike, like siblings almost. Yeah, there's a name for this phenomenon, but they do, and it's the eyes, I think.
Iran, but just a big day for world peace, Charlie. I mean, I can't
big day for world peace.
Emphasize how big of a deal it is that we took the Iranian nuclear program, we destroyed it without losing a single American life, and without getting the United States involved in some protracted Middle Eastern conflict. It's kind of a win-win-win all around.
And so, Mr. Vice President, I've known the president for about 10 years. I have never seen him this mad publicly, where he dropped basically the F-bomb heard around the world at both Israel and Iran. What do you think led to that? He wanted the ceasefire so badly. He wants peace. His driving force is peace, not war, which is such a sea change versus the prior Republican Party. Can you comment on President Trump this morning as he was demanding an end to all conflict, and it worked?
Dude, like, if Joe Kent had this only feeds his argument that, like, yeah, Trump was pissed off. He was like, they don't know what the fuck they're doing when Israel continued to strike. That feeds into Joe Kent's argument that, like, oh, he was manipulated by people working that are, like, Israel first. Because, like, what changed from then to now?
Please.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, ceasefires are always a little bit of mess, Charlie, and we don't even know fully exactly what happened. I mean, our understanding is that, the Israelis obviously tried to ramp up their campaign towards the very end. The Iranians took a lot of shots at the Israelis at the very end. There's some concerns here because, even after the senior leaders agreed to a ceasefire, it takes some time for that message to get down to the commanders in the field. Even if the leadership of Iran, for example, says, yes, okay, we'll stop shooting, it's totally possible that there's a guy they can't reach who doesn't realize that. And so it's not even clear totally what happened, but there appears to be one errant rocket that the Israelis perceived was fired at them. It did not land. It did not do any damage. This was the very last rocket the Iranian shot. And then it seemed like the Israelis were going to do this massive response. And the president, you saw this.
It's all just hilarious in hindsight. I mean, it was insane at the time. Dementia led to that. Yeah, I know. But, like, to these people who think that Trump is like a god, emperor, king who can do no wrong and analyzes large data sets because he's such a smart boy, they actually believe. They don't think that he's just, like, has dementia.
That says that's not right. I don't know what the vice president said to you, but why do you keep insisting on it when they keep insisting it's not true?
Because in real time, over the course of the last year, we watched the Israelis, through their official engagements with members of our government and the media echo chamber, which I believe you were a part of, move President Trump's red line from saying that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon to saying Iran can't have any enrichment. Because President Trump and the former supreme leader of Iran agreed that Iran was not going to get a nuclear weapon. They were
and you believe them?
Table.
You believe
so? Well, I believe that 18 members of the intelligence.
Well, apparently it wasn't 18 because the CIA director said you're wrong.
What the coordinated assessment that the CIA sent to the ODNI said that they were not working towards getting a nuclear bomb because the supreme leader had a prohibition on the development of nuclear weapons.
So you believed his fatwa? I mean, this is kind of foolish. So they put out a fatwa. The guy just lied about it.
He's saying that it's not his personal assessment. That is the assessment and conclusion of these intelligence reports by our own government, by Trump's own administration.
Hold on. The guy lied about the distance of their ballistic missiles in February. His foreign minister did.
Then why didn't Iran have a nuclear weapon? They've been trying.
Why didn't Iran have what?
2004.
Oh, because we completely obliterated it. Even though Pete Hegseth said like a couple of weeks ago that they were a week away from getting it.
Didn't they have a nuclear weapon? If Iran wanted,
why do you think they didn't have a nuclear weapon? Because we and the Israelis and perhaps other countries stopped them with cyber warfare and other things. I'm not even understanding your argument. Let's try it this way. Let's go back to basics.
No, we had no intelligence that said that Iran was working to develop a nuclear weapon. That information came from the Israelis, and then
it came from Witkoff, who directly said we were negotiating with the Iranians. That they told us. Right, hold on. I need the public to understand this.
There's no.
All right, you go first, and I'll go.
President Trump said no nuclear weapons. And then
I love how he's like, you believe Iran, and then he turns around and he's like, but Witkoff said this.
through official engagements through the Israelis, and then also the media echo chamber that wanted regime change in Iran, said, no, we need to say that the Iranians can't.
What about the media echo chamber, your buddies who didn't want regime change in Iran? There's a lot of echo chambers out there, wouldn't you say?
It appears that your media echo chamber was much more successful.
No, it wasn't. I never lobbied the president. Hey, pay attention to me. I never lobbied the president. You guys keep putting that crap out there. I met with the president once at his request, and I said to the president, ready for this, Joe? I said, they're saying out there that I'm lobbying you. You know what he did? He laughed. You know what he said?
When Koff talked about enrichment, he's agreeing with Kent that the red line shifted away from a weapon. I know. And he's even like that. There's like actually so much. It's like so easy to defend Kent's position, even though I think he's motivated by personal gain, wanting a media career, potentially knowing about this investigation and trying to stave off the excesses, curry public favor, and get that off the ground to make any sort of like additional investigation look punitive or political in nature and delegitimize them before they even get started or before they kind of launch any sort of public inquiry. But there's so much in his favor to prop this narrative up because a lot of it's true.
Mark, I know where you stand. I watch your show on Saturday and Sunday. Anything I say here, pay attention. Anything I say here, what I would say, I did what?
You can lobby him by using the power of your show. The power of your
come on, brother. You're sounding almost ridiculous now. Now let's go on. I have a question.
Dude, like, again, there in the first term, there were so many times where the media and Trump's own press team was constantly was struggling to come up with new words and ways to explain or like to not make it sound like Trump was just watching TV constantly. Like Trump corrected course after, he came across a news item that disturbed him greatly. Trump was decided that he would not be pursuing this action following engagement with particular it was stuff like this. And Space Magic, thank you so much for the 10 tier 1 subs gifted to my community. I really, really appreciate it. That is pretty fucking special. Thank you so much. And everybody who is a recipient of Space Magic's generosity, please drop an emote or a thank you in chat. Thank you so much.
Question. There's been a big controversy now. Andrew COVID now. Media's covered it. Other people.
And like him being disingenuous, like again, I have to find the fucking Truth Social post where he was like, if you criticize Mark Levin, you are not America first. He said the same thing. He basically said the same thing with Loomer. Or he didn't say the same thing about Loomer. It was like in light of the attacks, he like called Laura Loomer and was like getting praise from her.
Covered it. He put out a video. He gave you text messages confidentially. Hold on, man. Let me just get the question out. You can dispute it.
Text messages to anybody.
But I have to explain it to the public. If you hold on. So they got. What is it? Why don't you want to answer this? You won't even let me set up the question. He said that he gave you text messages from Charlie Kirk, all this discussion about the Israelis and donors and so forth, that you called him and you said, make it public. He said, no, I'm not comfortable doing that. And then the next thing he knows, Candace Owens has it, and she makes it public, and she's off to the races.
Okay, so this was, I found it in a Forbes article. Trump defends Mark Levin amid Megyn Kelly feud as MAGA fracture deepens. This was published March 16th, so about 10 days ago now, almost. Mark Levin, a truly great American patriot, is someone under siege by other people with far less intellect, capability, and love for our country. Keep in mind, Megyn Kelly has literally looked the other way on Donald Trump, like insinuating heavily that she was on her fucking period at the time that she moderated the debate and gave him the slightest bit of pushback back in like 2015, 2016, and also justified his sex pestery by saying it's more, there are things that are more important than that. So that's who she was defending. Capability and love for our country. Mark is tough, strong, and brilliant, hence the nickname The Great One, conceived by your MAGA friend, the wonderful Sean Hannity, after years of dealing with Mark in legal, media, and other capacities. What? I don't even know what that means. What other capacities? Mark would often do Sean's show, speaking as a lawyer, and Sean realized then, as did others, that he was special. Oh, Mark Levin is special, all right. Mark Levin was not looking to do television, radio, or anything else, but he was drafted by very smart people who understood that there are few like him. He is a true conservative in intellect, farce, and this is like so, this hagiography this fucking mythologizing that Trump is putting out here for Mark Levin, just like sucking his fucking cock, man. It is actually, it reads as like condescending. I would actually think like it reads as like a satire. Like I would write this to make fun of Mark Levin. He is a true conservative in intellect, far smarter than those who criticize him, but above all, he is a man of great wisdom and common sense who truly loves our country. When you hear others unfairly attack Mark, remember that they are jealous and angry human beings whose quote-unquote sway is much less than the public understands, and will, now that they know where I stand, rapidly diminish. Other than for his wonderful wife and family, Mark Levin only cares and wants one thing: greatness and success for America, in all caps. Those that speak ill of Mark will quickly fall by the wayside, as do the people whose ideas, policies, and footings are not sound. They are not MAGA. I am. And MAGA includes not allowing Iran, a sick, demented, and violent terrorist regime, to have a nuclear weapon to blow up the United States of America, the Middle East, and ultimately the rest of the world. MAGA is about stopping them cold, and that is exactly what we are doing. God bless our great military, which I have rebuilt since the beginning of my first term, to achieve everlasting peace through strength. Make America great again. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. This incoherent rant was published on March 15th at 10:30 p.m. Trump is literally in bed tweeting this. Okay, Truth posting it. I don't know. Truth Social posting. So if you criticize this man, you're anti-MAGA.
Just like you and Tucker
and
and the
Levin
rest.
is like, what do you mean I have any influence over him?
Did that happen or not? Did you give it to Candace Owens? Yes or no?
I did not give anything to Candace Owens, no.
Well, this is good to know. So you've never leaked. You didn't give anything to Candace Owens. I have a much higher regard for you now. That's the truth.
Okay.
I don't care for what you've done. When you put that letter out, you knew it would do maximum damage to the president, didn't you? The timing, for instance, if you were going to resign because you didn't agree with
maximum damage to the president, dude, give me a fucking break. He literally praised Donald Trump in his resignation. He has done everything to cover for Donald Trump. You can say it's self-interested, and it probably is to a large extent, to continue to show this amount of fealty to Trump that he has, even in light of the resignation. It could be like an audience capture thing. There's many reasons why he could be doing that. But you can't say it doesn't have the impact of like obviously going out of his way to not make Trump look bad. He is literally discharging all responsibility to Israel and saying that it's not fair and that Donald Trump was like misled and tricked.
With this war, why didn't you resign when the war started?
Because I was hoping that we would immediately de-escalate and try and get back to the negotiating table.
We would start a war and de-escalate in 3 days?
I was hoping that we were going to do limited strikes, and then unlimited strikes like we did in Midnight Hammer, and then back off and go back to the negotiating table. Once I realized that was not going to happen, and we were spiraling deeper into this, and we were starting to lose brave men and women in yet another Middle Eastern war driven by the Israeli agenda, that's what led me.
Well, man, you got a real hate on. You got a real hate on, brother. No, you do. Hold on, Joe. When I had you on my show,
a real hate on. I thought, is he trying to say like a hate boner?
I read your texts. I read them out loud. And you've like done a 180. Why is that? Because you had access to intelligence or something? Why have you changed completely?
I have not done a 180.
You've changed, man. Why are you changing?
A problem with us working with Israel. I have a problem with Israel driving our foreign policy in the Middle East as they have done to get us.
Do you have no respect for Donald Trump?
Dude, again, like 29 minutes in, he is reiterating the same position he has held this entire fucking time, which is that. Hi, Ogre Boy. Which is that he doesn't actually have an issue with the United States sharing intel and working with Israel. He just doesn't think that they should be dictating shit. He has maintained this the whole time. It's not
agency
a new thing.
That he has the capacity to make these decisions himself.
I have the utmost respect for the president. You can read my letter.
You didn't answer my question. You don't sound like it.
Dodge. That is a dodge.
I believe that he was influenced by the media echo chamber and by the Israeli.
Well, maybe he's influenced by your media echo chamber, or maybe he's
I don't under this. He's such a dumbass. The way that you defend Trump, like the way that you defend Israel against this, is just by bringing up all the other imperial ventures that Trump has engaged in, and ask him to explain what Israel has to do with Venezuela. What does Israel have to do with Greenland? What does Israel have to do with talking about annexing Canada? What does Israel have to do with Cuba?
Influenced by the Saudis and the Qatar. Who knows? He made a decision. Can't you accept the fact that he's a great president, that he took in all this information? He listened.
That's what it's about. Like, why are you criticizing him? He made a decision, just accept it. Like, I think he does accept it, and he accepts it to the point that he literally tendered his resignation because he wasn't in support of the decision that he made.
All his advisors, and he made a decision. You may disagree with it, but why do you create a conspiratorial notion that Israel, 9.5 million people, a tiny economy and everything, dragged powerful Donald Trump and the United States into war. Not one. You even had them dragging us into the Iraq war when on the record they said they didn't want to do the Iraq war. They opposed us.
I love how, again, when Mark, like when, not Mark, sorry, when Joe Kent cites like, oh, because they said that they were, like, he quotes somebody part of a polity or state saying, oh, well, they said that they weren't going to do that. That's why I don't think blah, blah, blah. No, you can't trust Iran for saying that. You can't trust this person for saying that. But when we're trying to do an inventory and like autopsy on like, okay, who like goaded the, or like who was responsible for like cheerleading on the Iraq war? Well, Israel was a critic of it. Like we just, again, in that instance, you can defer. If they said that they were not for it, then therefore they weren't for it.
That's doing. Where'd you come up with that one?
In this administration, I watched the Israeli media.
You were there 7 months.
Of the Israeli government. I watched that. I came in day one, and I worked as the DNI's chief of staff until I was confirmed. So,
by the way, does Tulsi Gabbard agree with you?
You have to ask her. But what I did see is I saw the Israeli media echo chamber, and I'm not going to speak for Tulsi Gabbard. What I'm telling you is the red line.
You're speaking for the president. You said he was convinced by Israel.
No, I'm speaking for Joe Kent. That's why I resigned, so I can speak freely.
That's still not speaking for the president. That's making that's just drawing a conclusion based off information that he has. It's not speaking for the president.
So I watched the.
By the way, that's very interesting.
If he had said like President Trump doesn't really want this, I mean, it's obviously the insinuation, but I still don't think it rises to the level of like speaking for somebody else.
To enrichment.
Go ahead.
What we watched the red line move from.
Because he is saying Trump wants this, but it's only because of Israeli influence.
To no enrichment. That basically short-circuited the ability for there to be a deal, leading us basically.
He isn't letting him speak. I mean, he's not letting him speak. He's going for pathetic gotchas. He's strawmanning him. He's like, just throwing ad homs at him, getting mad that he's like not showing enough fealty to Trump, even though this is like the last person you could accuse of doing that right now, because like Kent has continued to suck Trump's cock over all of this, like this entire time, and this is also with the context that the first 15 minutes of this is just straight wall poisoning.
To a military conflict that was driven by Israel.
What does that mean? Slow down, Joe. What does that mean? No nukes to nuclear enrichment. What does that mean?
That's a great question. So President Trump has always said, and I think most people agree, that Iran can't get a nuclear bomb. Now, the former Supreme Leader agreed, and he had that
I don't.
In place, so that gave the Iranians
the fatwa meant crap.
Get to the negotiating
That's
table.
Where you and I disagree. The guy has a fatwa in place. Slaughters 50,000 of his own people. It's not. Hey, Joe, he's a terrorist.
Mark, I believe the 18 intelligence agencies that said that Iran was not developing.
But guess what? The president agrees with his own conclusions. That is, that you're wrong.
He finally said something true. Yeah, the president agrees with his own conclusions. Yeah, Trump does whatever the fuck he wants, dude, based on whatever feeling or grievance that he's feeling at any given time. There is no rational approach to it. He's also easily swayed by other people around him and money.
Radcliffe believes you are wrong. The Secretary of Defense believes you're wrong. The Secretary of State believes you're wrong. And I can go right down the list.
Well, actually,
by the way, name the 18 intelligence agencies that agree with you, Joe. I don't even know what they are.
We don't have that much time, Mark. It's the intelligence community of the United States. Most people can look those up.
Joe Kent, President said he decided to take these steps because the Iranians weren't negotiating in good faith. His envoys come back to him and say, they just told us they have all this nuclear material and that they're not going to give it up and they're not going to give it to a third party and a number of other things. And you say it was Israel. Explain.
The Israelis launched the attack, and we knew that the Iranians would counterattack. That is the only imminent attack was actually the Israelis launching the attack. So that's what got us in.
Rubio literally said this.
That's been denied, Joe.
We were in.
Hold on, Joe. The president of the United States said
that's okay.
He dragged the Israelis in.
Right. Initially, the Secretary of State, the Speaker of the House, Secretary of Defense, they all said that we had to attack because the Israelis were going to attack.
So they're all lying now.
From my vantage point, that's what I saw as well.
They're all lying now, Joe?
What I saw was the Israelis driving us because they wanted the regime change war. They wanted.
They don't even need to be lying for Kent's assertions to be coherent. They just need to be like making statements or like changing statements or whatever based off of information that pro-Israel advocates or Israeli operatives are telling them.
Force our hand to attack Iran, to make the Iranians counterattack us.
I'm not gonna lie, this is dry. Welcome to the stream. Most of the stream is me going over a bunch of like petty MAGA infighting.
so that we would be in the conflict.
I think you're
Because in order
extremely
for us to
conspiratorial.
down,
I think that you're ignoring what all the other senior officials and the president have said. I really do. And I hope when you tell me you haven't leaked, because all these people in the White House say you have, that you're telling me the truth. I have no reason to disbelieve you. I hope when you tell me that you didn't leak those texts to Candace Owens, I hope you're telling me the truth. I hope when you're telling me 18 intelligence agencies all came together and said that the Iranians are not close to getting nukes. I hope you're telling me the truth. And also,
public testimony in Congress.
Yeah, well, we have public testimony in Congress from one of them, the CIA director, that says you're full of baloney.
Baloney.
The other guy who's responsible for representing the 18 intelligence community. 18
But he's the CIA. He's the big dog.
We're not.
And I asked you what Gabbard's attitude, and you said I have to interview her.
Agency contributed to the assessment.
Okay. Who makes the final decision, Joe? Takes in all the information that the agencies put together. Who does that? You or the president?
The president does, but in this case, the Israelis decided to.
Did the
attack,
intelligence
which
agencies
drove-
miss 9/11, or was that the Israelis too?
Why are we bringing like? He just keeps. I know he said that in his statement, but he's not incapable of just linearizing and sticking on one point. And he's again so desperate for gotchas. It is just so fucking obvious that he cannot contain himself. He cannot keep it to just one point at a fucking time. Even though he was literally like, "Can you stop speaking? We're gonna go one point at a time." And he's bouncing all over the fucking place.
Intelligence agencies missed Pearl Harbor, or was that the Israelis too? I'm really worried about you, brother. I really am. When you were first on my show, you seemed pretty straightforward and sane about this stuff.
Now you're doing things like criticizing Israel because he really can't say that. He can't point to any criticism that he's had of Trump because there are none. There are no criticisms that he's had of Trump.
I am pretty straightforward. And I don't think a foreign government should be allowed to dictate when we go to war. Or
I don't think they did. I think the president
right now,
makes
the
a
Israelis have
Joe.
different goals
You're going
than
to
we
keep
do.
mentioning Israelis. It's getting very boring and silly. The president made the decision. The president said he made the decision. The top brass. Do you think General Kane is a good general?
Cane, Raisin Cane, like the fruit.
He is a good general.
That's a deep cut for anybody who ever watched Trump's, I think, 2017 CPAC speech.
Do you think he's doing this because the Israelis want him to do it? How about CENTCOM General Cooper? Is he doing it? Is he in service? Is he in service to the Israelis too?
Neither of them are responsible for taking us off the war. The important thing is what took us off the war.
But they didn't resign in a public letter like you did either. Hey, Joe, I want to thank you for coming on. I really do.
Is such a fucking pussy for not just going, yeah. Yeah.
I wish you the best of luck.
Wish you the best. Good luck. Okay. There's no way it's mostly his audience saying this. First and last time I watched the show, he finally gets Kent on here. Holy shit. I hope Kent taped this in its entirety. This is so edited. I don't know if it's edited. If it is, it's then if you were to have the entire, like, Kent doesn't look bad. It's fucking Mark. It looks horrible. As soon as Mark started getting cooked, he started interrupting. Literally had to skip 15 minutes for Levin to shut up. Mark cuts him off at the most important part and goes to commercial. He wasted 15 minutes of the 35 minutes so he could so-called debate to rant before he asked one question. Dishonorable interview by Mark. He didn't even listen to Joe Kent, kept speaking over him and claimed he was hard of hearing when it was convenient. Gee, I wonder why. I thought I just saw Taylor Lorenz. This is not Taylor Lorenz though. Okay. Next, we are going to be doing Adam Sosnik on Piers Morgan. I don't know where he's been. He wasn't on any of these PBD episodes that I was taking a look at, but I don't know the arrogance of this man thinking that it's a good idea for his dumbass to go up against Dave Smith, who is obviously going to fucking school him when it comes to foreign policy. Anybody was a Just Press Play enjoyer when I was still co-hosting it with Pisco, or her take enjoyer, knows all too well the infamous debate between Adam Sosnik and Anna Kasparian over this very topic, close to 9 months ago now, where Adam literally threw a fucking bitch fit at Anna and accused her of being sympathetic to advocating for Islamic terrorism and threw a tampon at her. He couldn't even win. Again, Anna cooked his ass on this. All he has is insinuations that you're anti-Semitic and that, you don't support this, you hate the troops, you love terrorism. That's literally all he does. It's his playbook. And he's going to go up against Dave Smith, who's probably going to wipe the floor with him. Not hard to do because Adam's a fucking moron, but let's see.
looks like a catastrophe. And the best we can hope for at this point is that it only ends up killing like 10,000 people, and it only ends up costing tens of billions of dollars.
You're saying the United States is a terrorist organization. You've already lost the debate.
When our politicians lie us into wars that slaughter millions of innocent people, I consider that terrorism. I'll run circles around you on this, dude. Check the scoreboard. Most unpopular war in American history going in. Check the scoreboard. 13 dead Americans, millions of innocent people being displaced.
I don't know why Adam would sign himself up for this public humiliation again. The ego on this man.
The luxury of sitting in your little studio with your hooded sweater like you're 17 years old.
I have a wife and children. Who depends on you, Adam? Your mom?
Okay, I also have a significant other.
Adam, I'm not quite sure what is the point.
Ooh, the Piers Morgan exclusive over here. Adam's off the market, ladies and gents.
Point you're making.
You expect me to follow that
Also, no, he's not taking care of his mom. I have clips of Adam saying he is literally making the most amount of money that he ever has in his whole life, and yet he wants his mom to go back to work because his stepfather just died, and there's not going to be like a dual income in their house, and because he wants his mom to live a long time, that she needs to go back to work because she doesn't have money for retirement. Not even kidding.
Morgan, come on.
My Uncle Emo fought in World War I. My parents both fought in World War II. My brother and I are both Vietnam veterans. A Trump in the last 100 years has never done military service. Well, Barron, you can change that. Do something your father didn't have the courage to do.
Didn't think that's where
Well,
that was
we're turning now
going.
to the so-called MAGA war, the debate over the extent to which a very real war on Iran has divided Trump's base and put a millstone on his successor's neck, the top podcast.
Didn't say wife, didn't want to say girlfriend, partner is so woke. He went with significant other. All that could literally just mean like I had a recent hookup.
In the US, currently include Tucker Carlson, Theo Von, Sean Ryan, Candace Owens, and of course Joe Rogan. They're all influential people with big platforms who supported Trump's re-election, but have all spoken out against the Iran war. Vehemently pro-war broadcasters like Mark Levin and Ben Shapiro are nowhere to be seen at the top of these charts, even as they take pot shots at the dissenting podcasters and at YouTube shows like Megyn Kelly's and mine. All of this has fueled some hasty revisionism on a new media ecosystem hailed as mighty and powerful by Trump after winning what many mainstream commentators called the podcast election.
Alas, none of that is true. The narrative that MAGA is split over Iran, beloved by the liberal media and the anti-Israel far left and right, is complete fiction. Far from a betrayal, poll after poll.
Okay, Baga Ungar Sargon, which is her name, is an absolute fucking freak. But she has always consistently been correct with respect to polling as to where MAGA is on these issues. There is, zoom in on that necklace. How do I do that?
After far left and right.
Not all of us have a trackpad. Fuck you, just sulk. Anyway, she has always been right on the polling that like MAGA is like largely in support of these policies. The split, to the extent that you see it, it's overrepresented in the MAGA media, but it's not there in the base.
Fiction. Far from a betrayal, poll after poll after poll has found massive, overwhelming support for the president's strikes on Iran among Republican voters.
There are numbers that just jump off the screen at you, and this is one of those. Because just take a look here. MAGA GOP view of Trump. Approve 100%. 100%. If you are a member of MAGA and the GOP, you approve of Donald John Trump. 0% say that they disapprove. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know you can't go higher than
America First is splitting from MAGA. Here's what you have to support that. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Nick Fuentes are splitting from Trump. Do you actually have numbers backing that up? That there will be a large amount of people that like don't vote or flip because of Trump over this, even though they were like previously committed to Trump? Probably not.
100%.
Right now, there's a big fight going on between Megyn Kelly and Ben Shapiro about Candace Owens. And as it plays out, it's very important to remember that the most common reaction to it from Americans is, I don't know who any of these people are, and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, clearly millions of people do know who the fuck you're talking about. Clearly CNN knows all about it, as they now invite podcasters and influencers on all the time. They now seem to want to look like podcasters and influencers themselves. The problem is the assumption that media audiences are stupid and just do as they're told, which is no truer now than when legacy media was at its peak. What they can do is change the narrative and call out hypocrisy where they see it. They do this effectively and repeatedly. Trump's MAGA core has always been right behind him. That's not in dispute. They're famously the people who still back him if he shot someone in Fifth Avenue, as he said. But they're nowhere near enough for him or any Republican to win the next presidency. Trump won by building a remarkable anti-establishment coalition of pissed off liberals and young men wearied of woke. of libertarians sick of wars in the Middle East, of black men and Hispanics who felt they'd been taken for granted, of swing voters who were sick of the status quo and liked the sound of America first. These are the people that MAGA is deserting. If the apparently irrelevant podcasters still have numbers the president would sell an arm for, well, they are the reason why. In a moment, we'll be addressing the apparent MAGA rift with Dave Smith and Adam Sosnik. But first, I want to begin by discussing President Trump's influences and options with the former U.S. Defense Secretary and CIA Director Leon Panetta. Mr. Panetta,
we are not doing this. Holy fuck. We are getting to the slop. Fuck you.
When Charlie Kirk was murdered, for example. And I agreed. It was disgusting, some of the things I was seeing from the more woke liberal left in response to Charlie Kirk's murder. But you can't be enraged by that and then laugh when the President of the United States says this about Robert Mueller. I'm afraid that is just rank hypocrisy.
Watch them.
And either way, the bottom line is, like you say, when people die, just basic dignity and grace should kick in, I believe. Leon Panetta, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Good to be with you, Piers.
Joining me to debate this and more, Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem, a libertarian who backed Trump in 2024.
I can't think of a single person who gets just so much praise for being correct on literally just one issue. Like, except Dave Smith. He is like, the amount of praise that this guy gets relative to the shit that he puts out into the world, it astounds me. It's crazy how much credit he is given.
And Adam Sosnik, who's the Valuetainment host and PBD Podcast regular, a former liberal who backed Trump in 2024. Well, welcome.
Smith hates Trump now. Finally, he's gone full anti-Trump. No, he literally called for his fucking impeachment with Crystal Ball back in summer of last year, and said the same thing, and then he walked it back on Tim Pool, and he was like, "Oh, I was being, you know how people can be. I was being hyperbolic."
Welcome to both of you. Dave Smith, we'll come to the tsunami that greeted your last appearance on Uncensored, led by Ben Shapiro, a little later. But first of all, this sort of quaint notion now being peddled by people in the mainstream media that the podcast world is irrelevant, no one's ever heard of any of the podcasters or we YouTubers or anything, and we should all just be ignored. I don't think that's true.
Well, it's not that... Who's saying that they're irrelevant and that they should be ignored? The argument is that they have... I think people think that there are bigger numbers behind them that actually exist.
Oh, I mean, it's patently absurd on its face. I mean, again, I'm not trying to like overstate the influence that any one podcast or show has. But I mean, lots of people listen to shows. They don't necessarily agree completely with the host of that show. But again, to say, look, I mean, Piers, if you look at the polls, what the polls tell us is that this is the most unpopular war in American history going into the war. And CNN is going to read you these North Korea numbers. Actually, in fact, I think it was better than Kim Jong-un did in his last election, 100% of MAGA. But what does that really mean? I mean, the truth is, Piers, you kind of nailed it here in your opening, right? Even when Joe Biden was clearly senile and was forced to pull out of his re-election campaign, the majority of Biden supporters still supported him.
Adam's pod is not popular. All his popular clips are from other shows. That pod is canceled. I don't think that Saucecast exists anymore.
And like there was still going to be like 40-something% of the electorate would have voted for Joe Biden. Now, that wasn't enough, though, and that's why they forced him out, because you need a coalition to carry you here. So this comes down to like how you're defining MAGA. If you want to say Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and Andrew Schultz and all these guys, they're not MAGA. Well, okay, but they were relevant enough for Donald Trump to go on all of their shows in the campaign. And the point is that the coalition that got Donald Trump elected in 24, that got him for the first time ever to win the popular vote, that coalition has been destroyed. And the final thing I'll say is this, Piers. I made this prediction on my show the other day. But right now, you kind of have these two, broadly speaking, camps, say Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens, maybe people like me, who are saying the coalition has been destroyed. And then on the other side, you have people like you played Bacha, Ben Shapiro, who are saying, no, the coalition is fine. What we've learned is that Tucker Carlson doesn't matter. Give it a couple months, Piers, and I promise you, everyone on that side will say the coalition has been destroyed and it's Tucker's fault. This is going to tank Donald Trump's presidency. We're already past the point of that. The Democrats are going to win the House and the Senate. It's going to be...
Yeah, but if they're tanked, it's not because Donald Trump... It's because being a Trump voter is different than being a Trump supporter, and can be different than being MAGA, which can be different than like being America First sometimes. Like, those are not all the same groups of people. So it's not so much that Trump's coalition was fractured, it's that Trump was able to garner support in this most recent election from different demographics that he was not expected to perform well with, and they carried him to not only win the Electoral College, literally won every single swing state, but actually win the popular vote as well. But that they were not necessarily voters that were going to be like reliable or show up again for Trump.
Impeachments and subpoenas and investigations for the next 2 years. And I don't think anyone from this administration can win the presidential in 28.
Trump can't even run again. One, the law has never stopped him. Two, there are constitutional arguments to make that because he did not serve out the term consecutively or something like that, he could potentially run for a third term. So I've heard from some lawyers, but I don't even think that that's likely. I think that the reality is that the next Republican candidate will be dealing with the mess that they're inheriting from the MAGA movement, because their bread and butter base will still not allow there to be criticism of Trump, but for them to actually move the party forward, they're going to have to issue more and more condemnations or significantly distance from Trump's decisions while in office.
At this pace.
Right. Well, Adam, you're part of a very successful podcast, Patrick Bet-David.
No, he can't. Oh, well, if Pooper Noodle 101 says that Trump can't run for a third term, guys, that means that he won't even try.
David's been a regular on the show, as have other members of your great team.
Do you think Trump will quit after the midterms? No.
And, you know, I would say just from a personal, you can only judge it personally, I guess, but I've been on some of the biggest TV shows, mainstream TV shows you could think of, right? America's Got Talent for 6 years. Britain's Got Talent. I replaced Larry King at CNN. They aired my show 3 times a day in America and around the world, and so on and so on. And what's been fascinating to me in the last couple of years is I get more people.
Damn. Piers making me remember that this man was shoved down the American media, America's throat many, many times.
People come up to me in the street, wherever I am, whether it's New York, LA, London, Sydney, the Middle East, whatever. More people come up, and they're a bit younger than came up when I did any of those shows. And they're all coming up about my YouTube show, and they're all watching it avidly, and they're watching other shows like yours, like Dave's, Tucker, because they talked to me about all this. I had 2 guys last week from Denmark, 19 I think they were, stopped me in the street in West London. Passionate viewers of Uncensored. Right, it was really fascinating to talk to them. So I just think this idea that people who operate away from mainstream media now, like you, like me, like Dave, like others, that we're kind of irrelevant and no one knows who we are, is completely contradicted by reality. I just see it in the streets. So I don't know whether it's self-preservation going on, that the mainstream media doesn't want to accept there's been a shift in power, but what do you think?
So we're talking about the mainstream media. So how much trust do you have in the mainstream media? But so let me answer that. So number one, Piers, great to be with you. Dave, good to see you. It's been a little while, and thank you for dressing up, Dave. The question that you're asking is, are young people watching?
Dude, Adam is so, like, even his digs are, like, it's so funny that he's gonna try to, like, fucking mock Dave Smith over his outfit. Like literally the most queenie, effeminate fucking comment that he could have made.
Social media, and they're watching YouTube, obviously, duh. My mom still watches the news at 8 p.m. and if she misses it, that's it. She doesn't see it. She hasn't figured out how to get on social media. She still tries to ask me how to find me on YouTube and on Instagram. But yes, the 35 and under crowd is on social media. And I'll tell you an anecdote. I'm a registered independent.
That's
I never
all
voted.
This is literally just going to be trading anecdotes and vibes
for Trump, and then I, had common sense and realized, do you vote for Trump, who might be brutish and an a-hole, or you vote for a weak, feckless, I wouldn't even call it leader like Kamala, and obviously the choice is pretty easy. But I would debate with my liberal friends, one that was very, very, very tight with the Clinton people, part of the Hillary campaign, and he noticed as I was starting to become more, let's just say, less Trump hating. This is in 2023, 2024, run up to the election. And then he goes, dude, I don't even know what happened to you. You're like full on MAGA now. I go, no, I just have common sense. I see what's going on the radical left, and it's.
So my friend noticed I'm a partisan hack, and then I said, I just have common sense, bro. Argument, fucking destroyed that one, killed it.
So un-American to me. And he goes, yeah, you're just in your little YouTube world. I'm in the real world with the real politicians and the real polls. I got the real stuff going on. I go, hey, buddy, his name is John. I go, John, this is the real world now, guy. Yeah, well, we'll see. So obviously we see what happens in the election. This is not the type of person that likes to apologize.
I mean,
right?
I 100% believe that Adam Sosnik is convinced that his little fucking echo chamber and podcast is the world.
Right? Comes up to me and he goes, Adam, I was dead wrong. You're right. This is a new YouTube world. Congratulations on all your success, Piers, and welcome to the YouTube world. It is what it is.
Okay, well, we're sort of in broad agreement there. Let's get to broad disagreement, I suspect, which is the way this war is playing out. I mean, Dave, I've really struggled to work out the upside for Donald Trump from the start of this. Doing this so close to the midterms, doing exactly what he said he wouldn't do, which is he was going to stop attacking Middle Eastern countries. It was all going to be America first, a premium on sorting out American problems in America. And then suddenly he launches a war on one of the biggest countries in the Middle East, certainly one of the best armed. And all hell has broken loose, not least to the global economy, which is inevitably going to have, and already is having, a very detrimental effect on living standards for average Americans. If I'm an American that voted for Trump, I'm like, I don't get this. I might in a poll say, I get it, but I don't think I really get it.
Yeah, and then you also have to consider there, Piers, right? Like there's a sizable percentage of people who support Donald Trump, who approve of the job broadly that he's been doing, who maybe, look, we're 3 weeks or whatever into this, go, all right, I'll kind of give him a chance, we'll see. But if this doesn't turn into any type of win, and if it turns into a clear disaster, which it already seems to be, that's
I would say it is already clearly a fucking disaster and it's not popular.
Only going to hurt him more and more and more. I think, look, Piers, it's despite the fact that it is not in my incentives in some way as like a political commentator, like I hope this whole thing just works out great. And then I know that all the people who don't like me will say, you were warning that this would be a disaster. I hope that I would much rather take that deal and live in that. But Piers, the other element there is that, right, we had the 12-day war in the summer. And I've certainly heard, I heard at the time, some on debates that we did on your show and others. And I've heard nothing but since then on social media that, you guys were so stupid. You were warning about exactly what we're seeing right now, which is what all of us were warning about who are critics of the 12-day war. And Iran didn't do that. And they were like, look, we got away with it. One and done.
Break, dude, hold on. Now he's fucking sweeping for himself, covering his ass. Dave Smith, I know I have it, where Dave Smith totally backtracked on this shit.
Americans dead, and that's it. We don't have to do anything else. They spent the following 6 months bragging about how the nuclear...
Yeah, okay. See, again, I have everyone's position, all of these fucking MAGA morons' position on Iran right here in this document. Very, very convenient for me to locate. How, just to contrast it against what they would say now. So this is him disavowing Trump and calling for impeachment.
Donald Trump telling him to come back to the negotiating table now is a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, what a impotent leader to be sitting there talking about coming back to the negotiating table. It's like sitting after Pearl Harbor and telling FDR, now's the time to go negotiate with the Japanese. Right. Negotiations are over now. The time for negotiations was before this. And so, yeah, Donald Trump looks, and man, I supported him this last year. I apologize for doing so. It was a bad calculation. At the time, it seemed like the right one. But he should be impeached and removed for this one, and not on some not on some ridiculous Nancy Pelosi. Of course, the Congress will never do it because they're all a bunch of corrupt hacks.
This is the one thing they support. This is
Donald Trump should be impeached and removed for this. All of his supporters should turn on him. It's the absolute betrayal of everything that he ran and campaigned on and everything that he stood for. And I will say, despite the fact that, Donald Trump supporters have been labeled like a cult following, and that certainly is true for a percentage of his supporters, he is going to lose his coalition over this. I don't just speak for myself when I say there are a lot of us who simply will not go along with this. So it's just a devastating mistake. By the way, on top of that, he's also going to lose the deportation fight because of this. Because right now he needed all the political capital he could have to turn that, you got a majority support.
Okay, so this was, again, 9 months ago, Breaking Points. Dave Smith impeached Trump over war with Iran. 570,000 views, June 16, 2025. Harsh words, right? Harsh words. Then walks it back on Tim Pool. So June 16th, he was saying this. And then June 24th, like less than 2 weeks later, here's what he's saying after.
Did you vote for Trump?
I did.
Do you regret it?
A lot of people made a big deal of it. I did say that I regretted it the other day. Look, voting to me, I have a different like kind of theory of voting than most people do. I think it's kind of like, look, either Kamala Harris or Donald Trump was going to be president. And I do, you'll have to wait till the end of the 4 years. And if this is the end of this war, then overall right now, I'd probably say, yeah, we're still better off that Trump's in there than if Kamala Harris was in there. But at the same time, that's over. That's in the past. I voted for him. Now I just have whatever I have. There's not that much influence, but I got an audience and a show or whatever. And so when he goes to make a catastrophic decision like this, I'm going to use, the most influence I can to be like, no, screw you. Do not do this. People who voted for you will turn on you over doing this. And
even though he's literally proving that, so that was like an empty threat. You were just like being emotional when you said that on Breaking Points. Because all's well ends well, right? Even though you're saying, obviously, anybody could have predicted that there was going to be blowback from this, and I was the one calling it out at the time. Dude, shut the fuck up. You totally walked back every single fucking criticism that you levied at Trump when you saw that, just 12 days, and I guess it's just going to be 12 days, and it all worked out. So I can go back to simping for Trump, but you fucking can't, because, again, if you had actually been held true on this position, which is that we were not done with Iran, and Trump was not done with his imperial ventures with that country, and Israel was not done pushing for these military operations and launching this war. Anybody could have seen this coming.
I think that a lot of people, because Donald Trump is so enormously popular with Republicans and just is the most like popular political figure in the country, so many people, and for understandable reasons, that they won't criticize him. They'll criticize everyone else around him, but they won't criticize him. and that's
literally Joe Kent. Literally Joe Kent.
To me, that's the role Tucker Carlson is supposed to play. Tucker Carlson is supposed to keep his influence with Donald Trump. But I'm not. I'm me. I'm just supposed to tell the truth. And so, my job is to make people laugh at comedy clubs and tell the truth on podcasts.
Well, you're failing at that first one, because I have literally never seen a clip of this dude's comedy ever circulated. It's never come across my feed one time, and I've never actually seen anybody say that he is funny. So if we're just living in anecdotes, even though you're a fucking comedian, I've literally never seen anybody praise you for your comedic aptitude.
That's all that I get paid to do. So my job is to tell the truth and go, hey, no, this is a horrible decision for a president to make. And look, if Iran had killed some Americans and then Donald Trump had to do a full regime change war or something like that, then that probably would have been worse than even what Kamala Harris would have been, which would have been a disaster also.
Okay. So we actually believe that Kamala Harris would have launched this. Got it.
We never get to run the
even though she was surprisingly clear in her statement that she made following this. Surprisingly, to my own surprise, I did not actually think that she would be as straightforward as just saying it's illegal and unpopular. Fuck this bullshit. She did not do any of the throat clearing with respect to, but it's good that the Ayatollah's dead. Like, at least that they're dead. Like, no, she didn't do any of that shit. I could not believe it. I was really expecting her to do it.
Factuals. There were a lot of positives that came out of Donald Trump winning the presidency once again.
I made the joke on X that somewhere in a parallel dimension, Kamala Harris is president, and we've already got regime change as the people of Iran clap and cheer for the American troops entering Tehran as liberators. And I think Trump is the...
Okay, I'm like, now we're wandering into like how much Tim Pool is like embarrassing himself with how much he fucking flip-flopped.
Here, I'll give you the quick version of what I think. I think Israel pressures Trump into the street.
Okay, here's Kamala Harris's. Donald Trump is dragging the United States into a war the American people do not want. Let me be clear. I'm opposed to regime change war with Iran, and our troops are being put in harm's way for the sake of Trump's war of choice. Read my full statement. She didn't even talk about, I thought that she actually talked about here in the headline, basically. Like, that lies with Congress. She didn't even talk about a process argument. She just said nobody fucking wants this. Even if you went through Congress and you could get all of your fucking MAGA morons to sign on to this fucking war and declare it, nobody wants this. Donald Trump is dragging the United States into a war. This is dangerous and unnecessary gamble with American lives that also jeopardizes stability in the region and our standing in the world. What we are witnessing is not strength. It is recklessness dressed up as resolve. I know the threat that Iran poses, and they must never be allowed to have a nuclear weapon, but this is not the way to dismantle that threat. During the campaign, Donald Trump promised to end wars rather than start them. It was a lie. Then last year, he said we obliterated Iran's nuclear program. That too was a lie. And let us all be clear-eyed about what comes next. The president has already said this conflict may produce American casualties. Doug and I will be praying for all of our brave servicemen and women who we know are undertaking dangerous missions with exceptional skill, discipline, and precision. Our troops deserve a commander-in-chief who approaches decisions on matter of war and peace with the same steadiness and discipline our troops show every day. Under the Constitution of the United States, the president must receive authorization from Congress to enter war, but even if he had, that does not change the fact that this action is unwise, unjustified, and not supported by the American people. There can be no equivocation in our opposition to Donald Trump's war of choice, and Congress must use all available power to prevent him from further committing us to this conflict. Our troops, our allies, and the American people deserve nothing less. They're trying to seriously argue that, given the statement that she made, that she would have done this. Makes no sense.
Right. Trump's
she would have just tried to rectify the JCPOA like Biden did.
Is wishy-washy. J.D. Vance clearly didn't want it. Tulsi Gabbard clearly didn't want it. Trump has said for decades, Iran, no nuclear weapon. He's convinced of it. He says, okay, fine, limited strikes. Now he's getting pissed because it seems like, of course, Israel's intention was never just striking the nuclear facilities. They started bombing the IRGC and other targets immediately after the U.S. did. So they clearly want more. I think if it was Kamala Harris, we'd be escalating every step of the way right now. And it's not because of her, but it's because she represents the Democratic uniparty machine.
Sorry, I was going to skip to when Dave Smith apparently co-signs this and says this I guess maybe is where he could say I said that this is what's going to happen. Right, but why was I speeding it up? Tim Pool is in the middle of saying something fucking delusional.
That has wanted boots on the ground in Tehran for decades now. Trump made the mistake of bringing on Bolton in the first place, but he's one of these guys, and you can see it from Hillary Clinton to the rest of the D.C. war apparatus. Bolton said in Trump's first term, this time next year we'll be celebrating in Tehran. I think Kamala Harris wins. I think they push for it. I think Trump might actually back off right now. I'm hoping he does. And I'm hoping that the end of this is we actually are happy that we voted for Trump. And we say, of all the outcomes we could have gotten, here, I'll put this.
I think by the end of this, we continue to grift and uncritically back this president like we always have. Shocker. And also fearmonger about a Paris presidency that never came to fruition. And just pretend like she would have done even half, literally, not just half of the stuff, but 10 times more than what Trump is doing.
This way. I always call myself a reformer, not a revolutionary. If the worst thing we get from Trump is he launches a strike, I don't like it. I will say I disapprove of it. But then we don't get an expanding war. I'll consider this the correct option.
The strike is a war. It doesn't mean just because it's they're saying a little war is fine. It's like saying I would be okay with a little bit of pregnancy. You either are making war or you're not. These are acts of war.
And still, I'll be very happy that was the outcome. I don't think we're ever going to get a Rand Paul president who shuts all that down, at least not in the immediate. So I'm feeling pretty good right now. I don't know. I mean, I hope the ceasefire holds, but I'm wondering what you think going to happen next.
Well, I don't know. And particularly Trump has been so kind of erratic and all over the place in the last week. I mean, going from first he's negotiating, then Israel strikes, then he says, aha, the negotiations were just to fool you. So who knows what he's doing with all of this, But if that's the case, look, there's no question things look much, much better today than they did just 24 hours ago. Yeah. Literally 24 hours ago as we're speaking.
It's like a weather forecast to them. They look outside and they, instead of checking, is it raining or whatever, they're seeing how's the polling looking on this? How's the vibe going on as far as the, war or whatever? Oh, it's looking good. Sunny to oh, look, the sun's out. Okay, it's fine. It's all fine.
Right now, the breaking news was that missiles have been launched at U.S. bases. And it wasn't for about another hour yesterday that we found out that, they had given advance warning. So 24 hours ago yesterday, it looked like we might be getting sucked into a major catastrophe here. Yeah. So things are looking much better today. Thank God for that. I will gladly trade people saying, oh, Dave was an alarmist on this for avoiding the catastrophe. That's fine by me. And look, the real...
So he's literally saying here, oh, I was being alarmist. You were right.
We can't go back and run counterfactuals, and we're not going back in time. So what's done has already been done. So at this point, let's really hope that Trump walks away from this thing. And let's really hope that maybe a lot of people learned a bit of a lesson by just seeing, even seeing today.
Spoiler, they didn't. Okay, back to this panel.
threat had been totally obliterated. Now we find ourselves, Piers, back in this same situation. And as I mentioned last time on your show, the big picture here is that clearly the calculation changed for Iran. They no longer feel that it's in their incentive for self-preservation to not strike back and kill Americans or not do maximal damage. And now, clearly, with a younger, more radical Ayatollah who has not promised to not build nuclear weapons, they've made the calculation that actually they can't not give us a bloody nose, that they have to really make this cost us. Otherwise, we'll be back in another few months doing it again. And of course, at the beginning of this war, Donald Trump said this was a full regime change war and called for the people to rise up and overthrow their government. And the people did rise up, Piers, in support of their martyr Ayatollah and in support of this regime. I know you saw some of those aerial shots. There must have been hundreds of thousands of people out in the streets in Tehran, in the most liberal part of the country, supporting the regime. So I'm sorry, at this point, this just looks like a catastrophe. And the best we can hope for at this point is that it only ends up killing like 10,000 people and it only ends up costing tens of billions of dollars.
Like, notice this time, even though the actions are far more severe than the strikes on the nuclear facilities, he's not bringing up the, like, he needs to be impeached, I regret my vote or whatever. He's being sharp with the criticisms, but he's not willing to go so far as he was on the breaking points thing because he knew how humiliating that was, because he intends to go right back to simping for Trump as soon as this is wrapped up, and which he clearly thinks will be at some point before the end of his tenure,
rather than the 200 that Secretary Hegseth has asked for. And this all relies on two major factors. Think about this, Piers. It's not just that Donald Trump has to call it quit and declare victory or whatever, but then we got two other entities that are majorly involved in this war, Iran and Israel. Now, we know at this point, Iran is saying they're vowing not to stop. They talk a lot of bluster. Who knows? Maybe they will. But Israel, Piers?
How did Iran drag us into this war? Did he really just say that?
But then we got two other entities that are majorly involved in this war. Iran.
Okay, majorly involved.
And Israel. Now, we know at this point, Iran is saying they're vowing not to stop. They talk a lot of bluster. Who knows? Maybe they will. But Israel, Piers, we all know they want the regime change here. In the 12-day war and in this war already, they've hit targets after Trump has clearly asked them not to. Who's to say they don't continue doing that? And it begs a real question of how we get out of this quagmire. Yeah, 3 weeks in, we're already there.
Right. So, Adam, you've had a little spat with Dave on social media when he called it an illegal war.
I mean, we know what to do. Cut off all diplomatic ties with Israel. But we're not going to do that.
Of aggression on X. You said, come on, guy, read the room. Dave responded, let's not pretend you read, Adam. To which you replied, I'm able to read scoreboards. You are losing big time. Do you still feel that? I mean, do you still feel that? Because I would argue that the scoreboards militarily absolutely would show that the United States and Israeli combined forces have inflicted enormous damage on Iran's military capability. I think that's inarguable. However, what I don't think has been properly factored in by the Americans and Israelis is the ability of Iran to wage an economic war in parallel to a military war. And that by controlling the Straits of Hormuz and by attacking, as they have done, their neighboring Gulf states, both oil refineries and tourist hotspots and so on, they've managed to freak everybody out. And they freaked the global markets. And this is incredibly damaging to Donald Trump because
he's like, they freaked everybody out. It's like, dude, they're targeting the military bases of the United States within these other Gulf nations to exert, so they exert pressure on the United States to bring this war to a fucking close.
Every day that Straits of Hormuz is shut, then you will see the impact for
the way that he sloppily describes it is as though they have no strategy with this. They know what they're doing.
Few weeks and months coming through the US economy and the global economy, but the US economy. You know, when fertilizer, when the impact of that being stopped comes through in a couple of months' time, it takes a while to cut through to the actual people of America. But it will, and when it does, it's going to be very damaging. Do you not think that the longer this goes on, the more of a miscalculation has been made here?
Look, I'm not the Trump is the all-B MAGA guy. I'm the guy that was like, yeah, I'm not so sure about this Trump guy. You know what? Oh, I got the fake news. Oh, Russia. Oh, it turns out, yeah, you know what? He's way better than the other side. So I had to use logic and a measured approach to get me to the point where I'm like, he's the guy. So I'll ask you another question.
That was a stunning answer. Let's replay of that one more time, how he defends his vote for Trump. I'm a partisan hack LARPing as a fence sitter. Throws out a bunch of buzzwords that he knows will probably land with a vaguely right-leaning audience. Is like, oh yeah, that was basically bullshit, right? Probably should just support Trump over Kamala Harris.
That was like, yeah, I'm not so sure about this Trump guy. You know what? Oh, I got the fake news. Oh, Russia. Oh, it turns out, yeah, you know what? He's way better than the other side. So I had to use logic and a measured approach to get.
Logic and measured approach is when voting for Donald J. Trump and defending everything that he fucking does. Yep.
Get me to the point where I'm like, he's the guy. So I'll ask you another question. Let's say Trump wasn't here. What's Kamala doing?
Oh, no.
So
this is literally the Tim Pool strat. The only thing that they can do is desperately deflect to an admin that they voted against and insist that she would have been more insane, which is a tacit admission that what's happening now is kind of really fucking bad, but that Kamala would do it worse, though. That's all they're saying. But you're still admitting that this is pretty fucking bad.
Wrong. I think Kamala Harris would have been a terrible president. I thought Joe Biden was a terrible president. And I've always said with Trump, I think I find myself agreeing with some of the things he does and disagreeing with others, which I think is the right way to deal with Trump. I think if you just judge him on what comes out.
Loved, if I was on this panel, would love to ask Piers, okay, I have my criticisms of the Biden admin as well. What are your top 3 criticisms of the Biden admin? And see what comes to mind.
It's just like with anything, Piers, you're not going to agree with everybody and disagree with that.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
and look, when I came on
and also, why do you think Kamala Harris would have been a terrible president? Oh, well, because of woke. It's literally going to be stupid shit like that.
PBD podcast, I loved it because we disagree about stuff, and you guys come on, we disagree, we agree, but we never fall out over it, nor should anybody, right? But on this specific call about Iran, I did say on day one, I think this is a massive gamble, and I don't understand the timing, and I think the capacity for this to go badly wrong is very high. The longer it has gone on, because Trump originally was like, this is over in days, then it's over in a couple of weeks, then everything started changing, then the regime change he said was going to happen with people rising up. None of that has happened. There are lots of reasons for it. I think the reason we saw so many pro-regime people hit the streets was they were not going to get killed doing it. We saw in January when people protested against the regime, a lot got killed. And obviously there are bombs flying around all over the cities of Iran, which will also put people off, I guess.
At least Piers doesn't repeat the 30,000 killed fucking number.
So there are lots of reasons, I guess, why people are protesting or not protesting in certain ways. But to me, the justification for this war has changed so many times. It's made me think, I don't think Donald Trump has any clear idea of what victory looks like. Do you? I mean, if the regime remains intact and they keep...
Forget victory, Piers. Literally, you just said that he doesn't even have he can't even stick to one fucking reason as to why he launched it in the first place.
They enrich uranium, for example, and they maintain control of the Straits of Hormuz. Is that victory?
Well, look, this was not an easy decision. You think, these guys have been in power 47 years. Everybody in our microwave hustle society wants this done in the next...
Oh my God. What do you, like him being like, this was not an easy decision? Oh, dude, I watch enough PBD podcasts to know that Adam, at multiple times, said, this is the easiest decision in the world. They say death to America. What more proof do you need that we, to fucking launch a war with this country?
Next 4 to 7 weeks. It's going to take some time. We've already, I was talking to a good Navy SEAL buddy of mine, Navy SEAL. He said, dude, we've taken out 80% of their military capacity.
And also, the fucking, we just need more time. Where have I heard that? That was literally the Thomas Friedman bar when it came to the Iraq war. It was just, we just need 6 more months. Every single time he would write an op-ed, he would like update how the war was going. It was, we just need 6 more months. And they're running, it's like literally the same lines. We just need, instead of 6 more months, they're going to say, we just need 6 more weeks. We're really about to turn a corner. If we were to stop now, we'd basically be snatching victory from the jaws or however it fucking goes. It's like 3 a.m. I'm like so tired. But you know what I'm saying. It's the same like lazy lies to get people on board with this bullshit.
Bad in less than a month. So let the guy cook a little bit. So you also talk about, Dave, that, oh yeah, they had people out there pro-regime. Yeah, nobody's denying that 10 to maybe 20% max of the country is pro-regime. But what about the 80% of the country? That's like if Dave had a comedy show, there was 100 people that magically showed up to Dave's comedy show. Oh my God.
Oh, so you're saying that like if a super majority of a country does or does not support a thing, that you ought to defer to the will of that country. Well, what if I told you, Adam, that you will not find any reputable polling agency finding that a majority, let alone a super majority of Americans support this illegal war? Then you would say we should stop, right? No. So why are we deferring to polling stats? Why are we deferring to population data that you don't give a fuck about? Just make your arguments and don't invoke anybody and ventriloquize them for your own personal ends. Just say, I don't care about what anybody else wants. This is the right thing. I don't care about the law being broken. This is what I want. Just say that.
He has so many fans. Dude, there's 100,000 people outside that didn't go to the show.
Like pregnancy war takes time. Is that a saying?
not being like brutish or sarcastic, but just you're taking a small sample size and extrapolating that for the entire country. We all know
just to be clear,
who this regime
well,
is.
hang on, Adam,
we all know that this is a terrorist regime.
Just to be technically correct.
Okay, so he just started off like, I'm not saying it was an easy decision, but by the end, he was at least repeating all of the same shit that I've heard him say on the PBD podcast a million times. I heard him say this last summer, and I'm hearing it right now, that, oh yeah, this is basically not a hard decision because they're evil as fuck. That's what I'll always say. Shamelessly more of the same when MAGA's whole quote was that Trump was actually the challenge to the status quo. I mean, if you consider like him shitting his fucking diaper and smearing it all over the fucking walls of the White House and Situation Room, to like what you're telling me that that's not a challenge to the status quo, beg to differ.
On that argument you're making, if 100 people turned up to watch Dave's show, then technically over 8 billion chose not to.
Correct, and that's pretty uniform at this point.
This is really making me feel bad about my numbers on the road.
It doesn't necessarily mean that 8 billion people.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean there are 8 billion people who don't like Dave Smith.
I used to own a couple. No, it's fine. I mean, I actually do like Dave Smith. Let me tell you a Dave Smith story. I actually have respect for Dave Smith, but I realized who Dave Smith is, and I would say this to his face or on camera. Dave Smith is a radical libertarian. Don't take my word for it. You've said this multiple times. Have you not, Dave Smith?
Said what? That I'm a radical libertarian? Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, perfect. So when you're something, when you're radical, what's another word?
Yeah, he like owns that, Adam. That's not like a big dunk. That's kind of like his whole thing. This motherfucker literally wears what is it? Like he I swear he has like a sweatshirt that's like from the Ayn Rand Institute. He wore it on an episode of Her Take or something.
What I believe in is true Americanism.
Extremist. Okay, this is why
these are all
call
relative
America,
terms.
This is why you call. Sure. This is why you call the U.S. military the greatest terrorist organization on earth, right? Because you're a true American? Because you're a true patriot? Is that why, Dave? Because something tells me you have what is known as clickbait of the mouth. And you're using these instances, these wars, to garner...
Like the radical libertarian thing is like not like accusing him of that. Again, this is not like a centrist audience in that way. So him just owning that is that makes Dave look respectable. When you bring up the quotes about saying the United States is a terrorist government, like that's a red line. Most Americans are not going to like that sort of rhetoric. They're not going to support it. He should have leaned into that first.
Attention for you.
Ayn Rand has merch. Well, the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm pretty sure it has merch. I'm pretty sure he has like a sweatshirt from them.
You have the American flag behind you, yet you have the hypocrisy of saying the United States military, United States is the greatest terror organization.
Like, this is all Adam has. It's never substantive engagement. It is literally just personal attacks and hypocrisy.
Has ever seen?
Or by definition, like non-arguments.
I mean, I don't understand what's going on here. This is why you're radical.
I didn't say
by
the
way,
word.
I'll tell you what. Hang on. Just to be fair to Dave, let's replay what he actually said on this show, which caused all the furore, led by Ben Shapiro. We'll play what he said, and I'll play what Shapiro said about it, and then we'll come back to Dave for a response.
The IDF is the worst terrorist organization in the region. Let's get real. The United States of America is arguably the worst terrorist organization in the world. If you want to look over the last 25 years, how many innocent civilians we've slaughtered.
It doesn't matter, it turns out, how many times you appear on Joe Rogan's show or how many times you hide behind your title of comedian who holds the Guinness Book of World Records for fewest jokes told, or how many times you spew puerile analogies that demonstrate nothing but
Okay, they did increase the size of Shapiro's eyebrows, but they are looking furry here, man. They're looking like caterpillars here. Still, even without any sort of like distortion or photoshopping.
Unbelievable, willful ignorance of the nature of war. I'm sorry, but you hate the country if you say America is the worst terrorist organization in the world. You just do. Now, I know that Dave Smith is super duper excited that his name was mentioned here. And he's sitting there shouting at his TV screen in his basement, "Debate me, bro!" To which I answer, nah. I don't debate with trolls who claim that America is the biggest terrorist state in the world because that is idiotic.
I don't debate with people I never intended to debate in the first place because they will absolutely BTFO me on my Israel simping.
So, Dave, as you know, that all blew up.
Convenient.
A lot of debate raged about it. Just to clarify what you meant. Do you regret phrasing it the way you did? Just give us a bit more meat on the bone.
No, I don't regret phrasing it the way I did.
I think you had work done on them. Majority Report had a video on it, riveting stuff. I watched that video, but I don't remember them saying that. What, like an eyebrow transplant? I don't know.
I'll be very clear about what I'm saying. I will point out that it's quite something for Ben Shapiro. Just since you played him, I got to respond to him first. That he goes, "Oh, I just won't debate with this guy because this is so beyond the pale." Ben Shapiro made his name debating 19-year-old communist Maoists who were confused about their gender. So somehow, Piers, we're going to have to believe here that I'm so much less serious than the
Piers is like fucking chomping at the bit to like shit on Ben Shapiro, who he like literally called like a pussy ass bitch the other day or something like that.
Children who Ben Shapiro made a career debating. I loved your response to him where you pointed out some of the goofy segments that he does on his show. I mean, personally, I really stay away from that stuff. And, for Adam, I think to say,
oh my God, you're a comedian and you stay away from goofy ass segments. Why? Because you might actually make someone laugh for once. And also all he does is slop. So that's not even true.
It's clickbait or that I just want to get out in front of the camera. I think we're all equally in front of a camera right now, and it's kind of weird to accuse someone else. I very much believe the things I'm saying.
Dave,
now, to Adam's point,
Dave, don't run from the comment. Don't run from your comment.
I'm trying to
address
get to
the
it,
comment, not Ben Shapiro, would you? Good, let's go, wrap it up.
No, I'm going to make the points I want to make.
You called the United States military.
You're just slowing. Okay, so
you called the United States military the greatest terror organization in the world.
Adam,
defend.
Just let me answer. No problem. I'm going to go back to the order.
Go for it.
Honestly, all he said in that clip, he was like, if we're just going off of the amount of civilian death that has been caused as like just a raw total, divorce it from the context, you could argue that the U.S. by this metric is the largest terrorist organization in the world. But when he says you could argue, that gives him room to say, like, now I wouldn't argue that because I take into account the context and reason why these people died. So it does, if like Ukraine has led to the death of civilians, but most people would say that that's overall justified because they are resisting Russian imperialism or whatever. Like there's ways you can definitely wiggle out of that.
To Adam's point, when Adam says I'm a radical libertarian and I say that this is true Americanism, I mean, look, my favorite founding father is Thomas Paine. Not everyone considers him a founding father. And maybe I love
common sense, people.
Him so much because he never held a government position and didn't own slaves, which I thought was pretty cool. But Benjamin Franklin said he was the most consequentialist and the one person most responsible for the United States of America existing. His famous pamphlet that he wrote was called Common Sense. And I think on the first or second line of it, he says, government is at best a necessary evil. So at best, he's like, this is clearly on the anarchist to night watchman state spectrum was what true Americanism was when it started. Now for me,
night watchman,
to say what I made the point, and I've made this point a million times on your show, Piers. I was saying when people come on and say Iran is the biggest state sponsor of terrorism, well, just like give me an objective definition of what terrorism means, and then let's apply that standard universally. And if you're going to sit here and say, look, America is...
And if that was the context in which he made that argument, it's even more of a nothing burger. So that now Adam just looks stupid for bringing this up.
Given billions, tens of billions of dollars to the IDF in the last few years. We've also, by the way, given a lot of weapons and money. Your first guest on this show there, the head of the Obama deep state, was using Al-Qaeda, bin Ladenite head choppers on the ground in Libya and in Syria. And yes, Adam, I would also consider it when our politicians lie us into wars that slaughter millions of innocent people and in many cases target those innocent people. I consider that terrorism as well. There's the answer, Adam. And if you want to keep doing this, buddy, you could tell me to check the scoreboard. I'll run circles around you on this, dude. Check the scoreboard. Most unpopular war in America.
See, like, and that's also another thing is that, like, just counting civilian death and not factoring in intentionality is what is, like, why he doesn't really believe that figure. Like, oh, you could arguably say this, like, because there are unjustified wars, but analyzing each individual strike, legality of that aside, if the strikes that led to civilians dying was unintentional and it really was collateral damage, quote unquote, then you can't really say it's terrorism.
American history going in. Check the scoreboard. 13 dead Americans and 150 plus other wounded. Thousands of innocents, including little schoolgirls in Iran, killed. Dead innocent Israelis. Hundreds of dead innocent people in Lebanon. Millions of innocent people being displaced, all at the cost of tens of billions of dollars and destroying Trump's coalition. Check your scoreboard, Adam. How's it looking for you?
Okay, Dave. Okay, it's not working well for you, Dave, because
substantively
you're
respond
still
to any
saying
of that,
the
Adam.
United States. You're saying the United States is a terrorist organization. You've already lost the debate.
Oh my God, Adam, incapable of second order thinking. I swear, all he can do is reiterate and repeat the point that he had already made. He's not going to be able to engage with anything that Dave said. He's not going to even pivot to another point. He is actually going to try to repeat it and see if it lands this time.
debate. You live in America, tough guy. You have the luxury of sitting in your little studio with your hooded sweater like you're 17 years old. The regime. Do you mean all American presidents?
I'm 17
Who's your favorite
years old?
president in the last 50 years?
Adam, I'm 17 years old.
Who's your favorite president in the last 50 years?
I have a wife and children. Who depends on you, Adam? Your mom?
Okay, I also have.
If you want to make it personal,
so you want to go personal?
You have a significant other.
Yeah, we can go as personal as we can go.
Dude, like he's like, fuck. I was the one who dragged it there. Now I have to fucking commit.
No, I'm trying not to.
We can go as personal as you want.
Respond to
yeah,
what?
and he said you're in a hoodie and it's like clearly a crew neck. I know this is like such an autistic like small point, but stupid. Like it's just nothing but L's from Adam, man.
I don't care, Dave.
Adam, some substance.
I don't care.
I know, because you don't know anything.
Dave, you're a radical.
So move on. So stop picking a fight with me, dude. You don't know anything about anything. You're Pat's guy.
I know.
I like you, dude. I like you.
Here's what I'm
your
telling
show.
you.
I respect Pat.
Dave, okay. Zay, zip it. Here we go. I'll talk now for a second. I'm defending the military right now.
I have a significant other, actually. Dude, why didn't you just lean into being like, hell yeah, brother? Like... I'm fucking like well, I was gonna say I'm confirmed bachelor. That would mean he was copying to being gay, which I don't think he wants to do. But he could be like, hell yeah, I'm not tied down to some fucking bitch. I'm glad that I live the life that I do and like I live like a capitalist every single day. Like he really needed to just like go there and commit instead of being like, I have a significant other.
You're basically saying that all our boys that go to the military are all terrorists. That's what you're saying. No. You're equating that the United States of America, the IDF, are the equivalent.
So you could just lie. You could just be like, just because I'm not married with kids does not mean that, yeah, like I love not being tied down. You could also just lie about how many women that he fucks or something.
Of ISIS and Al Qaeda. By the way, I also used to respect you until
debate with Straighterade would be vicious. I've debated this motherfucker multiple times. I debated him over what is it? College. I debated him over Israel and Dave Rubin at the same time, and both times his own audience was like, she cooked your ass. You were being emotional, not engaging with what she was saying.
And on a little podcast called Coleman Hughes. What happened on that podcast, Dave? This is the problem. I'll tell you a quick story. Why don't you do it right now, Adam?
Why don't you do it?
I'll do it right now, Dave. I'll do it right now. Because here's what Dave is. Here's Dave Smith. By the way, 1% of Americans vote.
He did not get tampons, unfortunately.
For libertarians every year.
But he did hug me when Dave Rubin refused to shake my hand.
So you're trying to basically say that you know more than the average American. 1% of Americans vote for your people, Dave. Why don't you run for something? Why don't you stand for something? You stand for nothing.
Okay, can I respond? Again, Piers, this is the level of substance.
No. Here we go. I'm going to tell you a story, Dave, and then you can respond. Because this is where I lost respect for you as a debater. Because I was like, oh, this guy, Dave, he actually knows some stuff. He's doing his thing. And then you showed up on Coleman Hughes' podcast. Piers, do you know who Coleman Hughes is?
I do. He's been on the show.
I've been on the show with him.
Perfect. Perfect. That's this guy right here, just in case, if the camera doesn't see.
But what is the point you're making?
I watched this podcast.
Okay.
The point is this. Dave gets out there and he tries to bully people and say that he's so smart. He reads a lot of books. Good for you, Dave. But what happens when you run into somebody who's way smarter and bullies the bully? I remember growing up in this town of Miami, so there was this kid that used to pick on all the kids that we went to school with. And one day, some new kid showed up and he goes, oh, yeah, let's go, buddy. Let's do this. And the bully goes, oh, what do you mean? What do you want to do? And he goes, no, yeah, you want to fight everybody? You want to take everybody's lunch? Let's go. And the new kid beat the crap out of the bully. And here's what happened with Dave. He's out there just doing his little podcast thing, debating, like you said, Ben Shapiro, 19-year-olds. And then all of a sudden, this whole conversation about...
Where is this going? Holy fuck. Holy yap, dude.
Wesley Clark, and I saw him on your podcast about a week ago, Piers.
Adam and these like boring personal anecdotes that go nowhere and elucidate 0 points.
And this memo, here you go, Dave. Remember this memo from Wesley Clark that you used to cite everything?
This is adorable.
That you used to cite? Yeah, that is adorable because your whole foundation is based on some memo.
Well, I'm not quite sure Adam, I'm not quite sure what is the point you're making.
The point is this: Dave has zero credibility at this point.
Why did you have to do the fucking story hour with Adam Sosnik? Just say you have no credibility. What the fuck was the point? Coleman Hughes, the paper, I can't even retain any of what he just said. It was just fucking yapping.
Dave has zero credibility.
Well, you don't really get to decide
that. And he ran into somebody that completely bullied.
Like, this is the issue with when you love hearing the sound of your own voice. You end up being long-winded and convoluted, and you lose track of your own point.
What audience?
Okay.
The four people that show up to your comedy show at the
Yeah.
Okay. Both of these men are failed stand-up comics. Adam's big claim to fame is that he got into beef with Chelsea fucking Handler, and he still brings that up every single opportunity that he gets.
Dave, you respond.
Okay.
None of them are selling out comedy shows. They're not successful individual stand-up comedians or comics. They don't have specials. They're both failed in that respect.
I respond now because I listened while
the question I'd ask you, Dave. The question I'd ask you, Dave, is the way that you're.
Well, let me respond to some of that.
I will, yeah. But I just want to ask you, just on a general level,
how are you going to respond?
Adam's voice cracked.
What audience?
Okay.
The four people that show up.
Spartan Spear, thank you so much for the 800 bits. I was bullied in the metro by the ticket machine because Israel good, and this one time a rat winked at me and told me a good pizza place. This is good. Pro-Israel argument. Why are you in a hoodie, lady? God, I'm thanking you for the bits.
The point is this: Dave has zero credibility at this point. Dave has zero credibility.
Well, you don't
at this
really
point.
get to decide
And he
that.
ran
The
into
people,
somebody
the audience gets
that
to decide
completely
that.
bullied. What audience?
Okay.
The four people that show up
can
to
I
your comedy show at the
Yeah. Okay, Dave, you respond.
Okay. Can I respond now because I listened well?
I didn't even catch that was his voice cracking. It just seemed like he trailed off. Oof.
The question I'd ask you, Dave, is the way.
Not holding frame, Adam. Not holding frame.
Way that you're.
Well, let me respond to some of that.
I will, yeah. But I just want to ask you, just on a general level.
How are you going to respond to what Coleman Hills did to you? There was like a body bag after that debate.
Let him respond.
Well, you ain't doing.
Was that scene emo hair a wig? How did you change back so quickly? I'll never tell.
Doing nothing, bro. You're sitting here talking about what another man did.
You've already been in a body bag, Dave. I'm here to clean up the scraps.
Okay, let me just ask Dave this, which is, as you know, the comment you made about America being a terror state and so on, that went pretty viral. Do you understand why a lot of people got very angry about the perceived equivalence between America and terror organizations like ISIS, like Al-Qaeda, and so on?
Yeah, no, well, listen, I mean, there's no question that the head
I don't think he does, but go ahead.
Hey, Adam, I mean, just let me talk now. I understand all you can do here is interrupt and hold up props or something, but let me make a few good points.
I'm just, you said that America is a terrorist organization. You've already lost the debate. Go ahead.
No, I haven't actually, and that's not, you don't really get to decide in the middle of the debate.
I was about to say, very, very cringy to try to, like, you've already lost, bro.
I have, it's who moves people more than the other one is really, I guess, the metric. But
you're 1% libertarian. You're really moving people. You're really moving people.
I mean, Adam, I understand this will just be your tactic for the rest of it because you're out of and you're just out of your depth. But here, okay, yes, actually, I didn't vote for the Libertarian nominee.
Go ahead,
Donald Trump came to the Libertarian Party convention and tried to convince a lot of us to support him, and I'm one of the people who did, and now I'm one of the people who's criticizing this policy. Now, in terms of, obviously, Piers, it's a provocative statement. I know that when I make it, and I'm not claiming that the American military men are the equivalent of ISIS or Al-Qaeda. Obviously, they're much more barbaric. These head choppers, the one who Leon Panetta and Barack Obama all sold weapons to and partnered with, and the one who Donald Trump recognized as the president of Syria, I'm not saying that one isn't more barbaric than the other. I'm simply making the point, Piers, that if you define terrorism as targeting civilians in order to affect a political change, then by that objective definition, the U.S. military and the IDF are more guilty of it than anyone else over the last 25 years.
Their argument is always that the U.S. military and the IDF do not deliberately target civilians.
Yes, Piers, but again, Piers, we've been through this.
I'm just saying, for the benefit of fairness,
that's not
this
true.
is their argument. Whereas the difference being that genuine terror groups like ISIS, like Al-Qaeda, they deliberately and brazenly target.
I guess no one's going to challenge him on the Obama sold weapons to ISIS claim, which he absolutely would not be able to substantiate if he was pushed on it, but whatever, because nobody wants to be seen as like simping for Obama.
Civilians.
Even though it's hardly simping because there's still room to criticize him because, like, yeah, weapons ended up in the hands of ISIS that from, like, arming Syrian rebels or whatever.
For political purpose.
Piers, when you have roaming blackouts for 9 days in Cuba because we've embargoed the energy that can go there, I'm sorry, that is targeting the civilian population. When Hamas slow rolls the remains of dead Israeli prisoners, whatever, I don't know, I get in trouble for using the wrong word. The dead Israelis that they were holding captive, even after all the live ones are out, and the response from the Israeli government is we're going to cut the aid to the civilian population in half, that is targeting civilians. And when you drop bombs all over cities and you know that innocent civilians are going to be killed, that's targeting civilians. Now, as far as some of the other stuff here, look,
it depends. It's like kind of a vulgar way to say like that's targeting civilians or whatever. Because then you're just saying that like all warfare is illegal, which maybe he takes that stance, but then that's different than saying that that's targeting civilians, really. Like there is a calculation that is made that if you are able to get a certain number of, military targets or whatever, like this would, you try to minimize civilian casualties where possible, but there is an acceptable level of risk that you take on.
in terms of the debate with Coleman, I encourage people to go watch that. It's only people who already disagreed with me going in who say I got body bagged there. The rest of the people tend to say, it was a kind of a good, respectful back and forth, and both people had some moments. But for Adam to say I only debated children up until Coleman, I debated Dennis Prager, I debated Douglas Murray, I debated Josh Hammer at an Oxford-style debate at Princeton University, and absolutely smoked him on the Oxford-style voting. I debated him again at Charlie Kirk's event. I've been coming on this show. How many debates have me and you done, Piers? I've been willing to debate whoever wants to debate this subject for over 2 years now. And so to say that I'm just being Ben Shapiro and going around to college campuses and debating 19-year-old dudes in wigs claiming to be women, it's just not true, man. I debated Chris Cuomo right in front of you, Adam, the biggest host at CNN. So I just think this is ridiculous. Coleman made some, listen, I'm not gonna say a negative thing about Coleman. He didn't attack me. He went at the issues, and I really appreciate and respect that. I've actually been trying to host him on my podcast. I hope he'll do it.
Okay, Adam, your response.
Yeah, and listen, I do respect the fact that Dave does show up.
He does.
I mean, that's like, okay, cool, you showed up. Respect to that. I will give Dave credit. But Dave, and this is why I'm going to keep going back to this, to pretend that it was an even match, an even debate, he put you in a body bag and you're out here still doubling down on all your positions when he went methodically and surgically.
This is the saddest thing. I've never been in a debate where someone just fell back.
Civilian infrastructure and housing is equivalent to lives. Extremely tired of people not appreciating how long it takes to rebuild entire city blocks. I wouldn't say it's equivalent to lives, but it is critical infrastructure that will bring about additional civilian lives being lost, because I think people underestimate, they're like kind of like it's just buildings or whatever. Clearing Gaza rubble could take 15 years, UN agency says. The war debris contains unexploded ordnance, harmful substances, and bodies, according to a UN report. So everybody's like, oh, we can just start rebuilding Gaza Riviera, baby. Like, dude, just clearing it. Like, these people can't even go back because clearing the rubble could take this long. To be clear, there has been an additional UN report since then saying that under the right conditions, it could take 7 years, but that's still 7 fucking years.
Back to someone else's debate. Boom, boom, boom. Name one of the booms. Make the point for yourself.
That's you not even getting into how long it takes to rebuild it. That's just clearing it.
We're supposed
7
to be
to 15 years.
Debating
the
here,
memo from Wesley Clark. The memo from Wesley Clark. Your whole foundation for your Israel. So listen up, little guy. So your whole foundation for Israel dragging America into war was that this memo from Wesley Clark showed up, and that's the reason that America got suckered into the Iraq war, because Israel convinced him to do it. And he went and surgically and methodically and very calmly was like, Dave, you don't know what you're talking about. Your entire foundation crumbled. And you're dipping, you're doing your little thing, or you're drinking your nicotine.
To this?
So, but the point is this: your Holland's Opus, this 3-hour debate with Coleman Hughes. It wasn't close, Dave. And that's fine. You want to sort of be a revisionist.
That's your opinion.
And say, you know what?
I'm not being revisionist.
We went point for point. No, Dave, that was any person with logic. Because you didn't have a response. Your only response was,
this is so
read the
ridiculous,
book.
dude.
Adam, it isn't on you.
Dude, I don't know why Adam thinks that he's such a good, a debate lord, that he can do these attacks. Just make Dave defend more positions. But he comes up with stupid gotcha positions that are very, very lazy.
Unusual position to spend.
It's not ridiculous,
Adam. It's an unusual position that I've had you guys
because
on.
that was the aha moment for me.
So far,
where I said this guy is actually a lightweight.
Adam,
he's actually a lightweight.
Adam,
well, this is that moment for you for a lot of people, Adam. So congratulations.
My point to you, Adam, would simply be it's an unusual debating strategy to spend 10 minutes of this debate talking about another debate that most viewers may not have seen.
Yes, it's pretty ridiculous.
There's other debates that we can bring up. The fact, Dave, when's the last time you were in the Middle East?
All he can do is bring up other people's debates, even though he could just dunk on him right now.
There's other debates that we can bring up. The fact, Dave, when's the last time you were in the Middle East?
In the Middle East.
So this is what you're falling back to now.
Oh my God, this is literally the have you ever been there? But have you ever been there? He's actually going to make that argument.
Yeah, right. No, you know the answer. You're not asking.
Literally not an argument, but.
I don't know the answer.
You know I have not been to the Middle East. Go do your best Douglas Murray acting job. So, Adam, brother, I was prepared to come in here.
Guys, 40 seconds. Ad start. I'm just saying. If you subscribe, they go away. If you use your Amazon Prime sub thing, they go away. If you get gifted a sub, they go away.
On friendly terms. So you are humiliating yourself right now. I don't care if you're going to be friends.
I'm really not.
You're humiliating yourself right now.
You've been humiliating yourself for the past 2 years. Basically saying that America is a terrorist organization, that the IDF is a terrorist organization, and you're whitewashing actual terrorism What are your thoughts?
This is what it would look like if Marco Rubio and Chris Christie had to have like an extended interaction back and forth on the debate stage back in like 2016 when Christie clocked him as like, you're just going to repeat the same points because you don't have anything. If that went on, but for like fucking dozens of minutes, and he volunteered for that.
Thoughts on Islamic terrorism coming into the West? What are your thoughts on the war in the West? What do you think of ISIS? What do you think of the Muslim Brotherhood?
Are you asking me questions?
Go ahead.
It's a huge
I'm asking you a
risk.
question.
And it's a huge risk, especially right now after we just murdered an Ayatollah and his whole family.
What's a huge risk?
Blowback terrorism is a huge problem, and having not secure borders is a nightmare of a policy.
I'm not talking about.
I'm very concerned about terrorism.
Blowback terrorism. Do you see what's going on in the West? Do you see what's going on where Piers Morgan lives in London? Do you see what's going on all over the world?
I've been an advocate of strict immigration controls for many years.
By the way,
then how are you a fucking a radical libertarian? A radical libertarian would call for open borders and the free flow migration of people and workers. You would never what?
Stuff up because you have
nothing.
nothing.
How are you like not an open border? Literally just playing into the meme that if you let a libertarian describe what system they want long enough, they will eventually describe a state.
Dude,
by the way,
you have nothing here, man.
You just said that America is a terrorist organization.
Adam, if you brought my country
He's
into
anti-American, and here I am as a proud American saying that he doesn't know what he's talking about.
You said that Dave couldn't talk about the Middle East because he hasn't been there much. When was the last time you were in England?
I spent much time in England. My ex-wife was Welsh.
When was the last time?
She wasn't a sheep shagger.
When was the last time?
Oh no.
The last time I was in Europe.
I spent much time there.
In England, in the Middle East, where would you like me to go?
No, England.
The last time I was in England was about 8 years ago.
Right. So this idea, let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
Let me tell you.
The last time I was in Israel.
This idea.
was 3 years ago.
Adam,
there is a weird idea.
We have to put this episode out. I like Adam.
There
We
is
don't
a
have to
weird
edit
idea.
this.
There are many people.
Are you saying that not going to a country?
Adam, many people. Hang on. Many people on the conservative right in America seem to be under the illusion that my country has been taken over by radical Muslims. Let me tell you, I have lived here on and off for the last 8 years, unlike you, and respectfully, we have not been taken over by radical Muslims. It just hasn't happened the way it's being sold by people like Tommy Robinson to Americans.
All Adam would need to point to get out of this is stochastic instances of terrorism that have occurred and have been perpetrators that were Muslim or claimed to do it in the name of Allah or Islam, and say that like one is too many or something like that, and not that it's been like an entire takeover. But he's already made claims like that.
And you're all lapping it up.
How would you define it then, Piers?
I think we have a Muslim population which is predominantly peaceful and inclusive and settled well, and we have some radical members of radical Muslims, as we have radical members of other religions in this country, and we have to be very wary about it.
What other members of radical religions?
And we have had severe immigration control issues run by successive Conservative and Labour governments who frankly lost control of our border, both to illegal immigration, but also allowed way too many people in legally. And these are proper, legitimate things to be discussed. But framing it, as some people like to do, as my country's been overrun and overtaken by radical Muslims, is just a lie. It's just not true. So yes, there are things to be concerned about, and yes, I want to see everyone who comes here assimilate, and everyone who lives here assimilate into our culture. Of course, I do. But this idea that we've been overrun and overtaken is nonsense.
Yeah, Piers, can I just make one?
So you think it's all going out of proportion? That everything that everybody is saying about Sharia
no engagement pivot.
Law being imposed in London and Birmingham.
It hasn't been imposed here. It hasn't been imposed here.
Okay,
Sharia law. See, this is where like he's making like stupid claims. Like, dude, save that for the fucking PBD podcast where they're not going to push back on you and there's going to like it's going to be like a circle jerk. Don't say stupid stuff like that here. Especially when Piers has literally just stuck out the claim that he's willing to defend the Muslim population in London.
There are a number of unofficial Sharia courts operating. They have no legal basis or standing in the UK whatsoever. There is no Sharia law being operated legally in this country. End. It doesn't
Thank
happen.
you, Piers. Thank you for enlightening me. So you're saying it's all overblown, that Islamification
Why don't you come over with the whole PBD team and let me take you on a guided tour of the UK, and trust me, you'll be fine.
I'm sure you're going to all the nicest places, and definitely none of the most dangerous places, Piers. I'm sure you're not going to Birmingham or Brick Lane or anything like that.
I love Brick Lane, best curries in England. I love Birmingham, fantastic place.
Incredible Bangladeshi curry.
I'll take you there.
Back to my central thesis here is that Dave thinks that the United States military,
Adam, let this end.
they're in the IDF, are the equivalent of the Ayatollah and the Hezbollahs
All right,
and
you
Hamas.
made that point. Dave, final point to you.
Like Piers had the it was like a mercy kill cutting him off there.
Final point
listen, I mean, I think we all kind of agree that like open borders and lack of immigration restrictions are not very sound policy, and that those ought to not be in place. But I do just want to say too, I guess almost brushed up against.
Isn't that what libertarians believe in, though? Don't libertarians believe in open borders, Dave?
Let him finish.
Anyway, let me just
again, actually would have been a good gotcha if we weren't trying to get all of these other gotchas off the ground. And if that doesn't make Dave Smith more based in the eyes of these people, oh cool, libertarian except for borders, which is like a key tenet of being a fucking libertarian. Yeah. Clearwatch, thank you so much for the bits. I really, really appreciate it.
just finish one point, Adam. Since you have nothing to say, just let me finish the point. Anyway, no, libertarians
I've already
don't
said
believe
what
that.
I've had to say. You've been in a body bag for about a year
so then
now.
let me finish. Okay, great. Okay, I've been in a body bag anyway.
And it needs to be framed as like, okay, don't libertarians want open borders? So are you LARPing as a libertarian or are you LARPing as a MAGA conservative? Which is it? You need to call them out on those grounds, not, because he almost makes it sound like, oh, you don't even support open borders like you're supposed to or something.
See what the reaction to this one is. Let's see what the reaction to this debate is. Okay, we'll take a look.
I don't know who to hate more. I don't know, because given like just having watched those clips of Dave Smith being like, we need to impeach Trump and he's wrong for this is a fucking disaster, and then reversing course on Tim Pool and then trying to rewrite history and claim credit for it, really fucking soured me on the rest of soured me on him. Obviously, again, like it's a renewed hatred I always have anytime I look at Dave Smith clips because he's so fucking moronic. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. It's not that he's moronic. It's that I actually do think he's like a competent debater, but he gets way too much credit. Okay, he gets way too much credit for his positions on foreign policy, for one, and for two, I think that like his episode with Fuentes was just embarrassing. He will constantly cuck himself out to whoever is in front of him with a bigger platform to like gain their favor.
Look at that when it comes out.
But I think Adam was way worse than this.
Anyway, but the idea that we
can gladly do that.
Great.
You're defending
Good one.
terrorism,
Okay, so
and you think the United States is a terrorist organization.
Yeah, right.
Let's see what rational MAGA
okay.
people think. Go ahead, Dave.
Let's say, okay, anyway, the idea that, you're making the point that the General Wesley Clark thing has been torn apart and that was my entire case for Israel trying to push America into these wars is absolutely ridiculous. There's much more to it than that. And that point hasn't been torn
apart. The left and right wing factions of the libertarians, it's weird. Yeah, but both of them at the very least are like supposed to be open borders.
Apart. Piers, is anyone going to seriously argue that Israel trying to push us into this war with Iran isn't a factor? As Benjamin Netanyahu, the longest serving prime minister in Israeli history, brags about how this is the culmination of his entire life's work. He's been advocating this for my entire life.
Well, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, said it very clearly that America preemptively got involved in the strikes because Israel were going to attack Iran, and so America thought there would be revenge attacks against American interests and got in first.
And Netanyahu's been coming here every other week to try to lobby Trump.
Now they're just double teaming Adam
into this war.
Guys,
you guys are saying that Trump is that
I have to bring this to an end.
Of a buffoon that he just gets dragged into wars.
Please
nice
come back again another time. I love having you on. Dave, always good to see you. I've sadly got to leave you there, but I appreciate it both very much. Thank you.
Enjoy that body bag, Adam. Enjoy that body bag. Look out for the comment section.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Allah Akbar, buddy.
Well, thanks to David Adam. I'm joined now by Bill O'Reilly, the host of No Spin News and author of Confronting.
Holy Ozempic, dude. Bill O'Reilly looks like a fucking husk here.
Bill, welcome back to Uncensored.
You expect me to follow that, Morgan? Come on. Yeah, really, this isn't a shot.
I don't know how it works. Like, can they listen in? Or are they forced to listen in to the rest of the episode that's being taped until they cut to them? Because it always seems to be the way that with these guests.
Anybody, but this is just for your audiences. Look,
he's not even saying God is great correctly because he's a fucking racist. Hold on, Adam. Let me see if I can't find the clip of him at an airport, basically harassing random Muslim women. Hold on. I put airport. Where would this be? This would actually probably be like on the Saucecast channel. Let's see. Charlie Kirk's best decision. Holy shit. So the channel's not active, but they still upload clips, I guess. Well, wait, it might be on my thing. Or my doc.
Now, I'm joined now by Bill O'Reilly, the host of No Spin News and author of Confronting Evil. Bill, welcome back to Uncensored.
You expect me to follow that, Morgan? Come on. Yeah, really, this isn't a shot at anybody, but this is just for your audiences. Look, there's so much propaganda and misinformation that flows from people who are trying to get attention or make money on social media.
Compare yourself to some of the comment section. Adam dressed himself for his own funeral. That "who depends on you, your ma" line was brutal. You could see Adam's soul leave his body. Adam thought he was going against Vinny on the PBD podcast. Dude, Vinny clears him like every fucking time, practically. Abraham Lincoln said, "Better to sit in silence and appear as a fool than to open your mouth and leave no doubt." I don't think that was Abraham Lincoln, but I think, wasn't it Twain? Adam left no doubt. Adam doesn't even know what he's trying to say. True. What did Adam Slapdick expect to happen here? Got him. Relies on you, Adam, your mom. I love Dave Smith debating. You demolish Adam. Yo, Adam, AIPAC called. They want their money back. Dude, he's just like he did like Birthright. He's like an ideologically committed Zionist. That's mostly what it is. They're like both Jews. One's anti-Zionist, the other's not. Or I guess critical of Zionism. Let's see. I really thought I liked this. I guess I didn't. Adam is just a 50-year-old who still goes to nightclubs.
That it's almost impossible for regular folks who live their lives and have families and trying to do the right thing to know the truth. So I'm glad you had me on, because this is the educational portion of the Piers Morgan program, where we back up everything we say. We don't get into these insane conspiracies.
Okay, I found it. Podcaster addresses Muslim women in airport.
What's up, guys? Here in Detroit, and just want to bring you into speed on what's going on here.
You're so funny.
You into speed on what's going on here.
You're so funny.
Detroit. I want to.
In case you can't see, there are women behind him that are wearing like niqabs or like full burqas, and he is just like filming them and bothering them.
Be very clear that I'm in Detroit.
Yes, you are in a state with a large Arab American population, the largest in the United States.
And I'm in an airport.
What is that facial hair? Dude, now I can't see it. Now I can't unsee it. His facial hair is like... he like clearly got this like waxed.
And these are my people sitting near me in America.
Damn, man, you're getting close.
So
I'm in there. They might know. They might recognize you.
Practice whatever religion you want. Do whatever you want in America. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion. We're done with the face covering thing. There's people in Detroit covered up as if they're going to Mecca today.
How about I go, how do you think Adam would react if I went to any of these areas where you can find stores that sell wigs specifically for Orthodox Jewish women, because they're not allowed to show their fucking hair, but they can show fake hair, and made fun of them for that because you've just found a fucking loophole to avoid like to have hair but not show it. You think he would take favorably to that, or do you think he would immediately call me an anti-Semite?
This is a little aggressive to me. What's up, guys? Here in Detroit, and just want to bring you into speed.
What about Orthodox Christian women covering their hair? Conveniently, it's different than when nuns do it. They just don't like when Muslims do it, though. It is repressive. Only then, not just like in all contexts. Absolutely fucking pathetic. All right. Who is awake? Who is up? You guys. All right. Let's send you guys to what's Resi covering? Depends. I will send you guys to Redolent. All right, so I didn't get to Tucker Carlson and Professor Zhang, unfortunately, but that'll have to be tomorrow. I do still want to go over it. In the meantime, I will be sending you guys to Redolent Thought if you're watching on Twitch. And if you're watching on YouTube, you're headed over to Reservoir. There, it's late. Thank you so much for spending the night with me. If you want to support me, Streamlabs tip link, subscribing to me, YouTube super chats, and subscribing to me on YouTube and liking the stream. All my VODs are timestamped. They're on YouTube, but I'm at Straighterade _ on everything, and I will be back tomorrow. I'm going to stream 2 days in a row, you guys. Watch it happen, okay? All right. See you guys later. Bye.